45 matches into this series in Milan, only 2 days of group matches remaining, and it's starting to get pretty congested there in the middle of the table. Only 4 teams will make the finals on Friday, only 1 will raise the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo, this is the fan code ECS Italy Milan, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Buongiorno, welcome back to Milan, where we just have 2 days of group matches remaining. Finals on Friday in this ECS, and don't forget the internationals on Saturday and Sunday. So it's going to be a huge race to the finish here in the north of Italy. And with 5 big T10 matches on the card today, you feel this is going to be a big day in shaping that ultimate Final Four that will take part on Finals Friday. So we are starting the day with match number 46. It's the Brescia Derby. Been looking forward to this one for a while. It's Brescia CC versus Gina Brescia. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains for the coin toss here for match 46.
Your call. 10. Tails is called. It is tails. We're back first.
Tropical have locked up a spot in the semi-finals, but really nobody else has at the moment. I said you need kind of at least 6 wins and probably a good net run rate or 7 wins to get into the semi-finals. And with a 5-3 record, we know that Gina Brescia, they'll play first up this morning. They'll play this match and they'll play straight away against Milan United, which will be a tricky one as well. So certainly they have to play their way into the semi-finals first. Brescia CC similar, they've lost 3 games along the way as well, but they'll play 3 times today. So they hold a 4-3 record. Again, they look a very, very good cricket team to me, but they are going to have to play their way into the semi-finals. So huge game first up this morning. Weather conditions were pretty nice, mostly sunny, expecting a maximum temperature of 22. Currently it's about 16, but I think it's pretty good for cricket. Not as wet as yesterday because we didn't have the rain overnight like we had the night before. So although there is a bit of dew, I think that'll burn away. Still pretty slow outfield, we know that, but with these dimensions, I expect that there'll be plenty of 6s hit as the day goes on as well. So let's get ready for the first ball of the day. We're going to go over to the cube. It will be me on my own today, but we are almost at the first ball. News from the toss right here in match number 46 is that Gina Brescia, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first.
And good morning, everyone in the chat as well. Great to have your company from the box. And yeah, you saw the news there from the toss. Gina Brescia winning the toss, electing to have a hit. They'll play first up this morning, and in the second game, that'll be the end of their 10-match group stage, and Brescia CC play their last 3 games today. So we are heading towards the conclusion of the round robin stage before we make the cut. Let's talk about yesterday. What a day it was. Quite a low scoring, wasn't it? Bergamo CC in a 9-over match scored 67. No one getting more than 14. Milan United pushing it all the way to the last over as Gudamadu Sanjiva, his 44 not out was enough to propel his team over the line off the second last ball. Trentino Aquila then with a master defence back to the 10-over matches. They put on 75, but it was enough against Gina Brescia, who were really disappointing yesterday. They weren't able to get an individual score of more than 12, as they would only score 62 in response. A thrilling 13-run win to Trentino Aquila, who will have a bit more drama later on, but before that, they lost another tight one, 87 this time for Trentino Aquila, led by Mirza Beg with 28, but they only have had 2 scores over 30 in this series for an individual. Milan United, again, pushed it to the end, didn't they? Sanjiva, again, pretty critical. His 41 was very, very helpful in getting his team over the line with just 2 balls to spare. 4th match of the day, Bergamo CC, a rare score of over 100, and that was enough to take care of Janjua, 111 to 77. Darashiko, his 3 for 10. Pretty important for Bergamo CC in the second half of that game, but Gina Brescia just had a bit of a day to forget, didn't they? And they are certainly in some jeopardy now, heading into finals, which will be on Friday. Now, this was the real crazy one, 67, Trentino Aquila, and defended, as at one point, Trentino Aquila were 20 for 7, but thanks to Alex Sakib-Ashad and his 30 not out, they were able to get up to 67. Fresh Tropical completely fell apart, and they were, I think, 26 for 8 in response, and ended up losing by 14 runs. So this is what we've got first up this morning. Brescia CC versus Gina Brescia. The Brescia Derby, always interesting. We kind of are hypothesising 6 wins puts you in the frame for the semi-final. It might go down a net run rate then. Gina Brescia, good confident move, I think, to bat first. Both these teams with 3 losses. Brescia CC, 2-run favourites over Gina Brescia. 2 very, very high-quality cricket teams. So you can see both teams not quite averaging 100 with the bat, and that shows you that runs have been hard to come by because there's no lack of quality in these 2 lineups. Brescia CC were all Italian champions in 2021. That's why they played in the 2022 ECL. But Gina Brescia were the team they beat in the All-Italian final. So no love lost between these 2 teams, that's for sure. It's going to be Javed Mohammed to get us going. And shake, rattle and roll starts with a big swing and a miss here. Day 10 action here from Milan in Italy. Javed Mohammed certainly gets a lot of outswing with a new ball. It's just a matter of whether he can control it, I think. Most of the time he does. But yeah, I wanted to say hello to Rob Thompson, and he said that his daughter Holly is watching. Hello, Holly. Hopefully you are well. This is Vinny here, talking to you from the ECN commentary cube in Milan, in the north of Italy, where it's a beautiful sunny morning so far. I said Tanvir is the batter here. Gets something a little bit short and pulls it away for the first run of the day. He's out there with Mohammed Rizwan for Gina Brescia. Got to say, Gina Brescia, they change their outfits almost as often as I do. We saw their red kit first up. Now we've seen their navy blue kit. And now, I've got to say, I quite like this one. This is the black and gold number. It's a kind of, it's a bit of a disco kit, if you ask me. Did you know, take a lot of pride in their appearance. Hello to Kroom as well. He said he's just getting over the final game of yesterday. Hopefully more like that today. Yeah, who says games need to be high scoring to be exciting? Another good outswinger from Javed Mohammed. Beats the bat. Just have a look at this curve he gets right to left. I think that just sneaks inside the tram line. Again, they'll judge that based on where it passes the popping crease. Hello to Prashant as well. Had some questions about Ali Raza Islam. Hasn't been bowling that much. I think they've just got a few more options. And he hasn't demanded selection with the ball in this series. Just squeezed out from Rizwan now to deep point, who's off the mark. And Wayne is in the chat as well. Wayne watching from Australia. Hello, Nick Devonshire as well, saying good morning from Northern Ireland. Such a great community, the ECN community. It's great to be a part of it. Unprecedented levels of entertainment with 10 hours per day of T10 action. Mohammed. Outswing drilled at Imad Khan, who makes a stop. They don't get a run. One thing about Javed Mohammed, though, he does kind of swing it from the hand. So that new ball, once you've had a look at him a couple of times, you know what you're going to get for the most part. So even with that swing as a batter, you should be able to kind of account for it. A bit looking at maybe going over the offside where there's nobody back on the boundary now. Unless it's short, in which case you can do that. As for the first time, Javed Mohammed gets a little bit too short. And that is pounded down the ground. Maximo! I said Tanvir. Well, he's up there for a reason, isn't he? And that was a powerful strike into the first over. The score is 8 without loss. Having a look at some of the top performers for these 2 teams. You can see that Baba Hussain for Brescia CC has been pretty important. Happy that there weren't too many repercussions of their head knock that he took the other day. Gina Brescia, it's Masood. That's been pretty impressive, Shabazz Masood. Khalab Sajjad, leading wicket taker out of both of these 2 teams on the park today. And he scored 11 in the series. Well, right on cue, Ali Raza Islam is going to get the new ball. And he's going to bowl over number 2. So yeah, we're wondering who might share the new ball. And Prashant had a few questions about Ali Raza Islam. Well, here he is. Let's see how he bowls today. This one's a little bit short. Grabs the leg, goes past the keeper. Probably just the one leg by. It is just the one leg by. Yeah, so Shabazz Masood not opening up for Gina Brescia in this game. They've gone for Mohammed Rizwan, Asad Tanvir at the top. obviously, Danny's got the day off today. He's worked very hard for it. Of course, he covered me over the weekend where I went to a wedding. First one I've gone to in a while. Even though it was a wedding reception. As Charles of our ECN family, he was married to Yana in Mauritius a couple of months ago. Well, anyway, this is up in the air and it's a catching opportunity, the first of the day, and it's taken. And these two teams expect the fielding to be good. That is the Riaz Madassa zone. He's had a pretty good series, hasn't he? Former Pac Lions Getty player. As the pull was tried again from Asad Tanvir, but this time he didn't get as much of it. So, first wicket of the day, and it goes to Ali Raza Islam. And Jinnah Brescia lose their first. It is 9 for 1. It's a really interesting table. We thought with so much quality here in northern Italy that it'd be pretty congested for semi-final spots. I think to be completely safe, you need 7 wins. You can probably get away with 6 if you have a good net run rate. That's my hypothesis. I mean, we'll see it play out over the next couple of days. But at the moment, you've got Jinnah Brescia with 5 wins with 2 matches to play. You've got Brescia ZC with 4 wins with 3 matches to play. So they could both end up on 7 wins. But they won't both end up on 7 wins because they're playing each other right here. They can't both win this game, obviously. Once again, quick hello to Holly, who's watching, I assume, from New Zealand. What a nice way to be able to spend some time with your dad, Rob. Rob's a big supporter of European Cricket Network. And it is one of the few sports on TV where the commentator will talk back to you. So get involved in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Oh, this one almost carries the square leg. And now we've got 2 batters at one end, and the throw's air-mailed, and he still might be out. Well, this is a crazy run out. Oh, it's just an absolute cook-up from first to last. I'm sure this is going to be out, but let me talk you through it. First, it almost carried a square leg. Rizwan takes off from the non-strikers there, number 7, and then the throw goes over the bowler, but there's a backup fielder who then has to go around Ali Raza Islam and runs him out anyway. So it's going to be Imad Khan that finishes it off, and you can see there that the batter's well short of his ground. And, well, again, that is something quite unique, and that's the kind of action you'll see here on the European Cricket Network. You'll never see sport like it. And just what fortune that Imad was so close. Yeah, it's going to be Naveed Chowdhury to Imad Khan. But yeah, what about the little kind of body block, the little screen put on by Ali Raza Islam, and it's actually pretty good composure from Imad to hit one stump there because he had a bit of traffic to get around. And, well, bizarre stuff really. And well, that's unfortunate for Mohammad Rizwan, who is, well, we'll see who the man is that is out there in the end. Umair comes out and, well, next ball, no problem, as it's going to be up and over the fence. Maximo! Well, pitched up, and this is a really good cricket shot. Check that out on the replay. Yeah, it is Rizwan that's out. So Masood goes large as the counter-attack comes. Otherwise, Islam hadn't gone for a run before that. But yeah, how about that? I don't think I've seen one fielder screen another fielder, unintentional as it was, from Ali Raza Islam. It's good heads-up play. So, yeah, PK saying, why don't these players play straight when the pitch is slow and low? They get bowled or LBW, mostly because they're playing cross-batted. It's a good observation. I think my short answer for that is just habit. I think a lot of these pitches in Europe, you can afford to play across the line a bit. You can trust the bounce. This one, there's a few more gremlins. This one's chopped into the ground from Masood. Raza Islam. Yeah, apart from that 6, hasn't gone for any. Yeah, Holly saying that her dad taught her everything she knows. Maya saying, did they not cross? Well, I think it wasn't that. Rizan was sent back. And you can see he was just short, probably by about a metre or so of the line. So Masood wasn't having any of it. Hello to Prem. And yeah, Prem is watching from the Czech Republic. Well, I just spent the weekend there actually, Prem. It was lovely. As we have a look at the table, this is what I'm talking about. I think you need 7 wins or 6 and a good net run rate. And you've got a lot of teams that can get to 6 wins at least. Chivadate are one of them. Even Milan United could get to 6 wins, potentially. But then obviously higher up the table, you've got Brescia CC. You're seeing now Janja Brescia, Gina Brescia. Going to be a really good finish. Even Kings 11, they're 5-3. If they lost their last couple, they'd be 5-5. So, a lot still to take place. Going right down to the wire here. Javad Mohammed to come back and bowl his second over. They like to use him with the new ball. Let's see if it's still swinging for him. Yeah, still is. Well, pick up and throw. And Dulu with the gloves for Brescia CC today. He's been keeping sometimes. When Husnain is in the lineup, Nasir Husnain, typically he'll give the gloves to him, but Husnain's 12th man for this game. Yeah, Prem, of course, I remember you. And Prem, tell me if I'm right or whether I'm wrong. Did you bowl the first ball in the Czech Super Series back in 2020? Back in June 2020. Funnily enough, that was a game I was watching the other day, just to illustrate how far we've come on ECN. And Danny Hudacek, my fellow commentator for this series, was doing that one with Terry O'Connor. That's another good outswinger from Javad Mohammed. And yeah, Meyer just kind of querying that run out. But yeah, did you guys realise that actually Rizwan did run back and he was only out by, I say only, by about a metre or two at the bowler's end. So yeah, it was pretty clear who was out on that run out. But it was a bizarre path to the stumps, wasn't it, for the ball? It was square leg, it was air-mailed over the bowler. Actually, the only reason that Email was able to make the run out was, but he was so close, he got the ball in the full. He was only about 3 or 4 metres behind the bowler, backing up. Mohammed does kind of lose his swing as the ball gets a bit older. He's not curving quite as far now. It's great to have viewers from all over the world. Like I said, got the Thompsons watching from New Zealand. We've got Kai Bay in there. Hello, Kai. Hopefully you're well. He's watching from New South Wales and Australia, I believe. This one will be a wide. I'd say knew it straight away. Javad Mohammed. One thing we'll say is the wide rules are pretty hard and fast here in ECN. I think it has to be that way in such a short game. You want to encourage positive bowling, and so probably we do call a lot more wides than you'd see maybe in a T20 match, but I think it makes sense. I want to give the batters every opportunity to show what they can do. It's more like it from Javad. He's put in a good shift here. Yeah, natural rivalry between these two teams, of course, both pressure-based teams. Like I said, back in 2021, they played in the Super Cup final, which is it's kind of like the champion of champions game here in Italy every year. The winner of that went to the ECL in 2022. Up and in the air, and almost caught. I think he does get fingers under it in the end. It was a good effort, but Masood survives. Baba Hussain certainly had a few issues in this series in the point region. Tries to get across the slight and he just leaves him with that natural outswing. Good effort. Much rather see someone drop a catch going for it full stretch than letting it go by. At the end of the power play, Gina Brescia are 17 for 2. Yeah, so actually that 2021 match was a bit unique because it was a playoff between Brescia CC, the previous year's champions, and Gina Brescia, who pretty much won everything in 2021. But they won everything but that game, which was the game that decided who went to the ECL. And that's why Brescia CC went to the Champions League in 2022 last year. And they ended up finishing 3rd in the whole of Europe. So, yeah, Prem's asking what's the schedule for Czech Republic this year in the ECS. I do believe it's scheduled to start on the 17th of July for 2 weeks. Prem, looking forward to getting back to Prague, of course. That's a good shot, isn't it? It goes inside out and pumps it over the fence. Masood's been good in this area. That's twice. He's gone over point. Maximo! Needs a bit of a shot in the arm this innings, doesn't it? Ali Raza Islam only just misses his length. But what's so skillful about this is he's able to manoeuvre it inside out, pretty much straight over the fielder. But that is the shorter boundary on this ground, isn't it? New balls, please. That one's up and lost in the bushes. Yeah, so Prague is certainly one of our favourite locations. We've got a good history in the Czech Republic, and more teams all the time joining in. This is going to be 4 more. This was closer to the body. Masood, we talked about how important he was. One of the leading run scorer actually for Brescia in this series. He takes that one from outside off stump. He's looking dangerous. We've got Mirza Umair at the other end, who doesn't have to do too much so far. Getting that run rate moving. And yeah, Prem saying, yeah, it was him. It was bowling the first ball that 2020 Czech Super Series. Thought so. Oh, this one would have been huge wide. He spoils it, just gets one. And so, yeah, Prem has taken 7 wickets in his ECN career. It was good to see Moravian back in the Czech ECS last year. We hadn't seen them for a little while. This is up, it's in the air, that's 6. What a shot. Again, here's Umair, gets in on the action. Well, that's Mama Bear. Remember Danny said that he named the trees yesterday. There's Papa Bear, Mama Bear and Baby Bear. Mama Bear in the middle. Takes a little bit of a pounding there off the pads of Mirza. Just expect this to be a really good game. Quality on both sides. And yeah, there's the three trees, or the 3 bears. Papa Bear, Mama Bear and Baby Bear. And Baby Bear's pretty big baby. They're the last line of defence for keeping balls from disappearing into the potato field. Hit and run. I think of throwing, but with no one backing up. They decide against it. Decide that maybe the conservative route's the way to go. That's Isanullah. Seeing him for the first time in the ECS during this series. Yeah, I'm sure he's keen to show a bit more of what he can do. Ali Raza Islam has gone for a few in the end, hasn't he? Considering he pulled a lot of dots in his first over. He's 1 for 24. Of course, we're out of the power play now, so 5 outfielders in place. It's a good one to finish, though, from Ali Raza Islam. And we'll get to the end of the 4th over, and the score is 36 for 2. Look at the run rate there, 9 and over, which is pretty much par for the course here. Over the days of action we've seen so far. No, we're around about in the 9s. But I mean, I don't know exactly what the figures are on yesterday, but I got a feeling that yesterday is going to be the lowest scoring day so far because of some of the crazy results we had. We only had one score over 100, I think, in the whole day. Kalab Sajan's going to bowl, and he's had a really good series with the ball. 11 wickets, like we said. Bit of a threat in the middle overs. Oh, that's pretty close. That's really close, and it's gone. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Umair playing for a bit of turn that never came. And this is what Kalab Sajad does. It just slides on. And really, I don't think that's missing anything. Have a look. Just curves in a bit. That's gone. That's not missing leg stump. Hit him in line. You know, it's crashing into the middle of the leg stump, if you're asking me. So Mirza is going to have to go. And Sajjad gets his 12th wicket of the series. It's 36 now on the board. 36 for 3. Yeah, so there we go. So there's the run rate graph. Yeah, so 7.7 yesterday, the lowest scoring day so far. So just 77 was par yesterday. Remember we had the 67-53 game to finish. I think we had the 76-62 game in there as well. But still overall 9.1 for this series. So that's showing you around the 90 mark is par. If you take into account all the matches we played here in Milan, not only this year but also in previous series, you get 93 as your par. As Wasim Ahmed comes out to bat. So we saw him play for Jandra Brescia last year. But now playing for Jinnah. Club Sajjad though doesn't side spin too many. I think that's where Mirror's got in trouble. Does go a bit. He likes this Dulu, doesn't he? He likes it, and I'm sure they'll end up having a look at it. But, yeah, well, the replay will tell the story. Yeah, no problem there. Oh, it's really tight. I got to say, I reckon it's out. Just on a hunch. But can you go on a hunch? So, yeah, for me, I can see there's nothing behind the line, but is this the wicketkeeper talking in me, or is it too close to call? You see the bails up there. I don't know if we can get any bigger on that. Dulu's confident it's out. He's super confident it's out. I got to say, I have my suspicions, but whether it's conclusive enough to give on that evidence, I'm not sure. So batter gets the benefit of the doubt, but maybe a bit lucky to survive, Masood. It doesn't matter really, because he's got the very next ball. So Sajjad, he lures Masood into hitting across the line. He has 2 in the over, and here's fantastic. Series continues. Club Sajjad. So yeah, I mean, you saw Dulu was so confident of that stumping the ball before, and as a keeper you would be, because if you can, you've got a better view than anyone really, even our camera, even than the umpire. But it's all academic really, because the very next ball tilts back the off peg. So a few momentum swings in this game already. Shabazz Masood goes for 18 off 15, 2 Maximos and a 4 in there. But he departs at 37 for 4. So look, if you take out his boundary balls, then he scored 2 off the other 12 balls he faces, Shabazz Masood. So apart from those boundaries, it didn't really work a lot of ones, did he? Mike said that one looked out. Yeah, I tend to agree, but I suppose it's a suspicion. We were able to kind of pause it. It needs to be clear and obvious to the third umpire if he's going to overturn an on-field umpire's decision. So I suppose I can understand that. That's the process. Rizwan Uzzaman out there now. Yeah, so that's a frustrating one as a keeper, because if you can see the back edge of that white line, you know it's out, but you're the only one with that perfect angle. Pitched up. It's a brilliant over from Sajjad. In the end, it'll only cost 2, and he comes up with 2 wickets. Changing the game in the 5th, the score is 38 for 4 after 5. And a treat for everyone, of course, at the end of the European Cricket Series this year. We'll typically have an ECI, and Milan is no exception. They're the squads. Italy, France and Romania will play each other in a 9-game fiesta of cricket. So they'll play each other 3 times each. Each team plays 3 matches. Look at the Italian side. I've got to tell you what, Sajjad, the way he's bowling, I'd love to sneak him in there. He's been brilliant, hasn't he? But, I mean, a lot of players from this ECS will be playing for Italy in that, of course. A few players from around Italy and other parts of the country as well. So stay tuned. If you want the exact schedule, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. So, yeah, Mike, nice to see you with us. I didn't know whether it was my wicketkeeper instincts taking over. I was pretty keen to hang the batter on that evidence, but maybe it's the universe giving us a signal, because Shabazz was out the very next ball anyway. This one's chopped away, but straight to the man in the circle. This is good stuff from Brescia CC at the moment, isn't it? Like I said, these two, they've got history. Not in a nasty way, but just a real healthy cricket rivalry between these two. This is Riaz Manassa coming in to the attack now. Pretty good ball, but I can't get it off the square. Here's one of Zaman. Certainly testing their resources so far. Rizwan, we haven't seen him in this series so far, but we have seen him a little bit before. Top score of 24. Good shout. Sneaks away for a leg by. Let's check it out on the replay. Seemed a bit short to me, although not as much bounce in this pitch as some others. Yeah, maybe just sliding down the leg side. Certainly an element of doubt there. So where lady gives the not out decision. Not far away though. Bunch and run from Wasim. It's a guy that can launch at any time as well. But just have a look at how they've taken wickets, and that run rate's taken a dive now, kind of more around the 72 pace. They were up at 90, 91 pace earlier. A lot of arm wrestles in this series. This one's dug in, doesn't bounce higher than the bails. Zaman struggling to get going. He's 1 off 6 now. Mike said he was a keeper also, so Keepers Union was pretty sure that stumping was out. And it comes down to the burden of proof, doesn't it? It's a good old-fashioned hack from Uzzaman. Gets a little bit of bat on it. Saves himself, but he's not going anywhere too quickly. It's the end of the 6th over, 41 for 4. Just looking at the batting to come, and there's still got just been a seeing. They've got been a seeing. Rookie Ahmed, who's a decent batter as well. He's listed down at 10. But yeah, the combined efforts of these two, being 3 off 9, not ideal. It's a bit of a dearth of boundaries as well for Gina Brescia in this innings. We haven't seen a boundary now for 14 balls. Fair few dots in there as well. Kalab Sajjad going for the kill now. 2 wickets for 2 in his first over. You've got to go after him. You don't really have a choice. First one hit to cover. They go the long way, but they get through for a single. Yeah, Sajjad occasionally will slide one through past the off stick, but I'll just like when he bowls balls that are going to hit the stumps. Tends to take a lot of wickets. Back to live action here. Now it's up, it's in the air, and it's over the top. Maximo! 6 runs, and, well, they're going large. Not an easy bowler to get after. Kalab Sajjad takes it on and wins. What a good shot. Imad Khan did everything he could to keep it in the field of play. Didn't do anything wrong there at all. So there's the counter attack from Rizwan. Next one drills it straight back at Sajjad. That ball ended up in the cube. My first bit of fielding for the day. Goes after it again and gets it again. Great batting from Rizwan, and it's dropped. Wow. Well, hopefully that doesn't hurt too much. Yeah, look, although he gets on the phone, he just pretends, oh yeah, no worries. That wasn't me. I love it. Isn't this very 2023? Drop a catch and then drops the catch and then goes straight to the phone. So, you know what, I might get on the socials and just distract myself a little bit. And then I love that he just goes straight to the phone, knows exactly what the phone is. And so Just distracting himself from the harsh reality that he's put down a crowd catch. Anyway, got to say the helpers have been amazing here in Milan. Umpire's been pretty amazing at having to set the stumps up. Hasn't been too easy a lot of the time. They do get knocked down a fair bit. Say hello to Corey Ruckers as well. Told me he's commentating a 50-over game in the Netherlands today. And he said that he will let me know when it's going. And he will probably be losing his mind with the pace of the game, and he's on his own. Well, this has got to be a chance, surely. It's up, it's in the air. Infielder's going back and he takes it. That's a really good bit of work. As Riaz Madassa saying, hey, I said that was mine. I suppose when you catch it, you always end up on the right side of history, don't you? Mad was hanging around. To be honest, he never made a serious play at the ball. Riaz still was having a go at him for getting in his space. Anyway, 7 overs down. The score is 54 for 5. Zaman whacks a couple of sixes, but then he also leaves as Sajjad finishes with 3 wickets for 15. What a good performance. Having a look at what's coming up, and well, tomorrow we'll have some more cricket for you. It'll be double trouble because we'll be here with our last day of group action, but we'll also be in Gibraltar for the T20 International Series, Tri-Series featuring Malta, Portugal, and the host Gibraltar. ECI, as we talked about that a second ago, European Cricket International on Saturday and Sunday. Before we've got 2 weeks in Austria, 2 weeks in Bulgaria. I think the next one after that is Sweden and then Romania. So that'll kind of take us through to the end of June. And there's going to be plenty more cricket to come. Right, Ginebrescia needs something, don't they? That's hit pretty well. Wazim Ahmed's had very little of the strike. And we'll just get the 1 ball for now. Hassan Ali, youngster coming in at 7, so a bit of responsibility for him. He's a really good left-arm bowler. We saw him playing for Italy in the ECN last year. Push and run, some hesitation. They take it on. I think this might have been close. Not so sure he would have been out here, Wazim, but I might be wrong. Certainly gets on his bike. Well, actually, I think he would have been out, mainly because of the route that he took. He took a long way off to his right. I'm going to say out. Yep, out by a step. And still working hard for just ones at the moment. It's pretty well bowled. Get balls attacking the stumps. That's the key here, I think. Especially with a slight variable bounce, you get just slightly different tactics. I suppose that's what makes cricket interesting as well. Different conditions in different places, different pitches. Obviously, the outfield here a lot slower than the last couple of places we visited. You can kind of get away with that length a bit more because it's not easy to drill them straight down the ground over the long off or long on. We saw Zaman do it a couple of times. But I think, yeah, the quality of bowling and quality of fielding here is another reason we're seeing scores a bit lower than usual. Kind of point to point and a half lower in the run rate here than most other places we've gone. Dug out by Wazim. It's finding it hard to get more than singles. Yeah, Ginebrescia, I should say, they play first up this morning. First 2 matches, and that's it. So they're in a situation where they're 5 and 3. They take on Brescia CC now. They take on Milan United in the game after this. So you see the variable bounce there. Just shoots through on Hassan. Takes us to the end of the 8th over. Ginebrescia 59 for 5. Slip of the tongue. I said Ginebrescia, but they also play their last match today. That's in match 50, the last game of the day. And they'll take on Brescia CC. So again, that's not an easy game. So yeah, table's super interesting. Fresh Tropical have finished their 10 matches. They've got 7 wins. Nobody else has more than 5 at the moment. I feel like you'll need that 6th win. 7 kind of guarantees you a spot in the finals. 6 gives you what I would say is a good chance. Heart rate monitor shows they're heading for something in the 70s at this stage. Imran Naveed, pretty good death bowling option to bring on. He's going to get the 1 over here. This one's played away off the back foot. And that's one of the things about Brescia CC. They do have a lot of options with the ball. So we had the inquiry earlier about Ali Raza Islam, about why hasn't he bowled as much. I think that's one reason, is it just got a lot of options. Naveed gets sliced away, fielder all the way back to the rope and takes it. Great catch. Really good catch down there. As Bubba Hussain has been patrolling that area. Check it out again on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. But Bubba, he was composed, wasn't he? And I suppose what he did well there, he had a good idea of where the rope was. So he knew how far back he could move. Hassan Ali, disappointment for him, gets a fair chunk of that, but he'll go for just 2. And the score is 60 for 6. Kind of ended the bat, but I like he kind of went inside out. Mini helicopter. But yeah, Bubba, he knew where his feet were, and his hands, they were also in the right place. It's going to be Mirza Farhan, comes out at 8. Can he give him a boundary or 2? Again, you got Wazim at the other end, who's been okay, but seems to just be getting the one and getting off strike. Haven't really seen runs of boundaries too often here. There's a couple of reasons for that. This one well blocked on the second bounce by Yasidulu. I think that when we see higher scores on ECN, a lot of the time it's because batters are able to hit boundaries in multiples. But I think here, because so many go for 1 when you hit them, you often don't have the same batter on strike that often. So it's a mixture of the slower outfield and just the conditions here. It's hit pretty well, almost too well, as it carries to Imad, who puts it down. Does block it from going for more than 1 though. Fine, yeah, he got every piece of that, but it was flat. Not an easy catch at all. Imad coming forward. Probably didn't have to rush as much on that one. Had to be super critical, but I mean, it's not easy to catch a ball coming that fast, especially when you're going to ground. Another double bouncer to the keeper. Just sneaks inside. Nazim Ahmed, again, very capable, but this is a hard ball to hit. Just sneaks inside that blue line. If it gets any bit of that blue line, when it passes the popping crease, they'll call it a wide. Haven't had a boundary now for 13 deliveries, so another lean trot. It's actually a really good shot, but he might be gone. He is gone. Wow, it was the low full toss attempted Yorker. And how about this for a highlight? Cue the music as Riaz Madassa just lopes around to his right, sticks out the right mitt, and it sticks. Now, easy as you like. These are the kind of things that can win your cricket matches, because Wazim Ahmed, I mean, I think he did really well to hit it that far, but he's going to go shaking his head as he goes for 7. And it's also the end of the 9th over, 61 for 7. Well, we say it all happens in the 9th. There's Madassa, because he was running so hard, he couldn't quite really organise getting the left hand over there. And he said, well, I don't need to. That's a little bit of the right-handed basket catch from Riaz. What a highlight, 61 for 7 after 9. So, Riaz Madassa, probably that finds its way onto the highlight reel. Maybe even our HCL software play of the day. I mean, the way to catch it two-handed would have been, yeah, to get the left hand, but then you have to cross your left hand over your body, which then sometimes can create a few problems if you don't judge it correctly. So yeah, he went the 1. It's instinctive stuff, really, wasn't it? He was happy just to make the stop, to be honest, make sure it didn't go for 4, but even better, he catches Wazim. Here's Hassan Naveed coming out, and this one gets past Dulu, and this is a second bouncer he won't block. They'll get possibly 3 here. They could go 1 on the arm. Some fingers out there, probably good that they didn't, because the throw eventually comes in, hits the stumps. There'll be 2 buys. This is a tough one for the keeper. See, kind of tries to block it, but he wasn't really that excited about getting his head down over that, because he didn't want to lose any teeth. Yasidulu probably can take a step forward. A lot of balls bouncing in front of him. Yeah, Hassan, another very good over. Bowler to bowl and over. Just showing another option. And I thought maybe we would have seen Hassan Naveed with a new ball. He's been pretty good. when he's been in that role, but they preferred Ali Raza Islam this morning. Goes after this, but doesn't quite get it. Well, if you can catch it one-handed, then he can certainly catch them two-handed. So Farhan hits a few balls hard. This one, a little bit down the bottom of the bat, presents a much easier chance for Riaz Madassa. He's caught very well. He's a good fielder, isn't he? Regina Brescia finding runs pretty hard to come by after winning the toss and batting this morning. They lose Farhan for 1 and the score 63 for 8. Just be hoping they can get a boundary or two. Maybe lift themselves up into the 70s. We have seen those kind of scores defended. We even saw 67 defended last night. Best defence on Italian soil on ECN. This is Jaspinder. Probably more in the side for his bowling. Coming up batting 10. He's got a very good slower ball, Jaspinder. So Gina Bresh will be hoping they can do something similar to Bresh CC, as has been done to them in the first innings. 4 balls to come. Both these batters yet to face a ball. Bit of fake footwork and a very real French cut from Jaspinder. He gets off the mark. So yeah, I love the fact that with 10 games to play, I've got no idea what this Final Four's going to look like. I know Fresh Tropical up there, probably favourites to top the table. They're not necessarily uncatchable after their shock loss in a low-scoring game last night. So Winder gets an opportunity. Gets it onto his own foot. And everyone's happy just to concede a single there. So up 65. Done really well at preventing boundaries. We haven't had a boundary since the 7th over. So now that's actually 3 full overs without a boundary. Been hard to combine this innings. Not especially dewy this morning. Outfield, pretty good nick for the first game of the day. That does typically dry out a bit as the day goes on. 2 to come. And that's bowled him, I think. Yeah, he's gone. He's going to be bowled. And I think Jaspinder knew it. I think that this ball hits the off bail and sends it into outer space. Here you go. There you go. Well, it doesn't really send it into outer space, but it does knock it off. That's the rare double play, isn't it? As Jaspinder will be bowled. Again, wanting all around the crease like somebody about 3 a.m. after a bachelor party. Ball's fairly straight and straight enough to hit the target. So Hassan Naveed chips in with a wicket. He just kissed the bail, didn't it? Dulu, he'll be annoyed. Feels like he's cost another dismissal because he came up with a run out. But yeah, Jaspinder, good hearing. He's heard the bail drop. 65 then with the ball remaining. They're down to their last man. And it's Rookie Ahmed. Number 11, to be honest. Just giving some more opportunities to batters above him. Can Rookie send one out of the park here? Last ball of the 10 overs coming up. No, he can't. So what a good last over from Hassan Naveed. He'll finish with 3 for 2. And Jinnah bowled out off the last ball of the innings for 65. Yeah, bit of a dramatic collapse in the end, isn't it? They were 60 for 5 at one point, so they lose their last 5 wickets for just 5 runs. A really good holding job. Imran Naveed and Hassan Naveed finishing things off. Also set up by Riaz Madassa, who didn't get hit for a boundary in his 2 overs. Let's go back to the start of the 10 overs, though. Gina Brescia winning the toss in match number 46 and electing to bat. Signs were promising early. Javed Mohammed got whacked for a 6. Last ball of the first over. Then Ali Raza Islam came on, took a wicket immediately. Then we had a bizarre run out here. See Rizwan was forced to run back. And despite the ball sailing over the bowler, Rizwan was still run out by a metre or 2. Some really nice shots by Shabazz Masood. He looked like one guy that could get them to a respectable score. As this one crashed into Mama Bear, but Sajjad, he came on and had immediate success, didn't he? First, he got Mirza Umair LBW. Then thought that he had Shabazz stumped. Dulu liked it. Given not out ultimately, but he'd only last one more ball. Masood bowled by a ball that he swings all the way across. Couple of good blows here for Rizwan Uz-Zaman, back-to-back Maximos. But believe it or not, they would be the last boundaries that we'd see in this innings. That was a crowd catch gone very, very wrong. So the fact we didn't get a boundary in the 8th, 9th or the 10th overs, that tells you all you need to know. Just 11 runs came off the last 3 overs. Bubba Hussain caught well. In fact, the catching was pretty good for the most part all around, wasn't it? There were a couple that went down like that one from Email, but it's hit pretty hard. This one is one for the highlights reel though. Riaz Madassa lopes around to his right. Sticks in the right bit. This one was a bit easier for him, but and like I said, nothing except singles in the last over. And, a couple of buys in there, but it just kept being on target. And like I said, I mean, those last 2 bowlers, Imran and Hassan Naveed, they only had 1 over each. So yeah, Imran Naveed 2 for 2, Hassan Naveed 3 for 2. I mean, their 2 overs combined, if they were 1 bowler, they're 5 for 2. So that's brilliant stuff. Way to close out the innings for Resh's EC. Top score of 18 from Shabazz Masood, 18 off 15. Rizwan Uz-Zaman 13, including 2 Maximos, but he was bogged down for a lot of his innings as well. Apart from that, not much to write home about. And pretty ruthless stuff from Brescia CC as well, only conceding 6 extras. Only 2 wides in the 10 overs. Tells you they were right on target as far as the bowling went. But like I said, Imran Naveed and Hassan Naveed combined really well in overs 9 and 10 to combine for 5 for 2. But Sajjad changed the game, didn't he? 3 for 15. That was the kind of starting point, even though he did go for a couple of Maximos in the 7th. His 3 wickets were crucial. Ali Raza Islam was the other bowler that was successful with 1 for 24. Javed Mohammed again did his job, didn't he? Didn't take a wicket, but only went for 11, so less than run a ball for him. And Madassa, you got to mention him. 1 for 7 off his 2. He was really hard to get away. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 8 minutes to take you into the second half of this innings. Gina Brescia, 65 on the board. It would be the best defence we've seen so far, but they certainly have the personnel to do it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you today for ECN. We'll be back after the break for more action from here in Milan. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. And yes, we love you. And a big thank you to all of our crew here from Spring Productions. We got Maria as well as Kirill and Utters, who's pressing the buttons today with us from Spring Productions. I want to say a big welcome to all of our viewers, of course. Right now, low scoring first innings of the day, but still they'll have a shot. Gina Brescia scoring 65 off their 10 overs after winning the toss and electing to bat. They bowled out off the very last ball of their 10. And so almost ready to go. Brescia CC chasing 66 for victory. Like I said, we had pretty good defence yesterday of 67. Let's go. Brescia CC chasing the win in the air. A bit of luck first up. I think it's probably just one. Yasaduli out there, very experienced. Yasadulu opening up. Wazim Ahmed, the bowler for Gina Brescia. It's Imad Khan at the top of the order. Nice to see him back up there. Hit pretty hard and beats the fielder. This runs away and it does get there. So 4 runs. And Imad Khan, he's a guy we've seen kind of slide down the order, but I remember heading into the ECL last year, the Champions League of European Cricket, he was their preferred opener. Ali Rasta Islam ended up replacing him at the top and doing really well, so he found himself kind of in the 5 or 6 zone. Imad Khan, but you can see from that first shot, he can pack a punch. And, well, Exhibit A, this one, it's going to be 4. And just bouncing inside the rope. And some good fielding off the field this time. Let's have a look at this. Unless my eyes are deceiving me. Just bounces inside. Yep. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So, Imad Khan taking on the field and winning. It has been the hot zone so far. Power play's all important, isn't it? It's one thing we didn't see Gina Brescia taking full advantage of. 18 for 2 they scored in the first 3 overs. Just had a couple of things off the rails for them, including a run out. Goes after it again. Now he gets a little bit lucky he doesn't hit this better actually, because it's down towards the end of the bat. They had made the field change. You can see Hassan Ali gone all the way back to long off. Just like that, they get it down to a runner ball required. Yasadulu, again, he showed he could do it against good opposition. Back down the ground. Long chase for the fielder. Does well to get there. We'll get through for a 2. Yeah, Yasadulu had a really good ECL. And he was one big reason that Brescia CC made it out of their group. And they weren't expected to. They ended up knocking out Carlton CC of Scotland. The slow ball goes wrong and goes down the leg side. And they end up knocking out Carlton CC of Scotland back in last year's ECL. Holding Carlton to 118 off their 10 overs in the final. And Carlton before that, they weren't, they were undefeated before that. Dulu, 66 off 25 in the Group C final. Saw them through Championship week where they'd ultimately finished 3rd. This one hits the tram line. It's a really good example of what's a wide in ECN, because that outside edge of the ball just touches the blue. You could see it. It's a tight call, but it's a correct call from the umpire. Yeah, so what innings that was. Dulu, 66 off 25. Put on 49 for the first week with Ali Raza Islam. And then put on 70 with Baba Hussain. So if they can do that, you'd imagine they can do this, but Gina Brescia, they'll be fighting as well. because they also need to grab at least one win, you'd imagine, to get through to the semi-finals. Head of the first over, and the score is 15 without loss. Let's have a look at some of the lowest totals defended, including 67 we saw last night. Although the 67 didn't make it on there because on a count back, because Royal Strikers won by more when they defended 67 in Malta. But we did see 67 to 53 last night. That was a crazy one. Trentino Aquila against Fresh Tropical. And both teams had lost their first 7 wickets for around about 20 odd. But I tell you what, if Ginebresh can do this, they'll find their way on that list with Montcarter Royal and Gozo from Spain and Malta respectively. Here's Hassan Ali, the left armour. Comes on, first ball's hit by Dulu towards the fielder. They don't get a run there. Fourteen matches since we've had a golden ball. And yeah, certainly think this would be a low scoring one, but it's not impossible. Need wickets though. The ball this time hit a bit more into the gap, but good stop. Just feel you get one of these 1 or 2 big overs and you're in business. If you're Brescia EC. It's a really tough call for the umpire. Probably is wide. Can you work out where this passes the crease? Yeah, I think that's a good call. You're dealing with quite an angle there, but I think that definitely goes over that. The intersection of the blue tram line and the popping crease. So I think it's closer. Hassan Ali feels like he might have snuck this inside, but again, if there is doubt on these, typically they'll go to the batter. It's a tight one. I suppose as a bowler, you're dicing with danger. This one's a bit closer in. He's got that beautiful natural angle across, doesn't he? Hassan Ali. I know that when Corey Rutgers is with me, he's always singing the praises of left-arm bowlers, whether they be pace bowlers or spin bowlers. Well, this one goes very wrong, but almost brings a wicket. It's not a good trade-off for the batter because he should have got either a wide or a boundary here. In the end, he gets one and burns the ball. But in a sense, he might feel lucky that he doesn't get caught here. It's right off the end of the bat. That's a Dulu. Loves to go over the top. Not huge on foot movement, but he's big on bat speed. Probably exactly what I described there. This is a good example of one that does stay inside the tram line, I think, when it passed the crease. And then yeah, the keeper ends up taking it really wide, but it's not a wide. Good umpiring. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one from Hassan. Cut down into the turf, and the over end. It's only 4 off it. So a good result for Jinnah. Trying to work their way into the contest. Brescia CC 19 without loss after 2. Having a look at the table. I mentioned it's pretty cluttered there. Teams on 4 and 5 wins. Different amounts of games to go. Brescia CC and Jinnah Brescia, 2 teams at this stage, if they won the rest of their games, they would have 7 wins, same as Fresh Tropical. But even the fact that the top team will end up with 7 wins and 3 losses tells you that no team's really run away with it and gone kind of 9 or 10 wins out of 10. Sukhvinder Singh, another left armer to come on for over number 3. I'm wondering how many of you out there remember Brescia CC, the ECL in 2022. Of course, we just had the 2023 iteration, which was won by Dreux of France. 2022 was won by Pacaquer Badalona of Spain. Sukhvinder bustles in, but he's too short. He's pounded away straight over the square leg umpire's hat. 4 runs. What a shot. Imad Khan's looking really good here, looking really organised. Look good off the front foot now. Just sits back, just over top of the bail, kind of height. And is very, very well composed. Sukhvinder needs to pitch up a bit, judging by that. Next one sneaks through. Red dot to the bowler, but not handled cleanly by Mirza Umar. Will sneak through for 1, so you just, it's not really happening at the moment. I wonder what they can do to turn this around. Some hesitation, and he would have been out because he forgot which end of his bat to hold. Dooley is saying, what are you doing? Hit that straight to the fielder. Imad saying, well, I want a piece of this action. Kind of goes on the hit. Dooley said, you serious? And then he finds himself in a bit of a mess where he lost control of his handle. Would have been gone. Imad perhaps just saying, you can thank me for that run later. Big swing and a miss this time. Sukhvinder doing a pretty good job. He went for 4 first ball, but this is what you've got to try and do. Build pressure. I suppose at some stage you've got to create chances and take them as well. Taken off the stumps, he'll take some catching. Fielder does well, pulls up just in time. Be a long single. So yeah, it's a bit of a wrestle at the moment, but you just feel that Brescia have the answers, don't they? Still decent over. 6 and over kind of gets him there. That's the issue. There's been 6 off this one. Pretty good one. Gets past the outside edge of Dulu as the power play comes to an end. It's 26 without loss after 3. A fairly comfortable power play for Brescia CC. It wasn't all their own way, but particularly that first over, meaning that they're in no serious trouble at the moment. Junior Brescia at this stage, 18 for 2. You can see that on your screen at the moment. Change bowler. Wazim Abbas coming on over number 4. He gets whacked away, square of the wicket, and this will be 4 as well. So, yeah, Imad Khan's been a bit of a difference maker here, hasn't he? He's been pretty brutal. Been good at either side as well, hasn't he? the width on offer. Slow ball, clever bowling from Wasim. But, like I said, seems a long way back at the moment, doesn't it? Another slow ball. Yeah, credit to the bowler for going back to it there. It's clever thinking. It's probably the last thing that he was expecting. Wasim, mentioned before, former Chandra player. Dug out, but won't beat the infield, so it's a pretty good effort so far from Wasim. Again, all the bowlers kind of going for one first ball, going for a boundary, which has been a bit of a pain, I think. Goes after this, and it should get to the boundary. No, it doesn't. It really pulls up, and they'll only get one. Wow, that's a brilliant result for the fielding team. But again, really quite tough at the moment to see them defending this. Score in the mid-60s. Dulu. A little bit off at the moment, but still his team well in control. Into 4 overs, the score 31 without loss. And kind of fairly comfortable at the moment. Let's say a quick hello to everyone who's watching on Fangird, of course, in the Indian subcontinent. Hopefully you're well today. What's the weather like in your part of the world? I mean, here it's beautiful, 17. And heading for 22 degrees. A few grey looking days, I suppose, over the weekend and even at the start of the week. But right now, looks like one of the better days of the year. So winter's going to come around the wicket now. Interesting. He's going to be zeroing in at the stumps, you'd imagine, to Emad. He doesn't. It's an interesting one for height. Does look really full. Where does it pass? Is it waist or above? Maybe just under. Just under. I was surprised by it. I can understand why. But yeah, I think it's a good call. If it was called, I don't think I would have had a problem with it either. I think it was fractionally below the waist. Oh dear. It's going to run away for, yeah, it does run away for 4, but this is a similar ball. And it might have even been the same ball. But he sneaks across a bit more. Again, we'll check out the height. Oh. Yeah, got to say, testing my patience on the second one. For me, I think that's waist height. But they might get away with it. No, it's been called. Yeah, I think that's a good call from the off-field official. That one, I think, is hitting him in the belt buckle, which is kind of the rule. If it's waist height or above. So free hit coming up. So the umpires, I've had a few tricky ones this morning, but I think they've been pretty spot on with their calls. You know, some of these are judgment calls, but I wouldn't say they've made any that I really disagree with so far today. Back at St Vinder, who does his own fielding. So Gina, assuming they lose this, then I think they head into a must-win clash with Milan United in the second game of the day. That'll be their 10th and final. I just don't see teams that are 5-5 getting through at the moment. Gina, assuming they lose this, they'll be 5-4. Milan United, okay, they're ranked quite low, but they've got their own ambitions to get to 6 wins. Won a couple of tight ones yesterday. This is hit down to, I think, backward square for one. Dulu, just not quite himself at the moment. But I suppose getting away with it, with Imad scoring pretty freely at the other end. Goes after this. Might have found the fielder though. Comes around and spills it. Oh, that's a frustrating one. Mirza Farhan out there. Got 2 hands to it. Got the right place and just bounced off the palms in the end. Inside out, targeting that short boundary. You see it here. Didn't quite get their hands together, did he, in the end? So frustration. Virginia pressure at least. Edged and gone. So Dulu, his innings comes to an end and yeah, just couldn't get a lot happening. Tries to run that off the face, but it's just an edge that he gets through to the keeper. Pretty good catch because it does go late. You see here, big deflection. Keeper reacted well. Here's Umair. Takes the catch. Yeah, but Dulu, just a bit off in that innings. It'll happen. You know that. It's a frustrating game batting sometimes as we get to the end of the over. 39 for 1 after 5. Something that we got late last week actually were the ECC groups. So if you're just joining us, maybe after a bit of a break over the last few days, you can see that there are 6 groups of 5 and the 31st team, the Netherlands defending champions, will play in Championship Week along with the 6 other group winners. So Italy have been drawn in Group C, which is a very interesting group with Denmark, Sweden, as well as a team yet to be named, and Estonia. So yeah, tough group. Jaspinder coming on to bowl for the first time. Bowling over number 6, goes straight to the slow ball. And does it work? Not so sure. It's a really good shot from Imad. You wouldn't necessarily expect the slow ball first up. He takes on the fielder and wins. It's that over the top spinning, back of the hand slow ball. But he gets just enough. Maximo! 6 runs. Bresh CC look like they're running away with this. 21 to win now. It's a brilliant shot, even to go after that. Could have quite easily taken a more conservative route, but didn't. Bit of a running shoelace job. Maybe gives us another chance to have a look at the teams we'll see this weekend. France, Group A, which is a super interesting one, including Spain, Isle of Man, Czech Republic and Greece. And the other team we'll see this weekend, Romania, in Group E, which is a pretty tough one. But I will say the England 11 be big favourites in there, but the other 4 are kind of pretty closely matched, I think. Up and out of here, Maximo. Imad just had his shoelace tied. I mean, might have been tempted to tie it together. This is the pace on delivery, but it wasn't that rapid from Jaspinder. He disappears for another 6. Precious EC have just found the boundary more often in short. And I suppose they've avoided losing wickets in clumps as well. 50's up as well for Brescia. CC now an audacious reverse attempted. Yeah, takes this on straight away. You know, it's an interesting one. Whether that's a wide or not, I suppose when he switches round, does change things a bit. All right, well here it's in the air and it's a catching opportunity. Won't be an easy one, but it is taken and nicely taken down there. I think that's Asad Tanvir that takes the catch. It went very high. We've seen some pressure catches taken on that side of the field. I remember yesterday, Adil Ahmed had a chance to win the game over on the deep leg side fence against Fresh Tropical, and he took it. That was another good catch taken. Asad Tanvir is the man that's able to hold on. Jaspinder does go for a couple of bombs, but does come up with the wicket. And that's the second one to fall. Emad goes for a very good looking 38 off 22. Nice innings from him. So it's just a bit of an up and under job. Bit of a top edge, I suppose. Safe hands of Asad Tanvir doing the rest. 51 for 2. Well, this is a ball that would have been LBW. Instead it's caught. So how about that? It's a no-nonsense approach from the new batter. Check it out here on the replay. It's Chowdhury that's come out and just horned that one away. I was almost going out for LBW. If he missed that, he was stone dead, but he was dead anyway. And credit to Jaspinder. Comes back well, doesn't he? Hasn't been an easy time for him. Yep. There you go. And Asad Tanvir, 2 balls, 2 catches. Jaspinder. Could this be a consolation hat trick? Nope. Blasted through the cover for a single. As Midasa gets off the mark. As we're at the end of 6 overs, 52 for 3. This is what's coming up next. So, Brescia, they go down here. Looks like they will. Feel like this is a must-win against Milan United. But Milan United, they are in a similar spot, although they have more matches to play, where they can't afford to lose another match. So I think that is a match to keep your tournament alive for both teams. Match 47 coming up in round about 35 minutes or so right here on the European Cricket Network. Milan United winning the toss and electing to bowl. I think partly that's because they continued to pull off good chases. They had 2 tight chases yesterday, but they got there. I suppose Brescia batted first this morning and didn't really set the world on fire. So that's coming up. Join us for the second of 5 matches today. They're all important. Here's Rookie Ahmed coming on. Really reliable for Brescia. He's an unselfish captain as well. He'll give opportunities to other guys. And I think writing's on the wall here at the moment. The rookie, most of the time, is right on target. This is no exception. I'll scramble through for 1. Yeah, what do you think about the next game? Milan United certainly have a little bit of momentum going, I think, off the back of those good performances yesterday. Winning the tight ones, holding their nerve under pressure. Baba Hussain comes out and he certainly is a powerful striker of the ball as well. He's a guy, say, make 100 at the ECL, the Champions League European Cricket. Played back fairly safely. Yeah, a little bit of sting out of this game now. It feels a matter of time until we get the winning runs hit. We can do it in 2 blows now. It's pretty well bowled though. And credit to rookies putting in a good over here. Last ball, the 7th coming up. So yeah, I suppose if you could have 3 more overs like this, it could be tight. It's just hard to see it happening. 2 genuine bats there. Pretty confident looking shot here. Tests the fielder, but he does well. Hustle through for 2. Pretty close, you know. My instinct is he's just home, but I'm a long way away from the action. It's a pretty good throw. Probably had to be a little bit lower for the keeper to be able to break the stumps in time. Happy to be corrected though. See. You see here, because the keeper had to go up. That shows he's just in. Pretty good work from the keeper, improvising with the 1 glove, but it will be 2 to finish the over. And they creep a little bit closer, 56 for 3 after 7. 10 runs required for the last 18, so what I will say is, even for Brescia, if they are to win their last game, it could come down to net run rate as to whether they qualify for the semis or not. So, you know, I think even in a game like this, you need to try and stretch it as long as possible. In Brescia CC, with this, they'll have a 5th win, but again, they haven't quite got the 6th or the 7th win that would kind of guarantee them a spot in the top 4. Highly competitive, isn't it? This format. 11 doesn't go into 4. Yeah, Kai was talking about the net run rate of Brescia CC. But yeah, again, certainly being made to work for it. Hasanali, pretty good bowler to be able to bring back as well here in over number 8. Knocked away for 1 first up. So yeah, just with the Gibraltar T20 International starting tomorrow, I was going to say, it's actually pretty cool because it goes into the night. So the first game is 2:45 local time, which is 6:15 in India. It's not a good ball, and this is going to disappear for 6. Maximo! Hassan just gets it wrong, doesn't he? Not a good first though. With this angle, you don't want to get too straight. And just all hands from the batter. Whereas Madassa puts it away. He's just grown in stature throughout this tournament in a green shirt. Just 3 to win now. Losing his run. Have to bowl that one again. So, I mean, it still is a very healthy win. They would bring it up with kind of, yeah, around about 2.5 overs to spare. It's kind of the equivalent of winning by about 25 runs normally. Oh, they have just snuck inside the wide line. Yeah, just. Hasanali, again, really like his attitude. Really happy to see him in a blue shirt for Italy. Just knocked away to deep point. That makes it 2 to win. And I really hope he's given a few more opportunities as well. Oh, he's not listed in the squad this weekend, but I think he's got a bright future. Again, we'll see national selectors probably picking a few different names, just giving an opportunity at the level in ECN cricket. It's pretty well bowled, but it'll tie the score. Baba Hussain is able to move to 3. Hands over to Riaz Madassa to finish off. Probably fitting if Riaz gets the opportunity to hit the winning run here. Well, the winning runs bowled really well. They didn't take a wicket. Very tight. Took a one-handed catch. Took a two-handed catch. Now we'll win the game for Brescia CC. So I'll do it with 2 overs to spare in the end. Final score, Brescia CC 66 off 8 overs, defeating Gina Brescia 65. A win built off a strong first half from Brescia CC, former ECL representatives of Italy, where they were able to strangle Gina Brescia. And although they kind of plodded to the victory target in the end, they do it fairly comfortably. Here's what's coming up in around about half an hour's time. We'll get the first ball. Ginebrescia feels like a must-win now for them against Milan United. And you say on paper, Ginebrescia deserve to be strong favourites, but Milan United have been improving all the way through, and they certainly have got up a bit of a head of steam. Ginebrescia will have to put more runs on the board, you'd imagine, as well. Batting first, as they've been sent in match 47, which is about half an hour away. We'll rejoin you in about 25 minutes' time to take you into that one. Let's go to the highlights. And it was these boundaries that made all the difference. Imad Khan opening up, and I'm happy to see him back at the top of the order. And he was up there for the very start of the ECL last year, but often we do see him in the middle overs as he targeted the short boundary. This one got away from everyone, ended up being 4 as well. So I suppose this was the difference for me. Although they were held at bay at times, they did come up with the boundaries that got them ahead of the rate. Dulu didn't quite have a great time out there. Then Ledge, well held by Mirazume behind the stumps. Jaspinder got nailed out of the ground a couple of times. Firstly with a slower ball, and with a slightly quicker one. But he did also get his revenge, didn't he? As he finally had Imad Khan caught in the deep by Asad Tanvir for 38. Then very next ball, Chowdhury would go the same way. So he was on a hat-trick at that stage. He wouldn't take it. And ultimately, he knew it was a matter of time. This was tight, just in. And 66, not really challenging Brescia CC in the end, although Brescia did push them to take 8 overs to score the run. So that was something, I suppose. And that was the one that did it. 12 balls to spare in the Brescia derby. First of 2 Brescia derbies today, of course, because we'll see Brescia CC and Jandrel Brescia going later on in the game, later on in the day. But in this one, Brescia CC take the points. 38 for Imad Khan. Nice contribution for him at the top of the order. 12 on that for Riaz Madassa. Finished things off. Dulu, a little bit out of sorts. 7 off 13 for him, but they could afford to carry him in this run chase. And they knock off with 2 overs to spare. As far as the bowling went, well, it was always tough with that kind of a target. But some good performance in there. I think that Hassan Ali, none for 14. Probably just a couple of balls getting away from him. Wickets for Jaspinder, who took 2 for 13. Good comeback after going for a couple of 6s. Sukhvinder with 1 for 14. Rukhsar Ahmed, pretty good over from him as well. Maybe they could have afforded to bring him on a little bit earlier, as he went for 4 in his only over. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes, and we'll head into match 47. Feels like a must-win for both teams. It'll be Milan United fielding first, sending in Ginebrescia. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break for more action right here from Milan. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and it is time for the second match of the day. It's match number 47. Two teams that can't really afford to lose this one. Due to pressure, we saw them go down in the first match of the day. Milan United had a pretty dismal start to this tournament, but both these two teams are going head-to-head in match 47. Let's see what happened a little bit earlier at the coin toss. So the news from the toss is that Milan United won the toss and elected to bowl. No real surprises there. I think that they have been pretty good chasing, haven't they, Milan United? And so they will get that opportunity. And Ginebrescia weren't exactly great, were they? Batting first in the first game of the day. Looking at the two teams, where you've got Asad Tanvir listed at the top of the order. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Shabazz Masood hit the ball pretty well, but got out at a key moment. Just had no real fluency in their innings. Milan United first, we'll see them today. Watch out for Gunamaduagi Sanjeeva, who I think will open the batting. He's listed there at 5. But Milan United not a bad team at all. They've won their last 2 games. They only won 1 of their first 5. But yeah, I do think that they'll be pretty competitive. Ginebrescia, though, 11-run favourites according to the supercomputer here in match number 47. So Ginebrescia, that doesn't include their last result, their record. So they're actually 5-4. So you've got 2 teams that have lost 4 games, and I don't think you can afford to lose a 5th if you want to qualify for the semi-finals, top 4 of 7. And speaking of Sanjeeva, he's going to open up for Milan United. Ginebrescia using their 3rd strip of the series. I think that's a record for most uniforms. Again, it won't mean too much. If they go down to this one, they'll struggle to make the semi-finals. So, wherever you're watching around the world, great to have your company. Shake, rattle, and roll. And here's Asad Tanvir opening up, and he's opening up with Mirza Umair. Ginebrescia, really good team, building and building and building over the last few years here in Italy. Mirza, pretty good player, will also do the keeping for Ginebrescia. I mean, they're shuffling the deck a little bit. Just spend a bit of time listening to Corey, who's watching a match, who's commentating a match in the Netherlands today. This is a good ball outside the off stump. Sanjeeva, he's competed, hasn't he, for Milan United in this series. So, those of you that are watching, I might even drop the link in the chat, and you can listen to Corey if you want to dual screen it. Big Sports European Cricket here. This is up and over the top. Will pull up just in time. Now we'll come back for 2. Yeah, but I certainly think Milan United full of confidence. They've got a bit of momentum going for them at the moment, don't they? But a pretty tough task ahead of them. Ginebrescia, especially after that loss to start the day. Not ideal at all. Tries to pull this. It wasn't really pullable, was it? Dot ball. I suppose the issue with Milan United, can they find 5 bowlers that can all keep it quiet? Sanjeeva was obviously very, very capable, but they've got a few high risk, high return kind of bowlers like Guy and Silver, the spinner. This one's a little bit short. It takes on the pull again. Don't know if this runs all the way to the boundary. Pulls up just in time. The result's another 2. We are seeing a few 2s. That's pretty much because a lot of balls aren't running all the way to the rope. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Danny's off today. Hopefully he's enjoying the sights of Milan. I went and had a really nice local pizza last night, but it was pretty filling. On the side, it may have come off the bat, you know. It's Lundy over, but it looked to be wide of the body. Maybe, maybe not. Might have just flicked the pad. Hard to tell. Anyway, it is the end of the first over. The score is 5 without loss, so not a bad over from Sanjeeva at all. Let's have a look at some of the top performers. Sanjeeva leading the run scoring and the wicket taking now for Milan United. That was on it. On the back of his really good efforts. Back-to-back 40s, seeing them to the victory targets yesterday. Their 2 matches. Brescia, though, and Masood. This is up to match 45. So it doesn't include the first match this morning, but you can see Wazim Ahmed has been a pretty important bowler for Jinnah as well. Time for over number 2. Just outside the line, I think. Although, almost creates a run out. Yeah, good call from the umpire. Ishanjai Cody with over number 2. Takes it on and absolutely smacks this. Tanvir is a power hitter, and that is power maximo. The first one of the second match of the day, and that was absolutely tattooed straight down the ground. He likes that kind of half pull, half drive, kind of like a flat bat shot, isn't it, from Tanvir, and it goes the distance. Hello to Josim, who is joining us, and hello to Mosharaf. Just catching up on the chat. I was busy working on a few things for the Gibraltar T20 International starting tomorrow. Watching a 50-over game in the break, though. A little bit slower, fair to say. But some very good players playing there in the Netherlands. Just put the link in there with Corey doing that at the moment. Mike's in the chat asking, are there any Welsh teams that play ECS? Well, I suppose Wales does come under the England and Wales Cricket Board, or the ECB for sure. There's some discussion about potentially having a Welsh team in the Euros that is separate from the English team at the moment. They kind of come under the one banner. And I think that'd be a really good move, because I know there's a lot of good grassroots cricket that takes place in Wales. There's various competitions. I've looked into it before. As far as having an ECS in the UK, one of the issues we ran into, it's related to Brexit and the logistics of getting people and equipment from the Schengen area into the UK. Well, this is a chance, or is it? It's been called, but it's a tough one. What a catch! They've taken some spectacular catches in this series, and it's that man, Kaduma Duwagi Sanjeeva, that takes it. He called it. Normally this is the outfielder's ball coming in, but Sanjeeva are just so red hot, and he says, it was near me, I'm taking it. He goes with the flight. You can see Roshan Silva's coming in, but Sanjeeva takes it flying away to his right. Well, sometimes it's good to be selfish when you're that good. And he takes it, sticks the landing. What a piece of fielding from a real playmaker from Milan United. And that's a big wicket as well, because as you can see from Tanvir's briefings, he's a guy that can hurt you real quick. But he's the first man to go. Jack Cody with the wicket. The score is 12 for 1. Yeah, I mean, as far as flying catches, Milan United, they've locked up that market, haven't they? Hello to Tim Reedman as well. Hello to Bajendra Yadav and everybody else. Hopefully you're well. Trying to keep up to date. bit of multitasking today, if I'm completely honest. Joe Cody to Masood, who comes out at 3, and he escorts the first one over the fence for 6. Maximo! Well, Hanover had a bit of everything, didn't it? Big hits, spectacular catches. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 18 for 1. And this is a spectacular looking table as well, because a lot of teams on 5 wins. It's the race to 6. I think that 6 can get you a spot in the final 4, but you need to have a good net run rate. I think 7 guarantees you a spot in the top 4. Kings 11 and Brescia CC could still potentially get 7 wins. Jandra Brescia potentially could get to 6. This is their last game in the round robin stage. Well, there's another impressive hit. It's gone all the way. Maximo! Here's a mare. Decides not to wait against Sanjeeva. Again, it's kind of full, but not quite a Yorker, isn't it? And that's good power play batting. Takes on the mid-on and wins. Takes on the rope and wins as well. 6 runs. Yeah, so looking at that table, there will be a team, or at least one team on 6 wins that will make the 4. And then it does come down to net run rate. Oh, in the air, straight through the hands of the fielder. Oh, that might have hurt him as well. Might have just flicked the fingers. Oh, that looks like a nasty one. It went so quickly, but I think it might have been Guy and Silver there at point, and this might have just, flicked the end of the finger, and that can do you some damage. Yeah, let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, yeah, and he landed pretty hard. I think there might be a slight break here. Okay, good to have the specialist on hand to have a look, but yeah, that was a nasty one. Don't know if it's the ball flicking the finger, maybe dislocating a knuckle or something like that, or if it's actually on the impact. I mean, the impact wasn't great for Guyan, but they want him to bowl as well. That's the thing. So yeah, some concerns there for him. This is what's coming up tomorrow, just while we have a moment. So yeah, as far as the timings in Gibraltar, we have typically two T20s in a day, although I think day 3 has 3. And so it's a little bit later in the day. The first match, Portugal-Malta, will be at 12:45 GMT, which is 2:45 in Central Europe. It's 6:15 in India. Yeah, but then the second match, a little bit later. So it'll go into the night time. It starts at 7:15 Central European time, which is 10:45 p.m. in India. So that will be the schedule. Portugal-Malta first up, then Gibraltar up the home side against Portugal on day 1. So 4 days of play there. Just the way that he's touching his ribs there, I think that's less to do with the fingers and more to do with the fact that he's winded himself, Guy and Silver, when he hits the ground. But good to see him up on his feet. And hopefully if it is just a matter of getting winded, he can kind of shake it off, and we'll still see him with the ball a bit later in this innings. But yeah, speaking of Wales, got to say, it's only fairly recently, in the last month or so, I finally was able to watch Welcome to Wrexham, the famous documentary at the moment, which details the purchase of the Wrexham Association Football Club in North Wales by Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney of the USA, movie star fame and TV star fame. And I've been tracking that, so I've got to say I know a bit more Welsh than I did before. It was very entertaining, and obviously Wrexham getting promotion recently back into the Football League after about a 15-year absence. So to all of our Welsh viewers out there, a very big hello. good ball from Sanjeeva. And that one really took off. Occasionally it will on this pitch. Yeah, but the Welcome to Wrexham documentary, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, Maya saying Home Nations ECS might be cool. Things from England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, Jersey, Guernsey, Gibraltar, Isle of Man. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. The issue with Brexit is throwing everyone. Well, that's pounded. Masood goes large. And I don't think that'll endanger the three Bears because that's over the top. Maximo uses the pace of Sanjeeva against him. He's in perfect position. Got to have a good eye to play that shot. Shabazz certainly does. 6 runs and Gina Brescia could have used a few more out of Masood last time. He was almost stumped and then he got bowled next ball to Kalab Sajjad. So again, they might be eyeing off spin as an opportunity to unsettle him a little bit. Yeah, he just ate up the pace of Sanjeeva there, didn't he? Yeah, so Mike Seal saying Series 2 is going to be good. Welcome to Wrexham. Agree. I'd actually love to go see a game. I'm sure I'm not the only one. And I don't think it's a problem. We've got a few supporters that have converted because of the hype. It's just nice to see, I suppose, owners with a bit of money that genuinely care. I'm not going to say I know how uber rich people feel because I'm not in that society, but I don't think you necessarily lose your humanity. Everyone's got challenges they've got to deal with in life, whether they've got a lot of money or hardly any. Don't know quite what the hold up is here. Maybe they want to measure the 6. Let's have a look. But certainly kind of just messes with the momentum of the game a little bit. But yeah, who do we like in the 3-weight T20 International Series, Portugal, Malta and Gibraltar? For me, the way Portugal are tracking lately, I probably have them as favourites. Again, it's just a round robin format where each team will play 6 matches. So they'll play 3 against each of their opponents. And Masood tries to smack that one out of the ground as well, misses out. Yeah, Rob Thompson's popped into the Netherlands chat as well. It's okay, you know. And so Sanjeeva, a mixed bag, to say the least, will be the end of his over. So he goes for 12 in the end. It doesn't sound right, but it will be the end of the over. And I think the score is 25 for 1. Yeah, well, I know he went for 2 big 6s, so I'm not convinced he went for 12. Maybe that's what they're trying to sort out now. But anyway, we'll head into the middle overs. Yeah, because there were 5 off the first over. And if there were 2 big 6s in that over, then yeah, it's not my job, I suppose, out the score. And we'll get sorted out in the wash. Yeah, Mike Seal saying the faster the bowling comes, the faster it goes. He loved facing fast bowling. Yeah, to an extent, I suppose. It depends on the conditions, the integrity of the wicket, things like that. Mike is saying, measure the 6. It's big. It was pretty big. I'll give you that one. It was over the trees. Russian Silva coming on to bowl over number 4. Oh, he might have hit this. Oh, he's gone. And again, you can see he's going to keep running off. I think this is to do with the fact that Mayor doesn't want to stick around and do something he regrets. I've got to admit, I picked up a double noise. Yeah, he's nicked that. Again, if you don't hear it, you don't hear it. And you can see he's saying, all right, I'm not going to stick around and plead my case, but I certainly saw a little bit of a deflection here. Yeah. Apart from that, it was dead. So I suppose he can blame himself for not getting more of the bat on it, but yeah, maybe they're cutting a few trees down. It's not easy to hear at the moment, but I suppose if he didn't nick it, it was going to go on a smack middle stump out of the ground. And Mirza, I like his tactic. Instead of sticking around, he just runs off before he gets too mad about it. Anyway, that's the way it goes. If you hear it, you hear it. If you don't, you don't. And the second wicket falls, it's 31 for 2. Got to say, umpires, they do a brilliant job. I said to the umpires at the start of the day, you'll make more correct decisions than any umpire on planet Earth today because you're just having to make so many decisions. Rizwan, the new batter. Just works the ball off stump away, gets off the mark. As I've just seen updated that Sanjeeva does finish with 18. Anyway, oh, it's caught. And Sanjeeva's caught really well. He gets the second bite of the cherry there. And he will take the catch. Again, it was pretty powerfully struck, wasn't it? Masood, he's been good. You don't want to drop him. Sanjeeva does drop him, but he gets the second opportunity. And so 2 wickets and 3 balls for Roshan Silva. Ball that probably was going for 6 if the fielder wasn't there. And so it's going to be a third wicket, 32 for 3. Life doesn't always give you second chances. And Sanjeeva just looks around, just makes sure that the rope's not creeping on him. A bit of a glance back here, bit sheepish. But does take the catch. Remember, both these teams need to win this to stay in the hunt for the semi-finals. So yeah, a lot of pressure on both of them. Roshan Silva has gone wicket, 1 wicket. Yeah, before the catch was taken, I was just going to say Sanjeeva's figures had been updated, none for 18 off his 2 overs. So they've sorted that out now. Yeah, but Roshan, dream start for him. Wasim Ahmed comes out to bat. And he couldn't really get going in the first game of the day, Wasim. This one's right on target, fielded by the boot of Roshan Silva. And Wasim had a funny little time there, didn't he? He was out there for a while, but couldn't hit a boundary in 9 deliveries. Ended up getting caught late in the piece for 7. He wasn't the only one, though, for Ginebresha, who ended up making 65. Bowled out off the last ball of the 10. Sneaks inside. So certainly a good channel if you can be consistent there, but you can't hit the wide line. Another ball on the offside channel. Wasim Ahmed a bit shitty to get a boundary away here. So, end of the 4th over, 32 for 3. So, yeah, run rate's okay. Milan United, I suppose, aside from Sanjeeva yesterday, not a lot of contributors for them with the bat. They are capable. No, Taridu Hashan yesterday, but he's back, so that certainly improves their batting a bit as well. JSA can whack a few around as well. But I feel that Ginebresha with their bowling, they'd feel, even if they can get the kind of 80 plus, they'll be confident that that might be enough. It's going to be going Silva's recovered from his blow. Just winded himself, I think. He's going to bowl some of his left arm spin here in over number 5. Pretty on target first up. I think Man United super happy to see the back off Shabazz Masood for just 12. But a lot of batting still to come for Ginebrescia. Bit of hesitation. Oh, an interesting attempt from Trishan Silva. I think he might have tried to Harlem Globetrotters it behind the back to his teammate to finish off the run out. Through this one, takes the glove off. Yeah, well, didn't get the ball any closer to the wickets, put it that way. I like the innovation. Ryan Silva really not afraid to take the pace off. And just hoping that the batter makes a mistake, trying to generate the pace, trying to hit the ball out of the ground and maybe presenting a catch. Yeah, called. Might be quick enough to go to the boundary, so it'll be 2 wides. I suppose the issue here, does he move across and when? He can move once the ball's bowled. Yeah, that's fine, because I think it only takes a step across once the ball leaves the hand, so then the line stays where the line is, and at any rate, it missed the line by a lot. Good umpiring. Quite sure what's going on here. I think he may have some tape on his hand, but it's on the non-bowling hand. So the umpire just wanted to have a look at it. And he said, yeah, that's fine. If you're bowling left-handed, doesn't really present an issue. He banged up a bit, hasn't he, Guyon? This one will be a wide as well. So you can see he's really not wanting to get too close to the batter at the moment. Muhammad Rizwan. It's wide as well, I think, or is it? And again, as does he move early, has gone straight over the tram line. I think that's wide because he doesn't actually go outside the off stump. Anyway, you win some, you lose some. I think actually it got called. I think I might have just missed the signal. Anyway, Guyan is going to have to bring it back a little bit. Does. Probably just hanging down the leg side, but here's the thing. You feel like you got nothing to work with. We knew the change of pace would present, I suppose, a new challenge for the batters. You feel like they've got the concrete boots on at the moment, Ginebrescia. That's the quicker one. I'd say it's lightning, but certainly had a bit more on it from Guy and Silva. That's Stephen Jayasekara out there. Probably see him with the ball a little bit later on. He's a good all-rounder from Milan United. Last ball of the first half. He's after it again. Kind of overswing and just barely leaves the infield. Takes us to the end of 5. 41 for 3 after 5 overs. And so it's interesting. Danny and I, we kind of thought that scores would get bigger the longer the tournament went, but it's been pretty stable, hasn't it? Around the 9 to 9.5 mark. Occasionally 9.6. Yesterday was a bit of an outlier, 7.7. So that's a long way behind the previous low-scoring day, which was day 4. It was 8.5. So you're 9.1, the average. But if you want to go with the current trend, you know, something like 85 or so, if you're Ginebrescia, I think they're feeling pretty confident about defending that. Milan United had a couple of low-scoring thrillers yesterday where they just got home with a handful of balls to spare. 1 or 2 or 3 balls to spare. Jayasekara, just mentioned him. He's coming in to bowl over number 6. So they're back to some medium pace. I feel like you just need one guy to come and have a heater if you're Ginebrescia here. Come out, hit a 6 early in his innings, start bossing it. Maybe you can get that kind of 10 and over that would get you to 91, which statistically is a pass score. I'd be very, very happy with that if they could get there. So that's Wasim Ahmed. Still hasn't hit a boundary today. Has a go at this one, but it certainly is well wide. You can certainly see Milan United have that tactic to try and get the batter reaching away from his body. Just occasionally they'll overdo it and they lose the ball to the tram line. Well, he's called wide as well. Again, that's closer. I can understand what the umpire thinks there. Is it hitting any of that blue line? And I think it is. About half the ball on the blue line when it passed the popping crease. Good umpiring. Again, a lot of decisions to make. And they get the overwhelming majority right. Right, steps down, trying to break up the length, and he does. Going, gone. Maximo. Joe Sakura didn't really adjust. But have a look at the batter here. Take a very clear movement forward, about a metre or so. And then smashes it out of the ground. So I think Wazim will be feeling a lot better after that. He just got closer to the ball and it turned into a length he could pick up on the drive and get it away for 6. And in low scoring conditions, those 6s make even more of an impact on the score. Now a ball is cut away. He goes back and he's going to get 4 more. So Wazim Ahmed, after that boundary drought, he breaks it with a 6 and now a 4. And yeah, you know how he jumped forward last time? Let's see what his tactic is this time. He kind of goes back, if anything. And so Joe Sakura kind of makes the adjustment for length. But after going forward, quite often you're keen to go the other way because you think the bowler will make an adjustment and you can be ready for it. Good batting. 50's up for Ginebrescia now in the 6th over. That's a pretty good comeback though. If you look at where bowlers have had success, typically it is when they've gone full. So if in doubt, I think full is the way to go. You don't necessarily have to get it right up as a Yorker on this pitch compared to some other pitches around Europe, because it does stay a bit low at times. That's a good one. That is a good Yorker. So good comeback. Good little battle here between Joe Sakura and Wazim Ahmed as well. Regardless of how this goes from here, the question will be, can Milan United get the runs? Their batting hasn't necessarily been very reliable in this series. He's on the walk again here, Wazim. And doesn't quite get something. He can drive as easily this time. Just knocks it back over the bowler for 1. Cricket is an aggregation of one-on-one contests. And that was a really interesting battle between the bowler, Joe Sakura, and the batter, Wazim Ahmed. Gotta say, 2 magnificent kits on display as well. Loving the bold blue of Milan United with the splash of red, and the black and gold number from Ginebrescia today. Far forward, I think, creating some doubt in the umpire's mind. Maybe a bit high and a bit leg side, but anyway, it's the end of the 6th over. The score is 55 for 3, so not a bad over at all for Ginebrescia. You get 13 plus that leg by. Heading into the last 4 overs, I want to say hello to everyone who's watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. Hello to everyone watching on our YouTube channel as well. ECN, European Cricket Network. You know, we've had a fair few new viewers all the time coming in and sampling European cricket and what it's got to offer. It certainly is different. It's outside the kind of regular cricket universe in a way, isn't it? It's bringing cricket to strange new places, to new audiences as well. Showcasing all the best bits, I think, in a neat package. Kyle Silva should be interesting as well. Second over for him coming up. He's been pretty accurate. Good running though. I mean, you want to be getting at least 1 off every ball. That's the thing. You don't want to be bogged down. At least a run a ball from here will get you 79, and then obviously you're hoping for maybe a boundary and over that can take you up to maybe early 90s. This is not a good delivery. Of course, occasionally you'll get some handed to you. That's the first one that Giants really lost down the leg side. This one. Get going. He's able to get 1 here. So yeah, we need 2 teams, like I said. They have lost 4 matches each. Milan United had a horrendous start to the series, really, but they had matches in hand. And they have matches in hand on other teams in the competition. That's why they can still do it. Takes this one off the stumps, but he can't beat the fielder. So once again, another single. Quite the turnaround if Milan United could play their way into the finals. Straight semi-final shootout coming just in 2 days' time. This one falls foul of the umpire. It was an easy decision to make, I think. And Milan United, they play this game here in 47, and then I don't see them till tomorrow late in the day. In fact, they play the last 2 matches in the group stage. They'll play Cricket Stars in match 54. They'll play Albano in match 55. So this is the only time we'll see Milan United today. And they'll still have their finals hopes alive if they can win this game. Ginebrescia, I think if they lose this, their hopes are dashed. This is their last game now. They seem to be angling down the leg side. Not really coming back enough. Good decision by the umpire once again. Guyan, you can see he's still in some discomfort. Remember, he fell awkwardly earlier. He's just got 1 ball to bowl here. I mean, at least he's not a fast bowler having to run in and put his body under that kind of stress. But you can see he's kind of struggling to get his breath back even now. Maybe overexerting himself on the appeal. Anyway, last ball of the 7th coming up. Looked away for 1, so that guy does a pretty good job, if you ask me. Goes for 57. Not 57, that'd be worse. Goes for 17 of his 2 overs, and the score is 63 for 3 after 7. Coming up on the European Cricket Network, we have cricket all through the year. We're going to go deep into December once again. Cricket in all 12 calendar months in 2023. These are the next stops, including Austria and Bulgaria. 2 weeks each coming up. Rico will be in Austria with me, and I'll step aside to allow Charlie and Rico to take you to Bulgaria for those 2 weeks. Of course, ECN Gibraltar T20 Internationals starting tomorrow. That'll be a 4-day series. 2 matches a day with 3 matches on Saturday from Gibraltar. So it's going to be a lot of cricket coming up. And don't forget, you're going to have basically 2 international series at once, because we'll have the T20 Internationals on the weekend and the T10 Internationals from right here in Italy. Tri-series involving Italy, France and Romania. Anyway, I think that Guyan, he's just getting a bit of attention from his teammates. Meanwhile, Wasim Ahmed's getting a drink. I seem okay for time at the moment. I suppose having a bowler like Guyan getting through his overs pretty quickly helps you with that. 19 degrees currently, heading for a maximum temperature of 22. Mostly sunny at the moment. Hello to Neville, nice to see you in the chat as always. I've got to say, as far as weather's gone, I don't think I can remember better weather, pound for pound, than we've had here in Milan. It's been really, really nice. Now we've had a couple of moments, had 1 thunderstorm, I think, in the early stages of the tournament that rolled through, but pretty as a picture at the moment. Roshan Silva, remember he took 2 for 1. Haven't seen him since. There he is. And he's not going to get a wicket here. But Guyan finds himself in the action again. Well, he almost takes his partner's head off here. Looks like Hashan down there. Guyan Silva, they put him down there for a rest, but he doesn't get a rest. And then they pretty much fight over the ball. Hashan with the strip. Credit him with the steal there. He grabs it off Guyan, saying, hey, I want that. Anyway, they do scramble back for a couple. I'm a bit concerned with the time, although I feel like it was the batter that took the drink at the end of the 7th over, so should probably get a bit of an allowance for that. They'll make the necessary adjustments. But it just seems the game's dawdled a little bit in the last few minutes. very strict on the time here in ECS cricket. That's well bowled. Tries to create a run out, but can't. Roshan Silva. Hello to Nick as well. I like this comment. They're saying, show respect for your fellow human beings. That is very, very true, Nick. It goes for everyone, really. A lot of work goes into producing European Cricket Network and all the entertainment that it provides. Here's one, drives back past Roshan Silva. No singles are okay at this stage. Hovering around that 9 and over. More or less a par rate for Ginebrescia. I'd say they've got an above par attack though. Look at some of their options they've got. They've got Jaspinder, Bosler slower balls. You've got Wasim Ahmed, Sukhvinder Singh and Hassan Ali. So a twin pair of left arms. You've got Rookie Ahmed, who's a very experienced campaigner as well. Some good bowling options. Milan United will have to counter. Wasim goes on the walk a little bit. Misses out in the cup. An extra bounce doing him. It's a really weird dynamic last couple of days with it. The bowlers have been ruling the roost here. I mean, I know it's not an easy field to hit boundaries on, particularly fours. And so the bowlers have been grabbing the momentum and keeping it, and then it's forcing shots like that. And Wasim tries to take this from outside the off stump and go leg side. And that's what happens when you're not picking up boundaries as easily. So it has a kind of compounding effect, doesn't it? Wasim's played with the crease a bit. Sometimes he's been jumping forward, sometimes kind of hanging back. I suppose maybe the time comes, you just stand still and try and play what's given to you. Don't try and get too proactive. I feel like he's going to run forward here. No, takes my advice, but he might have picked out Sanjeeva, and he has. So it was a frustrating day with the bat for him, although he does contribute 18 at a run of ball here. Moves the ball forward a little bit. Yeah, so he just stands still. And again, not easy to take on these outfielders and win. And Sanjeeva does the rest. It's a wicket for Roshan Silva to finish the over. He finishes with 3 for 5. They're really good figures. 8 overs in, hits 67 for 4. And Tim saying he's really enjoyed the series here in Italy. Thoroughly enjoyed it so much. Good to hear, Tim. Yeah, it's a beautiful place, I'll tell you that much. Just kind of hovering around the 8s at the moment, heading for something in the 80s. You can see the difference one or two good overs can make. When Roshan Silva bowled the 4th, took 2 for 1. I'm quite amazed they didn't bring him back straight away. They brought him back in the 8th, and he takes 1 for 4 in that over. So 3 for 5. Very, very good figures. Nice to see this man back, 3D Hashad. Man, we affectionately called Rambo the other day for his hair. He actually hit a 4 off his head, and it still went to the boundary pretty quickly. That's the power of it. So now we can see what he can do with the ball. Over number 9 on the way. Short, kind of steepling bounce. Does Mohammad Rizwan. And he's having his own issues getting going. It's a hard place to be. I mean, batting looks a lot easier on TV than it really is on this surface and on this field. This one will be a wide. So yeah, it's a tough one as a batter to know how much you should kind of try and create something versus just receiving what the ball is and playing the right shot. And see, Wasim Ahmed was keen to try and disrupt the length. Hashan's been a little bit short a couple of times in a row. Oh, this is a slightly slower ball, I think. Bites back and almost knocks the off stump out of the ground. Have a look at what he does here. Yeah, I think it's a little ball that comes out the front of the fingers and just comes back a little bit off the wicket. A bit slower than his stop ball. This is hit real hard, but he's picked out the fielder. Again, this is frustrating, I think, for Rizwan, who's absolutely creamed this. Especially when you're struggling to get the ball away. When you hit the ball this hard and you only get 1, you find yourself at the non-strikers end wondering what happened. Hassan Ali gets another opportunity. Playing high-ish. This is a top edge hanging. It's a catching opportunity, and it's taken. They have caught pretty well. This time, Suresh Silva takes the catch. So it's going to be a first ball duck for Hassan Ali. He gets a bit of this, but not quite in the middle, so he'll be disappointed. And he can't improve his team's score. A nice team being given an opportunity, but Hassan, only 2 in the first match. Follows it up with the golden Derek here. There's Derek. Nicely taken, though, by Suresh Silva. And Heshan with a wicket. Rambo chips in. He's bowled a pretty good over. He's bowled 4 balls now. He's taken 1 for 2. So yeah, this was the issue for Ginebrescia earlier. Just struggled to hit boundaries. In fact, there's only been 1-4 in this whole innings so far. They have hit 4 maximos. This is Rizwan Uz-Zaman. Got the 2 Rizwans out there together. And this is turning out to be a really good over. Tawhidi Hashan. And he was excellent with the bat. In some key situations. Take 10 wickets in ECS last year, including 4 for 4 against Fresh Tropical. But he'd only bowled 1 over before this spell in 2023. He bowls a good one there, 1 for 3. As we get to the end of 9 overs, 70 for 5. So he'll only bowl a 1, but what an over it was. Looking at who you can bring back, and you've got the option now of Jaya Cody and Jaya Saker, I suppose. Yeah, but Hashan being asked to do a job. It's probably because they went wanting to bowl both Jaya Cody and Jaya Saker, so just using that 6 option. I bet they wish they could bowl them again, though. It will be the captain Ishan Jaya Cody to bowl over number 10. What a good holding job this has been from Milan United to keep Ginebrescia's score under control. 70 plus this, 6 balls to come in the first half of match 47. It's a big swing from Rizwan Uz-Zaman. Comes up with nothing but fresh air. And the difference, if you do clear the rope here once or twice, when you get up in the 80s, feels like a different game. I think this is a wide. Yeah, it's a good call, I think. Again, it's frustrating for the bowler, but this doesn't pass completely inside the blue line. It grabs a bit of the blue line. I think umpires have been much better on the wides today. By their intermission, they're a little bit inconsistent at times. Milan United, they had 2 chases yesterday, like we said. They chased down 68 and 88. 68 was in a 9-over game. This one's closer, but yeah, again, I think it's the right call. Let's have a look. Yeah, but it goes away at last moment. It's umpire's call. It did cut away. I mean, on review, that one might have just snuck inside, but you can see why the umpire had the doubt. Benefit goes to the batter on those ones. Bowl a bit straighter. It doesn't. I actually think this is probably more of a wide than any of them so far, but it's just because it's full. The umpire doesn't get a good look at it. Yeah. I suppose 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. A couple of 50-50 calls. One goes one way, one goes the other. As the next ball is dragged away. So the other thing is, we talk about the batter's position. Does he make a significant movement outside off stump? And the key word there being outside off stump and before the ball's released. So then those last couple you see toe pretty much in line with off stump. So you don't move the line unless it goes outside. Now, French cut. They might go 2 here because there's no one at the keeper's end. And think about it. Now there is. And we've got to run out on our hands. And, well, there we go. Sharing it round. It's going to be a 4-person run out. I've got to say, I didn't mind the thinking of Rizwan to come back because there was nobody home at the keeper's end. But I think it's Tanuka just sneaks in the back door, doesn't he? Now let's count the fielders involved here. You got Trishan Silva to Tanuka. Tanuka to Jaya Cody. Jaya Cody to Heshan. Goal! Good team play. 3 passes setting up the run out.
But yeah, the funny thing is, they only count the last 2 people to touch it. So the people that did the heavy lifting there, they get 0 credit at all. 74 for 6. 2 to come. And this is lifted away, and this will be a boundary. In fact, that'll go all the way. Maximo! Well, there was a Rizwan remaining, wasn't there? And yeah, Mohammed Rizwan was the survivor of the run out. Like I said, I didn't mind the theory of maybe going for 2 there, just in case someone didn't cover the stumps at the keeper's end. Didn't work out, but it works out fine the next ball. And that gets Gina Brescia to 80. Last call. The last ball, I should say. Goes for it. They're going to go for 2. I feel like they'll get away with it if they go straight away. Just Pinder will scramble home for a couple. So it's going to be 82 for 6. Serviceable score for Gina Brescia, but you feel that they're defending for their tournament. And really, Milan United chasing with their tournament. So, I mean, it may be match 47, might not sound that significant, but the 2 teams, I think, fighting for survival of their final chances. Let's go back to the highlights. Got to say that was absolutely smashed from Asad Tanvir early. But then he would create another one for the highlight reel. Sanjeeva diving away. It was way more difficult for him than Roshan Silva. But he makes the difficult look easy, doesn't he? Sanjeeva. And Shabazz came out and he's hit the ball well in this region. So he holds the pose. Maximo time. This was also a nice shot taken on the mid-on and winning. But Gina Brescia, yeah, they got some of these 6s. But again, the issue here, the 4s. Only 1 4 in the entire innings. So it was tough to do it on the ground. We saw a few dramas for the fielders at times. This one was given out. Felt like there was a little tickle on that. Umpire didn't pick it up. Again, that man is in the best spot to make the decision, I suppose. Sanjeeva had a much easier time this time, but he made it look hard as he knocked it up and flashes the pearly whites there, saying no problem. Took it in the end. Wasim did his best to keep things moving. Did hit a couple of boundaries, something he couldn't do before. And we saw basketball-style steal from Taridu Hashad. Guy put out the way pretty quickly. But yeah, Sanjeeva continued to catch well. That was his 3rd of the innings. Bit of a wild card, Taridu Hashad coming on with the ball. Did have some success last year, but we haven't really seen him bowling, just the one over previously in this tournament. But he was able to really keep things quiet. I think Guyan bowled well in the middle. This was a 4-person run out. And yeah, I like the way they all lined up in an orderly fashion. Make sure they didn't mess it up. But, I mean, the next ball is one smash for 6. Got them up in the 80s. They certainly have enough to bowl at if they perform well. So, feels like a bit of a 50-50 to me, even though that score is probably 8 to 10 less than what a pass score is, according to the numbers. But I just feel with Gina Brescia and their bowling that it's a toss-up. 18 not out for Rizwan, was equal top scorer with Wasim Ahmed, who scored 18 at a run of ball. Also, you had Shabazz with 12, getting to double figures, and Mirza Umair with 11. No one reaches double figures. 14 extras, including 13 wides. That hurts a bit. They were toying with the wide line a fair bit, weren't they? And occasionally you're going to get burnt. 3 for 5. Roshan Silva was outstanding, though, with the ball, wasn't he? Other wickets went to Giant Cody. And Taridu Hashad, just the one over, used as a 6 bowler, but worked out pretty well. Sanjeeva hit for a couple of maximos, but still very acceptable figures of none for 18. Going Silva as well. I think, like I said, he did a pretty good job in his spell. We'll take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes and we'll take you into the second half of this match. Like I said, it's anybody's guess. 2 teams here at the moment that are playing for their finals chances, I think. Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo. Match 47, second half on the way. After this break, you're watching ECN. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Milan. Time for the second half of this crucial match, match 47, between two teams that can't afford to lose. Brescia against Milan United. Brescia and Milan, both hives of activity as far as cricket here in northern Italy. A lot of teams flourishing in this region. There's Suresh Silva, who's opening up, and there's the man I think a lot of hopes pinned on him. That's Kadamadawagi Sanjeeva for Milan United. He made a couple of 40s yesterday that really helped them in their two chases. Milan United did chase successfully twice yesterday. First, they chased down 68 in a 9-over match with a ball to spare. And they chased down 88 in a 10-over match with 2 balls to spare. So, cutting it fine. There's every chance this could be pretty close as well. Here we go with Wazim Ahmed getting us going. Starts with a wide. So, Sanjeeva's been the ultimate hit and miss, hasn't he? He's missed a lot of balls outside the off stump, especially early in his innings. So, I don't know if you want to believe in the fate of the universe, but I feel like he's due to nick one out there. He's missed a lot. Almost nicks this, would be another wide. Grabs the tram on the way through. It might have been harsh on wides. That's why you expect it to be in this form of the game. See that one almost straight over the tram line. Good umpiring. The field there, 2 outfielders back. Got a deep point. And there's also a long off. So both on the offside. Leans on this, but part of the field pretty well protected. 3 infielders in that quarter, top right quarter. Run's not easy to come by. That's what we've learnt in the last couple of days especially. Lowest run rate I've seen in a while. In a day of European Cricket Series cricket, 7.7. So 77 par yesterday. Another wide. So Wazim getting some good movement away from the left-hander, but just needs to control it slightly. If he can just maybe bring it back a bit closer to Sanjeeva and get that same movement, maybe he can induce that edge. And like I said, they've got pretty well protected wall of, well, I suppose 4 in the top right quarter if you include the man that's just behind point. Slip in place. Sanjeeva pulls this way, can't get off the mark. So yeah, Milan United, I feel like they never do anything easily. They're always, I suppose, taking things right down to the wire. Big swing and a miss, like I said. I suppose these things aren't very scientific, but I feel like he's due to nick one. Has missed a lot in that region. But Sanjeeva is a key. 44, 41 yesterday. Set up those chases. They lose him cheaply. You wonder who can pick up the pace. Well, they do have T10 Hashan back. Rambo. This is in the air and it's dropped, and they'd stacked that part of the field, hadn't they? Sukhvinder Singh's the man. It wasn't an easy catch by any means. He had to go goalkeeper style. He jumps up and to his right. He was flirting with it. The plan came together, but he just wasn't able to hold on. And yeah, also could have easily popped up to another fielder. They had a slip, a gully, another gully, and a backward point. They had 4 of their 9 available fielders in the infield between the keeper and point. Just remember that though, Sanjeeva dropped on 0. Suresh Silva does get an opportunity. But yeah, it's one that Sukhvinder will kind of rue. Like I said, it wasn't an easy chance, but he did get 2 hands to it and got a good look at it, I think. It just burst through his hands in the end. Wazim, last ball of his over. Oh, how did that miss, or did it miss? They like it. The umpire says no. It was pretty close. I got to admit, I had my doubts. And he may have hit, he may have not, but I bet the umpire had enough doubt to give it not out. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I still can't believe it missed the stumps. Hard to say. It might have just been the natural movement. Don't think Wazim was that convinced either. with the appeal. Yeah, watch Wazim here. Yeah, he says, oh, and then he turns it into an appeal. So that kind of tells you what you need to know. Even the bowler had his doubts as you get to the end of the first over. Pretty good 1-4 without loss after one. 15 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, that's exactly 3 days of ECN cricket. It was Sunday morning. First game of the day. Well, we saw a crazy Golden Ball, didn't we? Fresh Tropical hitting a 6. By way of the ball getting caught by Kamarjit Singh of Bergamo CC, but he stepped over the line in the process of taking the catch. Golden Ball tiebreaker, of course, unique to ECN. And if you get 2 off the additional ball, then you win the game. That was right down to the wire. All right, here we go. Over number 2, and Hassan Ali coming on. Going left arm around to the left-hander, trying to get that across angle. Good umpiring, this one sneaks inside. But this has been the angle that's kind of bothered Sanjeev, especially early in his innings. So it's a good heads-up play, I think, from Hassan. Normally he wouldn't do this, but he probably knows that the right-hander bothered Sanjeev when the ball was moving away from him. Like that. Almost an instant replay. They've stacked that quarter of the field, like I said. And this is a very good start for Jinnah. Look at that natural movement that Hassan Ali gets as well. And he'd settle for 6 of those at the moment. Sanjeeva, he's all over the road, isn't he? 1 off 6. Can he get going here? Does get something on this. I think it's a matter of time till we see Sanjeeva taking matters into his own hands and kind of jumping across outside off stump and trying to turn it around the corner, because there's no fine leg at all. So then that angle would kind of be onto the middle of his bat. But it's a big risk to take. It's a definite risk to take. I think he'll take it sooner rather than later, though. No, this is no ball, I think, and it's cracked away. And that's gone all the way, I think. Well, I'm going to say it's Maximo time at first. I suppose he is out of his crease slightly. It's on the run. Yeah, it did get further forward than I thought. Yeah, it's not really coming down that much. And then, yeah, so I suppose maybe you lose your benefit of the doubt if you charge. But yeah, my feeling is it was still high, even though he was charging. And it has been called. It's a 7-up, so free hit to come. Sanjeeva. And see, I don't think this is a wide because he gets so far across. And then he gets across before the ball's bowled. So this is what I thought he might do, even without the free hit in play. Pretty good keeping, actually, because he doesn't have a good look at that. Moves it, Matt. Because there's nobody. As well as they've protected the top right of screen, they haven't got anyone protecting the top left. Now, change of angle for Hassan Ali. Oh, edge, and doesn't quite carry to the man at slip. Well, right off the bottom of the bat, that's why it doesn't carry. I'm a little bit surprised Hassan Ali goes back to this approach, because I actually think it was working pretty well. He just bowled a bad ball. And they got hit for 6. Crazy start to this game. Get a boundary here, though. Get some more or less up to the right. Nice ball the second. There's some feeling again. Sanjeeva. Well, he's doing more fishing than a shrimp boat in Forrest Gump at the moment. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's a fine delivery. And Sanjeeva does get the 7-up in that over. But there were 6 dot balls in the over. Having said that, the over goes for 7. And the score is 11 without loss. I don't think I've seen that before. So it's the race to 7 wins, and failing that, 6 wins. If you can get 6 wins, you're in. I don't think 5's enough. Just looking at the possibilities. I mean, maybe there's an outside chance if every single game went a certain way that maybe some 5 and 5s could get there. Up in the air, hanging, has to backtrack, and he turns late. And the result will be a single. So now, Suresh Silva is dropped on 0. He's only faced the 2 balls so far. So, what was it? It was a tough one. I did like that he kind of stayed facing the ball, but then last minute realised he kind of had to turn around. Short goes after it. Again, this is a teaser for the field. It probably pulls up. Does. And they're going to take on a 2, but a good throw might have him in trouble. I think he's gone here. Mate, the only thing here, Suresh Silva does run pretty wide. I feel that he was gone, though. Just live. Let's see what the pictures say. Hassan Ali does have a pretty powerful arm. Let's have a look at him here. Oh, this is super close. For me, my instinct is it's out. I don't see anything over the line. It's having to draw a long bow, though. Yeah, he's gone. I think it's the right decision, and maybe it was the umpire's call on the field. Really good replay from Spring Productions. I almost ran off the screen, but yeah, I mean, I've got to say live, I just didn't see him getting there. And so, good throw from Hassan Ali creates the run out. It'll be 1 and out. Suresh Silva had a close call on 0, but he's run out for 1. The score's 13 for 1. Yeah. Again, I think it was Suresh's idea. He says, all right. Kind of had to retouch his bat, and that might have cost him his wicket in the end. When he was turning for the first run, yeah, he just slimmed out. And so, the batter comes out, and is Roshan Silva. Bowled really well in this game, didn't he? And both teams kind of fighting, I suppose is the word, for a spot in the semi-finals. And this was him, Ahmed. Had Sanjeeva. It's susceptible early, he's 8 off 13. I mean, he's one guy that can turn it around pretty quickly. And this target of 83 is not huge. Run rate required at the moment, around the 9.5 mark. The question is, can Ginebrescia have bowlers which can back up the good start that's been provided so far in the power play? Sanjeeva does get one a bit close to him, and there's the pressure relieving boundary. Such an interesting contest at the moment. This is one that doesn't really swing away from the left-hander. Just angles in towards the pads, and Sanjeeva's all over it. That maybe is just a lack of patience from Wasim. He had a plan going well, didn't he, to Sanjeeva. In that off-stump channel with the catch as well placed. Couple to come. Wasim wants his man here. Slower ball. That's going to be 4 more. So again, now he's trying out the variations, and it might just be a case that Wasim doesn't have a wicket and he wants one, so he kind of goes fishing. And the slower ball, that's not the field that he's bowling to at the moment with no one back on the leg side. So Sanjeeva breaks out of his malaise. Back-to-back boundaries. Might be lucky to still be there, Sanjeeva, don't forget. Was dropped on 0. Now he whips this one away. It's a different player when the ball's angled in towards the stumps, into the power play, and serviceable, I suppose, in the end for Milan United. They're 22 for 1 after 3. Such a fascinating contest at the moment. So middle overs, protection of 4 outfielders, but this game still could go either way. Got to shout out again to Spring Productions and all the officials. It's quite remarkable how far we've come. Again, on the budget that we have at ECN, it's not as big as some other bigger organisations, but I think the level of production we do get, the fact we're able to make more and more correct decisions, I think is a real step in the right direction. Sanjeeva now still with Sukhvinder Singh. And first ball whistles past the off stump. This one's hit straight at the fielder. Sanjeeva falls back behind, run a ball again. Satvinder though, certainly like his hustle. I mean, he was the man, don't forget, that put down Sanjeeva before he'd scored. He'd love to finish the job. And he does. He knocks over leg stump. This one doesn't really get up as much as Satvinder thought. And he gets his own personal revenge. He put him down on 0. It cost him 17 runs in the end. Sanjeeva going for 17. But he was worked over a little bit in that innings, wasn't he? Satvinder, I'll be feeling equal parts joy and relief, I think. So a big blow. Although, I do think they have one or two players that could pick up the slack this time around from Man United. But they lose. Good hammer to Agi Sanjeeva at 22 for 2. And Maya Patel was a bit curious. They started bowling a bit straighter to Sanjeeva. Last over, Wasim, but I suppose it works this time. Just expected that to bounce a bit more, didn't he? We've seen a lot of balls that would normally bounce over the stumps on other pitches, hit the top of the stumps here, and that was the case. But here's a guy I think is very, very capable of still getting Milan United over the line. Hisham, who's back into the lineup today. Looking magnificent. Like seeing wearing a helmet as well, even though it covers his flowing hair. So let's see if Tharidu can pick up the pace. Does it win the sing? Pretty good ball first up. Hisham's out of ideas, doesn't want to nick it, so he lets it go past. Satvinder, I like the way he goes about his work. I like his work with the new ball as well, because it's newish at the moment. Didn't want to go the dual left arm attack early on. They liked Wasim Ahmed with the first over and the third. Another good ball right in the channel. And he wants to be Satvinder. Maya is feeling Ginebresha should win it from here. And right now, Satvinder is on a wicket maiden. He's got 1 for none of 5 balls. Both these players yet to score. And Roshan Silva at the other end hasn't even faced a ball yet, despite coming in above Tharidu Hashan. Pitching outside the leg stump. Scramble through for a leg by. Well, maybe he got a little bit of an edge. Let's see if there's any signal. Well, there's not. Oh, now it comes. So it's a maiden that does bring 1 run in the form of a leg by. Satvinder well bowled. 23 for 2 after 4. So that makes an even 10 and over required. Again, the pressure of runs on the board. Milan United, they wanted to be in this position though. They did elect to chase, and they chased successfully yesterday twice. But you can see from that they've fallen a bit behind. And more or less were consistent from this point onwards. Ginebresha in the first innings took a bit of a dip at the end. Now Asatan Veer is going to get a bowl over number 5. His first one is wild, and I think that he's going to run most of the way to the boundary. I'm not sure if the keeper gets anything on this. It's called a no ball. Okay. This must have been really wide. I just saw how far the keeper had to run. It must have hit the edge of the pitch. And that's why the umpires has called it a no ball. Means a free hit's on the way. No ball plus a bye. Very harsh on the keeper, those ones. So now a chance for the batters to go for a shot. I mean, they can't be out. They get more than a single. Roshan Silva knocks it away for just the one run. Over to Heshan. This one's driven down the ground, so Heshan gets off the mark at the 5th attempt. So yeah, you need a partnership. Find it hard to believe that if they leave it to the lower order, that they'll get there. I think they need a partnership in the top order. We might see Jasakra next, potentially. Maybe we'll see Jack Cody, the captain. This one's called wide. He's just all over the place at the moment. That's that Tanvir. But I think you don't want to be too conservative and let that right rate climb on you too much, especially while you've got wickets in hand. If it's not you, it might be someone else, but you have to be proactive. And it's well bowled. It's good length from Tanvir. Pretty wide. Yeah, I think it is a wide. Again, they've been very consistent on this. This is over the line. The question is, does he move outside the off stump before the ball's bowled? And the answer is no. So it is a wide. It's a tough one for the bowler, but it's his responsibility to get it inside the blue line, which he doesn't. That one certainly is a wide. The one before was. No real complaints from Tanvir this time. There's a lot of things they're having to consider. Wide call's even more crucial, I think, in this form of the game where you only get 60 lead deliveries. Creeping up, Milan United, up to 30 now. And that's going to be gone. So when he does bring it back, he gets the wicket, and it's Roshan Silva that nicks off. Here's Omer with the safe hands behind the stumps. Yeah, so Tanvir brought it back a touch, and you'd see the batter pretty much giving the game away. His head flicks around. If you get lucky, maybe get a bit more bat on this and it flies past the keeper. But Umair wasn't going to make any mistakes. So Milan United lose a 3rd wicket now. It's 30 for 3. Sanjay Cody comes to the crease at 5. So it's the captain's responsibility that he wears the burden of at the moment. Out there with Heshan, who's had a slow start to his innings. Well bowled. That's a good channel, isn't it? And the batter knew got a big piece of that. Assad's still a bit unhappy, and he sprayed a couple of wides. He turns around, gets back to his mark. Nice looking shot from Jay Cody first up. I think a 2, but it's not quite there. The ball does pull up pretty quickly. So, I mean, this is the thing. If it's not going to be your day, like I said, still got batters to come. Jay Cody with a pretty confident looking shot first up. Heshan's a real wild card for me, though. This is another one that's straight over the tram line, but again, does he move before the ball's bowled? I think that's a wide because he doesn't move outside the off stump. So, again, it's a tough one. United feel they should have had that one. But anyway, end of the 5th over, the score 31 for 3. Maybe, I suppose we get another look at all these, don't we? The umpires don't get that benefit. Have a look at the ECC coming up, and I think they're about 20 weeks away from the ECC. It'll creep up, don't worry about that. With 6 groups of 5 teams each, only the winners at the end of the 3-day group stage make it through to Championship Week. Well, they'll join the Netherlands 11, the defending champions, and the other group winners. Looking forward to that. So the Euros of Cricket starts 25th of September right here on the European Cricket Network. Now let's get back to the action. Sukhvinder Singh getting a second over pretty much straight away. Starts with a wide. Both teams have struggled with this a little bit, haven't they? So leading round about that 10 and over from here on in. This is where I think if I was batting, I start making mini targets, okay? And I want to be in the 40s at the end of this over. And then the next over, I don't want to be in the 50s. Next over, I don't want to be in the 60s. You can't really sit on your hands for too long at this stage of the game. A nice looking shot, Joe Cody. Confident so far. Surely get 2 here, although a good throw might test him. He just gets home. Good shot from Joe Cody, well run as well. Heshan legs it back to the non-striker's end. I thought maybe keeper's end would have been the way to go. It's kind of an equally distant throw. Heshan trots the first one and makes up his mind to go and throw, not quite making it to the stumps. So he just jams that bat in time. 2 runs to the total. And what I said, trying to get up in the 40s this over. Leans on this one, just get one this time. Maya had something interesting to say. He says, usually he defends bowlers because the bounce between bat and ball is too much batting side, but man, it's boring watching someone bowl wide after wide. So that's why, I mean, I'm a proponent of not moving the line. Try and encourage bowlers to bowl a bit straight on and see a bit more of a challenge. He said if you bowl 3 wide deliveries and over, automatic no ball and free hit. Well, I suppose one of the issues with that is sometimes the wides aren't, I suppose, part of an intentional plan. I like the way they're trying to reduce top balls at the moment. Heshan just gets out the way. Moves to 2. I suppose maybe it's too much of a penalty of a bowler that's actually just genuinely struggling with their control. But yeah, I agree. I'm thinking we've pretty much got the wides right. I mean, we do umpire wides a bit differently to longer forms of the game here on ECN. But that's by design, not accident. I think you want to have a contest. You don't want bowlers trying to bowl around batters all the time. Sliced away from the fielder. This could run away for 4. Pulls up. And they just make the stop in the long grass. Joe Cody get a comfortable 2 on that occasion. Yeah. I suppose we've done so much cricket now in a short space of time. You can start kind of drawing a few conclusions on little tweaks you can make just to try and make the spectacle a bit more attractive. I won't get a run here because it's straight to the fielder. But Joe Cody's come out and he's looked fairly confident, hasn't he? And then you've got someone like a Jaya Saker up your sleeve who can provide a bit of punch. Right. Creeping up, isn't it? Remember I said you'd want to be 40s at the end of this over? Well, they're 38 with the ball to go. Mike saying they might make it in wides alone. Well, I mean, a few too many. So Winners had a good spell. Beats Joe Cody for bounce. Pretty good over and pretty good spell from the left armour. He'll finish with 1 for 7 and with 4 overs remaining. Malone United are 38 for 3. So yeah, you need a biggish over, don't you? I mean, just looking at the overs so far. 4, 7, 11, 1, 8, 7. So that 11, which is the top over so far, you kind of need that every over from here to get home. Sanjeev 17, but he struggled while he was out there for the most part. Interestingly. So, dismissal missing. Roshan Silva's dismissal missing from the scorecard. Well, this is lifted up in the air, and 2 fields almost collide. And they're going to have to check, see if this has gone for 4 or 6, or if we can even tell in that part of the ground. Does step back. Where's he hit this from? It's fine for height. I was a bit worried we're going to have a collision there. And they have a look at it. A good look at the rope there. It is 6, I think. Yep. That's definitely in the bushes. I think maybe just some of the bodies in the way, not giving the umpires a good look at it. So Maximo, 6 to the total. And I think it's pretty clear. It's up and clears the boundary fairly easily, doesn't it? Probably by a metre or so into the long grass. So yeah, it will be 6. There's the signal. And get right in the end, so yeah. 6 to start the over. Tanvir coming back for a second. Sneaks back down the leg side. This will be 2 bonus runs. There'll be 1 bonus run for the wide. And Hashan, he's feeling it, so he wanted to keep the strike. Got overruling Jai Cody, whose call it was. Uses the pace this time. Test the field. Oh, it's not a clean pickup. He almost fumbles it for 4. Does at least stop it from going for 4, but it will concede 2. Yes, all these might add up. Very interesting game at the moment. They've got it back under 10 over. So as much as I would have said you wanted to be in the 40s at the start of this over, which they weren't, I'd want to be in the 50s at the end of this over. I think they will be the way things are going at the moment. Tanvir gets this wrong. This will bring up the 50 for Milan United. Full toss turned away. 4 carreras. And that is one of the faster areas of the ground. And so this game takes another twist. This partnership's been building. I mean, Hashan was taking the gamble of having a look at a few early, including leaving. First ball he saw. What a tense game, especially when you consider that both these teams can't afford to lose. Oh, he's gone. And, well, he's been given caught behind. And the batter cannot believe it, Hashan. Let's have a look at it. I mean, the bowler gave a bit of an inquiry. The keeper was sure that he heard something. And, I mean, you never like to see batters kind of sticking their hands out. Too difficult to tell on the replay. Umpire's in the best position. He hears the edge. He sees something. And Hashan is going to have to go, but he's nonplussed about it, to say the least. And that will be the 4th wicket to fall. And the score is 51 for 4. And the other thing is, just the time. Just looking at the time, you won't get a minute allowance, because that's only the 5th wicket. It's only after that you get a minute for every additional wicket. Again, it's just pretty much impossible to tell. I've got to say that it seemed like a pretty genuine post missing the ball reaction from Hashan, but I mean, you can't read into that so much. Danuka gets an opportunity. I would have thought maybe they'd go for Janasekara now, but going for the left-hander. Bat on ball, takes on the fielder. Oh, that's close, you know. I've got a serious feeling that this is closer than you think. Takes on the fielder. It took a bit of time to gather the ball, then throws from his knees. Danuka. Again, he's watching the ball, and he is home. Just home. It was closer than I thought, though. So I suppose that's a well-judged single, but he kind of relied on the fielder. Being a bit slow to gather the ball. Good direct hit from the knees, though. And Milan United don't lose a 5th there. Tanvir 2 for 21. 1 ball to go in his spell. Getting left to bowl 2 overs in 6 minutes here. Hit back at the bowler. That'll help the over 8. Tanvir does grab a couple of poles in there. 7 overs down. 52 for 4. Looking at what's coming up in the 3rd match of the day. Brescia CC versus Chivadate. And Pressure CC, again, they find themselves 5-3, chasing that elusive 6th win, which puts you in a pretty good position to make the semis. Again, they could still get 7 wins potentially. Chividate, though, they cannot afford to lose. They're 4-4, but they played some good cricket along the way. Hamad Afzal comes in for Chividate. Zain Ali, though, what a series he's having. He's played his way into the national T10 setup this weekend as well. I'll say some good options there. Babar Azam has been pretty good at closing out innings. All right, just Pinder gets a bowl here. Over number 8, 31 required. Starts with the ball that's horned away. Fielder goes back and he drops it for 6. Well, that is a huge moment. Rizwan Uz-Zaman seemed to have it under control. I mean, it wasn't the most difficult catch, was it? But at the very last moment, it popped out and then he snatched at it a second time and knocked it over the ropes. Well, that is a huge moment. He dived, searched for it a second time. Even if he dropped it the first time, if he never touched it again, it probably wouldn't have even gone for 4. So a big momentum swinger. Pitching outside leg stump, they'll rush through for a single. Leg bite will be called. So how about that for a moment? And then, yeah, the other thing you've got, and I don't know how much they're thinking about it, but you've got the time ticking away. Just feel a few things conspiring against Dhinabresha at the moment. Oh, that's the worst feeling in cricket, I think. Not just not out, but 6. There's that slow ball. Wides aren't going to help either at this stage. They have run themselves into time trouble. They may get a bit of time back for referral, so I think we might see a couple of minutes go on that clock. It's information I'm getting, but they're going to have to hustle. Goes straight, lifts it up, pulls up, well knocked down by Shabazz. They're going to take 2, though. It's good running. Dhanuka gets the jump on this. He's been good since he's come out. I mean, creates a left-hand, right-hand combination when you've got a bowling attack that's struggling a bit with their control. I think that could be one valid reason they've gone for Dhanuka over Jayasekaro, who they might have also thought about bringing out there. 21 off 15. Another cliffhanger. The batter taking some time, Dhanuka, to get himself set. I think they might get a slight allowance for that as well. There's the slower ball. Gets a good look at it though, because it's short. Here's one. No, he's cooked it now. We might have a run out though at the other end. And I think this might be gone. It's going to be really tough to see. And what they do is they get Jayakody back on strike. And I don't mind this one from Jayakody. He sees this it's sailing over the keeper, so he takes it on. But he might have run Dhanuka out here. See, once he sees the throw, he says, all right, come on, they're going to have to be perfect to get us out. Dhanuka still spends a lot of time turning his head around. I think he's gone here. He is out. So, again, right decision, but bad result, I think, for Milan United. And good work by Jaspinder to get the ball down onto the stump. So, yeah, Dhanuka probably had a feeling he was gone. Handy little innings from him. I mean, he'll probably take it considering he should have been caught on the boundary. But he brought his team 6 runs and closer to the target. He will be the 5th wicket to fall, 63 for 5. Yeah, again, I don't mind that run from Jayakody. I'd say that more often than not, you'd get away with that. Because look, Jayakody, he obviously wants to strike back as well, with a couple to come in the over. And once he sees this, he's saying, okay, let's go. Maybe Dhanuka could have spent less time turning around and more time running. So there's that. But, yeah, it is. Here's 1 and a run out in the book. Jayasekaro does come out to bat now, 2 to come in the 8th, and now a wicket. So things turning around so quickly, so it completely backfires, that decision to take the second run, because he runs out to Dhanuka, and then the next ball, he's bowled. This one doesn't get up. Certainly, I would have expected it to bounce a little bit more. Maybe a slight bottom edge from Jayakody. This game has more twists and turns than a length of old rope at the moment. 63 for 6, still 20 required. Seems a long way away though, doesn't it? It's going to be Trishan Silva. I mean, he's no slouch with the bat either. Coming out at 8. Got 1 ball to go in this over. Again, both teams need this win to stay in the hunt. And if you can make the 4, well, then you're 2 games away from the trophy like everyone else that makes it. But, yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. I must admit, yeah, I did like the theory of the decision for Jai Cody to come back, make them force the play. But it's backfired spectacularly. Trishan, though, does bat left-handed, so he re-established the right-hand, left-hand combination with the ball to go. You see that the clock's had a slight adjustment, so they've got 5 minutes from this point. They may even get an extra minute for the extra wicket there. Not sure if that's gone on yet, but should be okay for time, you'd imagine. That's a whole bunch of wides. Last ball of the 8th over. Doesn't really get up. Trishan can't get it away. So, well, they have left in the hands of the lower order. 63 for 6 after 8. We've had some really good games here, haven't we, in Italy so far. We did say earlier, if you leave it to batters too low down, it could be a bit of a problem for Milan United. But we'll head into the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, and I think it's the most important over for both these teams in their ECS so far. Pretty much on the pace, just a touch behind. I would have said at the end of 8, you want to be in the 60s, you want to be in the 70s after 9. It's kind of the little mini targets I would have set for myself from all the way back in the 4th or 5th over. Hassan Ali, very good bowler, comes on in the 9th. A lot of pressure on him. He's got a bowl over in 4 minutes as well. Edge flies down to 3rd man, but it's just a single. So it's hard to win if you don't hit a boundary in this over, I think. If you're just going to get, say, about 6 off at 14 off 6, I mean, yes, but it's been tough to score boundaries. And it's hard to believe they're 3 big blows away from tying this game. Seems a long way away at the moment. Ginebrescia, you feel more experience in this situation, in these kind of matches. Trishan, lefty on strike. Digs it out. You've got to run. Oh, and then, well, you see there's a bit of argy-bargy there. He does kind of kick it, but he doesn't try and run. So I don't think there's an issue with this. I mean, Hassan and Jay Saker are fighting for position here. Look, they're together, and he's saying, look, you're not going to barge me out the way. And then he boots it, either intentionally or not. Hassan is about as nice a fast bowler as you can get. He didn't really have an issue with that. It would have been funny if he booted it for 4, though. I think then you have to appeal. 18 off 10. You'd see neither player wanting to give the other the running lane. Hassan Ali, again, international experience last year playing in the ECC for Italy. And Mike Seal sums it up saying, let's see who's got the bottle. And let's see, he might even get a bit of a time allowance for the stumps having to be set up there. I don't see him running into trouble unless a whole bunch of wides in this over. Oh, that is a wide, I think, though. Does a little bit of fake footwork here. There's Akra. He's there and he's back, but it's over the line. And some people would say, okay, he's gone outside the off stump, so move the line even though he moves back. I just think if there's doubt, you've got to give it a wide in this format of the game. You need to force the bowler to bowl a bit straighter. Tries it again. This time I think it's all right. Good umpiring. Almost inside the tram line. Jay Saker is a good hitter. I'd say maybe put away the tap shoes. Just stand and deliver now. Don't think you're going to throw Hassan Ali too much. Just saying, got just over a minute to bowl these 3 balls. Well bowled from Hassan, full straight. Man United, even if they win this, they've got 2 tough games tomorrow in matches 54 and 55 to close out round robin stage. They'd have to win, and potentially they'd be in the 4. Around the wicket now. Hassan gets Trish under edge and goes to the keeper. You see, Ginebrescia know they're not fooling around with the clock as well. They know it's not an empty threat. Just got to make sure he bowls this next 40 seconds. Last ball of the 9th. pretty well. Doesn't beat the fielder. They'll eat the single. So Gina Brescia do make the time. And Milan United with plenty to do. 15 required with the last over for victory. 68 for 6 after 9. I suppose it's not impossible. We'll have a tie at the end of 10 overs. And if it is 82-82, we will head into golden ball territory. We've already had 2 of them in this series. Golden ball 15 matches ago. Could we have our third of the series here? We'll need 14 for that to happen. Just Pinder gets the last over, defending 15. And it's a little French cut that gets past the keeper. They've got to come for 2 here, you'd imagine. Slow turn, decent throw, but they do get back. And 2s are so much better than 1s in this situation now. You are scrambling for every run. This is a thin inside edge. And gets past the keeper. Again, he'll be disappointed he doesn't stop this, but it's an unpredictable bounce, and Mears has had a few issues with balls bouncing in front of him in this series. Throw not powerful enough to get back on the full. If it did, I think we might have had a run out. 2 so much better than 1s. And extras are important. Does Jaspinder go to that slower ball? It'll kind of break into the left-hander. Pressure's on for these 2 teams. Oh, it's well bowled. Digs it in. And just moves it away from Trishan. And goes walkabout. Jassekar is stuck at the other end as well. 13 off 4. Need 2 boundaries in these next 4 balls. Otherwise, I think you can forget it. Where are they going to come from? No ball called. And he's overstepped. Well, can you believe it? Yeah, I think it's a no ball. It's good umpiring. He lands with nothing behind the line. What a time to overstep. Free hit coming up. Trishan needs to not back away. He needs to get in front of the stumps more. He's running himself into trouble by backing away. Free hit coming up. Does get something on it. And I think Trishan looks at the scoreboard, sees he's 5 off 8 and says, all right, over to you, Stephen. Makes it 11 off 3. Yeah, I think you're trying your hardest to get Jassekar back on strike no matter what. 6 and a 4 will tie the game. There's 3 to come. Milan United, can they pull off a miracle here? Slow ball, takes the bait in the air and is caught. He catches it sliding in, and it's Wasim Ahmed that takes the catch. Jassekar is going to have to go. He was that overspinning, back of the hand, slower ball. Again, just loses his shape and loses his composure slightly. So does the fielder, Wasim. But he keeps his eye on the ball, and it is the 7th wicket. So Fahad Mohammed is going to come out. They need a 6 and a 4, and really they need a boundary here to keep the game alive. If this ball stays on the field, then you can't see Gina Brescia letting it go, because they just have to bowl a legal delivery last ball. Twists and turns. Gina doing it the hard way again. This isn't going to be a great net run rate booster for them either. Bearing in mind this is their final game in the group stage. Gina Brescia, if they win, finish with a 6 and a 4 record and a net run rate of around about plus 0.5 or plus 0.6. They'll have a nervous wait ahead. Just pinned. Just kept running through the umpire's arm there and said, well, at some point, are you going to put it down? Fahad Mohammed, though, he has to watch the ball like never before. Try and send it out of the ground, or at least past the rope. Here we go. Boundary needed. And he does hit it pretty well, but I don't think they'll get more than 1. So, yeah, it wasn't the worst shot from Fahad, but wasn't quite off the middle. Now, I won't call it dead just yet, because and you could bowl a no ball that goes to the boundary or something that could change the equation. But I feel like Gina have done enough. What a game. 82 looks like it's standing up here. Milan United
Needing 10 off one ball. Just needs to be a legal one from Jaspinder. And it is. And they won't take anything more than a single. So Milan United, again, they're always playing the close matches, aren't they? But they're going to go down in this one. It'll just be 8 runs the difference. Ginebrecia stay alive for now at least. Milan United feel like they're sunk after that result. The final score in match 47, Ginebrecia 82, Milan United 74. A tense game. And, well, Milan United, again, they've been brave, haven't they? But they've just struggled to put it together and have probably enough contributors with the bat. This is what's coming up. There is a 5-minute delay to the next game, just because of the slight running over of that game. It is Brescia CC that have won the toss and elected to bowl in match 48, which is coming up. So Cividate will get the opportunity to have first use of the pitch in the third match of the day. 15 minutes away from the first ball there. Well, Sanjeev had an interesting time, didn't he? Got put down by Sukhvinder Singh. Suresh, he was living dangerously as well. Now, that was the one that got things going. It was the no ball, pumped over point for a 7-up. And then Sanjeeva, he just didn't really hit a lot of balls in the middle of the bat. There was this situation that turned out to be a run out. I think it was a good call from the off-field official. Sanjeeva did get a couple of boundaries away when they bowled a bit closer to him. And then Sukhvinder got the ultimate revenge as he tilted back the leg stump. And that was a big moment in the game, wasn't it? But he did use up a lot of balls. And it's hard to be critical because they bowled really well to him. Meanwhile, Roshan got caught behind. And they needed somebody to step up. I mean, thought Heshan might be that man. Rambo come out there and he ended up going to a caught behind decision. You can see he didn't feel that he gets a touch on that. The umpire thought otherwise. Asad Tanvir removed him from proceedings. That was a tight one, but Tanuka, we thought this one could come back to haunt Ginebrecia as Rizwan Ussaman knocked it over the line for 6. After fumbling a couple of times, he was in a world of hurt right there. Jaspinder came on. Probably not the best he's bowled, but certainly held his nerve when he had to. And this is where it also derailed a little bit. I mean, I didn't mind the idea for them to take on this overthrow, but it created 2 wickets. The run out of Danuka and then Jaya Cody, the very next ball, trying to lift that out of the ground. Jaspinder was able to remove his stumps. Left-hand, right-hand combination resumed, and again, they just left it a bridge too far, didn't they? Some late drama, though, with Wasim taking a catch, sliding in, but they did just enough. Ginebrecia defending 82, as they're going to finish with a 6-4 record. Looking at the score, Sanjeeva 17 top score, but couldn't quite go run a ball pace. Put some pressure on the middle order. Heshan again battled, didn't he? 14 off 11, but no one really getting hold of the bowling. I mean, extras right up there as a top scorer as well. 16 extras, including 10 wides and 3 no balls. So Ginebrecia, I suppose they're used to winning, and that kind of came through at the end. Took Vinderbold really well, including a fake maiden, 1 for 7. Fake maiden including a leg bye, but we'll count it. 2 for 21, Asad Tanvir. And Jaspinder, like I said, I think he's bowled better, but I mean, they're decent figures, aren't they? 2 for 16 at the end as well when the pressure was on. Wasim Ahmed and Hassan Ali also kept it pretty tight up front for Ginebrecia. Well, what a day we've had so far. Ginebrecia, they'll finish with a 6-4 record. Time will tell whether that's enough to see them in the 4, but I suppose they do get that 6 win they were looking for this morning. We will take a break now. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the 3rd match of the day. Brescia CC and Cividate. I think they're 2 teams that have their own semi-final ambitions. Let's see what happens when we return to Milan in around about 10 minutes for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. Great to have your company here. Beautiful sunny day today in Milan, and we're heading into the third game of the day. They're all kind of important from here on in, aren't they? Brescia CC, saw them this morning. We'll see them later on, but right now they're taking on Cividate, who must win, I think, to keep their semi-final chances alive. Let's see what happened a little bit earlier at the coin toss when Rob Kemming had the two captains.
Your call. It's just called. It is tails. We bowl first.
Brescia CC, Captain Club Sajad winning the toss and electing to bowl. And, you know, real surprises there. They seem to be fairly comfortable chasing. They did it successfully earlier on. But it'll be a tough one against Cividate team we haven't seen for a little while. Cividate 4-4. I don't need to win their remaining two games if they're going to stay in the hunt. Brescia CC, though, and they're trying to get that sixth win. It's pretty congested at the moment. Teams going for second, third, fourth spot, but there's a fair few contenders. Nasadulu and Ali Raza Islam listed to open, although I'm sure we'll see Ali Raza Islam that high. Imad Khan batted really well for Brescia CC earlier in the days preceding. Cividate, though, Zayn Ali's been brilliant, hasn't he, for Cividate. 3-run favourites, interestingly. Cividate expected to score 97. That's exactly what they're scoring and conceding on average. Brescia CC struggling a little bit for runs, 90 runs per 10 overs their average, but they have done a good job restricting. It's lower scoring than I would have expected here in Milan. A lot of that is to do with the pitch being a little bit up and down, and also the outfield being fairly slow. We've talked about that a few times. Anyway, almost ready to go. Javed Mohammed will get us going. Here we go. And Zayn pushes, runs. This one gets through the field. And so we're away. Cividate. A team I think they're really improved as far as I'm concerned. Having watched them in the last 3 years of European Cricket Series. Yeah, but we haven't seen them since it was Saturday. They won their last two matches against Fresh Tropical and Cricket Stars. Two really good wins. And that's from Javed. Picks it up, throws. It's in vain. Kuljinder Singh, the captain, is off the mark. Yeah, so Cividate, a bit of a losing streak of 4 matches, but they turned it around, winning their last 2 against good opposition. They also an action opening day, so Zayn Ali became first player in season 2023 to hit six sixes in an over. Quite a good effort. This one's knocked back to the bowler. They don't get a run. I want to say a quick hello to everyone who's watching in the subcontinent on Fancode and everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. And feel free to jump in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Another outswinger, but Zayn Ali chops down on it. Gets 1, gets 2. I think this is all right, but certainly it's one they'll have a look at. John Mohammed gets that pretty predictable outswing. Look here. It's Baba Hussain who's off after it. Never gives up the chase. There. Okay, no problem. But then when he picks it up, let's make sure he gets back in play. Let's just have a look. Well, I think this is 4. Yeah, it is 4. Oh, that's a bit of a rookie error from Baba there, got to be honest. The ball had already stopped. So they do get 4 for it in the end. Just got to make sure that you've ungrounded that foot over the line. Great work from String Production. Officials all over that stuff. Zayn gets his first boundary. It's slightly unusual circumstances. And so Against Precious EC, or a champion team, you kind of need all the help you can get. They get a bit of help from Bubba on that occasion. Boss in the chat saying Zane's a clean hitter, no doubt about that. In the air, gets a long chase, and it's going to be a forlorn chase from Imran Naveed. That's another boundary. Chivadate, they've had a lot of success hitting boundaries, haven't they? They get a couple in the first over, 11 without loss after one. Let's have a look at some of the top performers. Bubba Hussain and Yasadulu run up the top of the run scoring for Precious EC. Chivadate, Zane Ali, no surprises, he's right up there, having a brilliant tournament, and he's got 11 wickets to boot. Kuljinder also pretty important with 11 wickets. He's out there opening the batting at the moment. Arslan's also a key player for Chivadate. Kalab Sajjad though, it's 11 wickets, that's at the start of the day. I think he took 3, so he's right up at 14 wickets now. He's having such a good series. For all this statistical information, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. It's going to be Ali Raza Islam. 12 over number 2. Saw him sharing the new ball earlier with Javed Mohammed. First ball's back to 8 for 1. Ali Raza Islam, one of the players of the ECL last year. A really good time of it. Up and in the air, plugs in front of Imran Naveed. He bowled really well earlier, and yeah, Imran and Hassan Naveed both in the lineup. They bowled overs 9 and 10 and only got 1. I'd be so tempted to try and bring them in a little bit earlier. Ali Raza Islam, they bowled him a second over before, and it didn't go too well. So, with so many bowling options, I'd be hesitant to give anyone a second over, maybe with the exception of Javed Mohammed, because he does swing that new ball so much and you kind of get more out of him if you bowl him up front. Not sure what's the story here. Just holding things up for a second. Maybe he needs a new bat, that's my guess. But he's not a striker's end at the moment, so he doesn't need it straight away. Looks like he's going to make that replacement. Kuljinder Singh. Back in business. Oh, hit pretty hard, and that's for Zaid Ali. Just seems to have a bit more power than your average bear, doesn't he? Comes down and clubs this. And it wasn't too far from the fielder, but that's the difference. It skips along the outfield, hit pretty flat, and runs away for 4. Good batting. Well, don't know if Rob Kemming's much of a bat enthusiast. He might be putting that one up on eBay or something a little bit later on tonight. Slightly used. Another powerful shot. This time, long on's come a little bit straighter. That's Imad Khan. He's probably smart. I think I'd rather field a bit straighter and try and force Zain Ali to hit across the line of the ball a bit more. Maybe he can induce a mistake. Yeah, so I just think I'd probably bowl Ali Raza Islam 1 and then maybe bring him back, depending on how some other bowlers go. I'm probably planning for him to have 2, but if you have Imran Naveed or Hassan Naveed bowl really well, then maybe they deserve a second instead. I think Sajjad's a lock for 2 overs, unless he bowls really badly in his first. Sajjad's just been so effective as a change of pace. Edged and gone. So there's the wicket. Kuljinder, the new bat. Not really working out too well for him. Ali Raza Islam gets one in the offside channel. I would say it did a lot sideways. A simple catch for Dual loop behind the stumps. He just backs away, gives himself a bit of room. And Gurjinder knew he got a fair bit of wood on that one. So Ali Raza Islam, he's away with the aeroplane, and it's the end of the second over as well. It's 18 for 1 after 2. I want to say hello to Tim again in the chat. He's enjoying the commentary. It's nice of you, Tim. Of course, Danny's off today. But going to see all the stats, scores, and latest information, go to ecn.cricket or europeancricket.com. That's right. Have a look at this. How congested is it in the middle? So look at all those teams on 4 and 5 wins. Now Ginebrescia, they're on 6, but they've played all their 10 games. So I have a feeling we're going to end up with a bunch of teams on 6 wins and 4 losses, and they won't all make it into the semi-finals. If you can get to 7, then you can kind of guarantee yourself a spot in the semis. But the only teams that could get to 7, Brescia CC, that are playing right now, they could be on 7 wins by the end of the day, but they've got a tough one against Jandra Brescia later on. And Kings 11, 5 and 3, could potentially get to 7 wins as well. Remember, Kings 11 had a shocking start to the tournament as well. But things turning around for them slightly. Hassan Naveed coming on a bit earlier. He only bowled the 10th earlier. Yeah, let me look up Kings 11. And they started with just 1 win out of their first 4. They were 1 and 3, but they've won their last 4 matches. And one team that seemed to be able to score those 100+ scores. Exception rather than the rule. This one is just going to be a single. So, pretty interesting start. Zain Ali, though, he's a 6-hitting machine. He's still there. Marslan's joined him. I mentioned he's a key player for Jivanate as well. Boss just says Zain Ali is love heart emoji. Sometimes words don't do the job, do they? Bit of a loose shot on this occasion from Zain Ali. Great to see Zain Ali playing for Italy this weekend. First time that be able to see him in T10 international cricket. I believe it's the first time he's played in an Italian shirt. So good opportunity for him to show what he can do at a higher level. And a young guy as well. Just 21 years of age. Oh, he almost goes there. I have a feeling when Zain misses this, he thinks he's gone. He thinks this is hitting the stumps, but it just misses leg, and I mean just. Zain knows he gets away with one there. Naveed really impressed me. Hasn't always been in the side, but when he has been and when he's had opportunities, hasn't done much wrong at all. Hit back pretty hard. A lot of work for the fielder, and he's not going to be able to get there. Result, it's 4 runs. And so, yeah, bit of a rough one for Brescia CC. Just finding the gaps, and yeah, Imad's a very good fielder, but that was just hit too well. Zain seems to be able to get the ball to run further and faster than his compatriots. Jivanate putting down the challenge. I mean, it's not a must-win for Brescia, but it certainly would like to win. They don't want to end up on 6 and 4 as well and rely on net run rate. Oh no, this has gone wrong. And that is a tree topper. Maximo! Got to say, this looks pretty high, though he is tall. Let's have a look. I mean, he does charge, so there's that. How high is it? Yeah, it probably is coming down. The umpire calls it no ball straight away. Yes, I think it was given. I mean, if there's doubt, then you give it. That's the thing with these ones. And so, yeah, it has been called. Look, I know you can argue the toss on whether that's maybe coming down or not.
probably line ball, but yeah, the umpires are directed. If they're not sure it's below the waist, it's no ball. And I suppose by definition, you're pretty unsure. It wasn't like it was a slow ball. It wasn't really dipping. So it's going to be a 7-up and a free hit to boot. So Naveed gave him a wrap. Kind of lost the plot a little bit here towards the end of the over. Hit really hard as well. Imran Naveed does well to make the stop. End of the over. And pretty good power play for the most part for Chivadate. They finished 32 for 1 after 3 overs. Getting a lot of pressure on that guy. Who will pick up the strike in the 4th over, but I've got a feeling that we'll see Kalab Sajjad with his leg spin here in over number 4. And he just has the knack of getting the big wickets for Brescia CC in this tournament. 14 of them so far. Maybe a late switch. Sajjad was about to bowl, but they've said no. We're going to go back to Ali Raza Islam. Okay, well, this is kind of what they did last time. Brescia CC. It didn't work out great because Ali Raza Islam went for 18 in the 2nd over he bowled. That was in the 4th. So Sajjad was flirting with the ball. He says, no, I'm going to back my all-rounder Ali Raza Islam. Now, I ain't going to run first ball. Zain Ali on strike. Kroom saying, yeah, a bit harsh, maybe. But I suppose you shouldn't be bowling that high. I mean, it's a tough one. You could maybe make an argument that if you come past the kind of little hash marks, which are for the protected area, maybe you lose your right to that height no ball. That's maybe an idea you could flirt with. This is hit really well, and it's straight through the hands, and it's going to go. So Maximo, this was an opportunity, but if there were police around, I think they would have booked this ball for speeding because it was hit so hard from Zain Ali. Fielder just doesn't get their hands together. Off the fingertips, 6 runs. Riaz Madassa's fielded really well in this tournament, but that one just eats him up. Big moment in the game, remember that. Zain Ali dropped on 24. Now gets a slightly slower ball from Ali Raza Islam. But Chivadate out of the blocks here. Up and over, and 4 more runs. It's Arslan this time, getting in on the action. And again, Ali Raza Islam. I know you might say he should have had that wicket, but I mean, it was pounded from Zain Ali originally. Now Arslan gets a boundary. This is why I think with so many bowling options, I don't know I'd be bowling anyone out this quickly. I think that's okay. Javed Mohammed is one I would have considered just because he swings the ball so much. But they didn't go back to Javed anyway in the 3rd. Now Arslan works this way inside out for a single. Chivadate, a team we first saw in 2021 in Brescia. Saw them in Brescia last year as well. And seeing them for the first time in ECS cricket in Milan. Tim Reedman asked me, what's my favourite moment up to now? We might have to be a bit more specific. Tim, do you mean in this tournament? Bowled up in the block hole. Make the return stop into the 4th over. Ali Raza Islam goes for 19 in his spell. That over goes for 12. And the score is 44 for 1 after 4. Checking out the run rate, still early days, but 11 and over. Pretty healthy start. Just the 1 wicket down for Chivadate so far. Oh, look, probably my favourite moment in this series. I mean, I always gravitate towards the golden balls, right? So, got to say the golden ball where I just stepped into a wedding reception and watched it live, sneakily, on one of the couches away from the main tables. The Fresh Tropical versus Bergamo CC golden ball was probably one of my favourite moments as far as making memories. Sajjad does come on now in the 5th.
And the first one's worked away from Arslan, so another boundary. This hasn't happened too often to Sajjad. I suppose this is a ball which is just wide of the off stump. I mean, just. But well handled by Mohamed Arslan. I suppose also enjoyed watching the 6 sixes in and over from Zayn Ali. Well, a lot of my favourite moments I wasn't actually here for so far. I realised. I'm just heading down leg side, I think. Sajjad just slides on, doesn't really turn it a lot. Maybe a bit of bat in this as well. Yeah, this one's called a wide, so over the tram line. Again, batter's allowed to move to the ball without penalty. So when the ball's bowled, it was more or less in line. It was on the way to taking a step, I suppose. Back to live action. Yeah, but if there's doubt, it's a wide, pretty much, to discourage negative bowling. Sajjad is a guy that I would say typically he underbowls himself, but this series he's been the key spin option. It's a little bit short though, and it's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo. That one heads into Papa Bear pretty quickly. A little bit short, and Zayn Ali takes full toll. As this one disappeared over backward square leg for 6. Good batting. Sajjad just hasn't quite got the length right so far in this over. Can he get this key wicket? Again, quick hand speed from Zayn Ali. He's only able to get one this time. Yeah, so Tim, they're probably my favourite moments so far. I just think in general, my favourite moments have been all the close games. We spent a lot of time in 50-50 games here, games in the balance. Inside out, pretty good batting from Arslan, and it will go for another 4. Cuatro carreras más, and 17 off Club Sajjad's over. Great shot selection here, and you can see they're not really playing for a lot of turn. Some batters have got themselves into trouble that way. That will be the end of the over. Does go for 17. 61 for 1 after 5. Chivinate off to the races. And speaking of Zayn Ali, you'll see him in the Italian side, alongside a lot of players we'll see in this ECS. So Zayn Ali getting opportunity for Italy. For Romania, they're going to bring a squad of 17, including a fair few reserves apparently. You could see a bit of Romanian national or ethnically Romanian players in there. Luca Petri next to Nasi as well. A lot of young players as well. Safi Ahmed's certainly one to watch out for. And a smattering of experience as well with Sathisen, the captain, Taranjit Singh in the squad. Sawinata Gotla as well. Anyway, time for a new over. And here's another one. And it's gone. So it's going to be gone. Ahmad Ranja takes the catch. And this was one of the longer pockets of the ground. So Zayn Ali, that's his luck run out in 38. It's Riaz Madassa that is into the attack. You can see just the dimensions of this ground. It gets a bit longer there. And Hamad takes the catch. Kept his cool, didn't he? Under pressure. That could be a big moment in this chase. 61 for 2 now. Riaz has had the Midas touch with the ball in this series. Long boundary for an ECS ground at least. And so Zayn falls on his sword, but he's got his team off to a great start. Got him through the first half of this game. Someone else has to pick it up from here. Arslan's looking good. It's a shaky start for the new batter. It's Isra Munshi, and he's a bit of a 6-hitting machine as well. So you can see they're a bit of a unit. Chivinate. I think it's only good for the competition when we see these I won't say new teams, but up-and-coming teams, really mixing it with some of the established teams here. Oh, this is almost chopped onto the stumps. Late decision to go. Dulu thinks about throwing, then realises, no one backing up, probably not worth it, might not have been out anyway. So Munshi gets off the mark via his own body. Manassa. Keeping things pretty tight. Swing and miss. So, Precious EC can palpably feel that they've gotten a bit more into this contest now. They'll be hopeful from here. They can maybe still keep it below 100 to chase. Thick edge and gone. So Arslan's going to go now. Both the established batters go in the 6th over. Madassa does it again. I suppose there's an element of luck in this dismissal because this edge can go anywhere. But it's pretty much straight to the fielder. So Arslan, the next man to go. Madassa grabs 2 in the 6th. And the score is 62 for 3. Nice catch taken as well by Javed Mohammed. Has had to take maybe one step to his left. Not a big step at all. And so Chivadate at the crossroads. Well, here's another good boundary hitter. Ali Sadat coming out at number 5. So you can see why they've been dangerous in this series. That they seem to be able to have these players that are able to hit boundaries on this field and under these conditions. And I think I saw a statistic that said that Chivadate were hitting more runs in boundaries per innings than any other team. So Chivadate, they're hitting 7.9 maximos per 10 overs. That's the best in the competition. They're scoring 65 runs on average in boundaries per 10 overs. That's the best in the competition. Well, one of the issues is that they're the second worst in conceding boundaries, so there's that. But, I mean, certainly as far as their batting goes, they've been having a good time. 62 for 3 after 6. Precious EC only allowing 2 extras so far in the innings. So, Club Sajjad. He's coming back for a second. I like this, even though his first over didn't go too well, but does provide some important variety, and you've got 2 new batters to bowl at as well. In the air, hanging, again, goes right back to the line here and takes it. Another catch. They have caught well, haven't they? And it's yet another catch for Hamad Ranja, who's into the lineup. And so Kalab takes another wicket, put it with the rest, and I like that. I like the decision for the captain to bowl himself a second over, because it's a different proposition, isn't it? With 2 new bats at the crease. Imran Naveed skating around to his right to back that up, but Hamad had it under control. The collapse is on here. It's 62 for 4. And that means they've lost 3 for 1 in the last 7 balls. So remember, they were 61 for 1 at the halfway point after 5 overs. And 7 balls, just 1 run, 3 wickets falling. It's one thing to have a long batting order, but when you go through it this quickly, you only cause yourself some problems. Ranjat looks very assured, doesn't he, with the hands. Sikander Waleed comes to the crease at number 6. Get this away for 1, but he'll have to hustle for it. Get there. So that's the beauty of T10 cricket. I mean, I often say don't judge a game in the first 5 overs. Certainly Chivadante had the best of the first quarter of this match. We saw it last night, didn't we, as well? Trentino Aquila 20 for 7 at one point. I said, don't call the first 5 overs. Danny thought it was crazy. They ended up winning the game. Precious EC storming back into the contest. So that tries to launch. Let's get a single. Precious EC. You expect them to be in the semi-finals, don't you? Certainly, with that win this morning, they put themselves in a good position. 5 and 3 with 2 games to go. But they've got this tricky one against Chivadate. They're already going to be chasing a decent score. They've got Chandra Brescia at the end of the day. Now, Chandra Brescia, they were awful yesterday, but today's a new day. And, big rivalry between those two. What a shot! What a piece of hitting this is. Maximo Sakanda will lead, has just turned it around, and he's got every little bit of that. Every little bit. Sends it over the ropes. Reverse some 06 runs. Oh, that has to be pretty close. The HCL Software Player of the Day. And also finishes the 7th over, 70 for 4. Where did that come from? Sakanda will lead. Tomorrow, we'll have more cricket coming your way from Gibraltar. So we'll have double trouble next 4 days. You'll have cricket from Milan and cricket from Gibraltar. Good news is the T20s, they kind of go a little bit later into the night. So yeah, every day the T20s should go to around about, I'm going to say, kind of 10:30, 10:45 European time. So that's kind of just lengthening the day a little bit, as we normally finish around about 7:15 here. So it kind of gives you another full game, T20 game, after the end of play here in Milan. So I'll certainly be keeping an eye on that. This gets past Dula and everyone else. Well, probably just cost him 1. Maybe it cost him 2. It doesn't. Yeah. One of the more powerful throws. Hamad's got a few things to say about it, and he threw that from about 55 metres, 60 metres into the keeper's end. And yeah, Tulu not reading the bounce off the pitch, and then the backup fielder having some similar issues. So that now cracks this and sends the field around as well to keep it to 1. So, yeah, certainly a bit of tension out there. We've got so many teams in the mix. I mean, Fresh Tropical, even with that disastrous loss last night, don't think they can drop out. So they'd earned the right through a lot of close matches to top the table. Pretty sure they'll top the table. Unless Precious EC can get a couple. Certainly, Fresh Tropical know they're in the semis. I mentioned the fact they were 7-3, but they had a net run rate of only plus 0.5. Considering a team topping the table, it's not much at all. But they're the only team that I think are assured of a spot. Still, and we only have a day and a half to go. Tries to get funky. Now they're going to take it on late decision. And well, he's run out. He just pulls up there, will lead. Needed to speed up, but he slows down. It's like he was running into the wind or something like that. Imran Naveed, he's got a dead to throw, and we're going to have a run out. It's going to be keeper first. Deflects off Dulu. He cops a dead leg for his trouble. And then look at that. He spends too much time looking, and he looks at the line and says, well, I'm not there yet. And it's crashing into middle stump. So, oh, crazy stuff, really. And Waleed, who plays one of the shots of the tournament, runs himself out. I didn't mind the decision to go. Dulu's down now. He's copped that in the leg, and it's missed his pad. So he's not super happy about it, is he? But what a throw from Imran Naveed. And the assist to Dulu. He'll get something for his trouble. Gets the magic spray on. But yeah, not great running from Sakanda. I didn't mind Ali Sadat calling him through. And it seemed like he'd get away with it. I mean, how often do you get a direct hit from here either? But look, Sadat sees it and goes, yeah, come on, let's go. But again, he spends too long watching the ball then instead of looking at his partner. And then he's still watching the ball. And Naveed hits the middle peg out of the ground, and he knows that he's gone. It's not even close. You see, he needed the rear view mirrors there, didn't he? Sakanda will lead. And watching the ball rarely makes you faster. I'll tell you that much. So that facing up, of course, because he did get to the striker's end. Yeah, I mean, I know that Uri Geller used to move things with his eyes and have a few tricks. I think that's kind of Walid was trying to will that ball away from the stumps when he was looking around the corner. Wide, straight over the tram line. So it's an interesting little tussle. Down below 10 and over. Run rate now. And when Naveed's in. Created a run out. And hope he doesn't go for too many in the end. 7 off the bat. As we get to the end of the 8th over. The score is 77 for 5. Looking at the run rate, you can see it's just taking a dive as those wickets have tumbled. So, Chivadante, certainly a great start with Zain Ali there. The boundaries were flowing. Just run into a bit of trouble in the second half of the innings so far. First 5 overs, 11, 7, 14, 12 and 17. And then 6, 7, 8 going for 1, 8 and 7. Whereas Madassa took 2 for 1. Down at the right, didn't he, in the 6th over. Gets this straight through Ali Sadat. Mike Seal saying one of the things you're taught as a batter is get between the ball and the stumps when running. And don't focus on the ball. I mean, that is true to an extent, Mike, but you've got to be careful these days with the new interpretations of obstruction. If you run out of your ordinary line, then if the ball does hit you, you're kind of liable to be given out. I suppose the idea is picking an initial line that is clever, you know. But you can't take it away from the fielder with Naveed. What a direct hit. This one's in the air, into the gap, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Just a little bit short of a length. And for the first time, you see Manassa getting a bit short, and this one hits the gap. Carries, and yeah, about a metre or so over the line. This one won't make it all the way, but they do get a single. Yeah, so see if Sadat can pull out a late run to get them over the 100 here. Good pace from Madassa. Still got a ball to spend here in the 9th. Pitched up. Muzaffar off the mark. He'll retain the strike. And, yeah, in the Muzaffar battle, it's Muzaffar that gets the single. And with 9 overs down, it's 85 for 5. So it could be a really good over to get over the 100 now. Certainly a very powerful start, like I said. 61 in the first half at the moment, just 24 off the second. With an over to go, though. Imran Naveed's going to come back and bowl over number 10. He bowled pretty well in the 8th. Didn't give up a boundary. So let me see who doesn't get a second here. Hassan Naveed only gets the 1. Javed Muhammad only gets the 1. Javed Muhammad I can understand. Not badly, but if you don't bring back in the 3rd, I mean, he's a genuine swing bowler. I don't think he's as effective late in the innings. Here's Imran. Just sneaks inside according to the umpire. He's got his toes just outside as well, which means that line probably moves a touch, maybe the width of the line. Importance of taking wickets, hey? Chivadante thinking to set something in the 90s here. Precious CC will still have to bat well, though.
hacks away at it. Mazaffa just gets the one. I think Alex Adati wants to take responsibility here. Just walks the one, and he feels that he's the boundary hitter of these two. I think maybe now, see him trying to make sure he controls the strike for the rest of this innings. 4 balls left. Swing and a miss though. Good bat speed from Sadat. Imran trying to close it out. One hand, one bounce. Yeah, smart from Dualu. He could have thrown that, but he's not going to save a run, so no need to really make that throw. I said they get some in the 90s. Even that's looking a bit far off at the moment. Second half of this innings, hey? We've had just 25 runs in 4.5 overs. It's not even run a ball pace. Those wickets really derailing things for Chivadate. Let's get a bit on this. I think he'll want to. Might get it. He won't even try. Okay. So Mazaffa will get one more opportunity. I would have thought that was the one to go for 2. Set out one of the more known power hitter, but I suppose he's been struggling to get anything going himself in this innings. So one Maximo in the 14 balls he's faced, no 4s. All right, everyone, seatbelts on. Mazaffa is going to swing at this. Whether he hits it or not, I'm not so sure. Oh, yeah. He gets one. Bowler does his own work. Keeper's on here. Good throw. Should have him done. And it'll be 1+ run out. So what a comeback from Brescia CC. They concede 61 off the first half, but just 27 off the second, taking 4 wickets in the second half along the way. And the final score for Chivadate will be 88 for 6. So look, it's around about an average score based on what we've seen, especially in the last couple of days, but it was looking more than average early on as Chivadate were sent in by Brescia CC skipper Kalab Sajjad, Zain Ali and Kuljinder, the openers, and Zain Ali has continued on where he left off. He's having such a good tournament. This was a bit of a gift though from Babar, who picked up the ball before he got back into the field of play. And then Zain, again, he just seems to be hitting the ball harder than everyone else. Kuljinder nicked off after changing his bat. Might want to change it back after that. Yasadulu with the simple catch. Alira Islam with the ball. They brought Hassan Naveed on in the third. They ball a bad over, but just lost the plot at the end with 4, and then an 0-ball 6. Everything was going really smoothly for Chivadate. Zain Ali cruising to 38, hitting shots all around the ground, 3 4s, 3 Maximos in his innings. But things were about to take a turn. Some good catching out there from Hamid Ranja. That was the first ball of the second half of this innings, but then they started falling all over the place. They lost 3 for 1 in 7 balls, and they never really got that momentum back, did they, Chivadate? Another good catch taken from Ranja. This was shot of the day probably so far. Takanda Waleed. That was a moment to remember. He'll have another moment that he won't want to remember. This clocked off the leg of Yasadulu. And then, as they say, don't look back in anger. As it was the end of Waleed. And cranes his neck up. He knew he made a mental error there. Trying to will that ball away from the stumps. But yeah, boundaries hard to come by in the second half. Just had the 2 6s, no 4s in over 6 through 10. Losing 5 wickets along the way, and they run out of gas on the way to 88 for 6 off the 10 overs. 38 for Zain Ali. He scores the majority of the runs up front. Arslan with 15 was handy, wasn't he? But no one else really getting going. Sadat with 13 off 14, but just one big blow and not too much else to report. Waleed, shot of the innings, I think, with his reverse sweep, but he was run out off the thigh of Dulu, and a smart direct hit from Imran Naveed. Pretty miserly stuff from Brescia CC as well. Just 2 wides and an 0-ball throughout the entire 10 overs.
Riaz Madasimes, the bowlers, 2 for 9. He's had a really good tournament, hasn't he? Wickets also for Ali Raza Islam and Kalab Sajjad. He's a bit more expensive than usual, but still came up with a wicket. Not often you see him go over in this tournament. Imran Naveed, we like the way he closed out things as well, only conceding 10 of his 2 overs and involved in a couple of runouts as well. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes and we'll see if Precious EC can get 1 foot in the semi-finals or whether Chivadate keep their tournament alive. 88 the score on the board. Back very shortly, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. After the break, we'll be back with more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Milan. Time for the second half of match number 48. We're exactly halfway through the day at the moment. Third match of 5 today, Brescia CC already with a win under their belt against Brescia this morning. And, got a battle on their hands here. 89, the victory target. Pretty much bang on the rate that we've seen as the average rate throughout this series. Cividate, he burnt a good start. They were 61 at the halfway point, but only 27 runs would come off the second half on the way to this score of 88 for 6. Yasadulu out there with Imad Khan. I've got to say, Imad in particular batted really well earlier today. Yasser probably not quite hitting his straps, but it's Muhammad Arslan to get going. Here we go with the second innings. Dulu wastes no time and he horns the 6 down to the ground. Well, that is quite a way to announce your arrival. Just angled in towards Dulu. There was no pussyfooting around here. Maximo! And there's 6 you won't need to get. What a shot that is from Yasir. He's done it against some good bowling before. Arslan gets a little bit too close to him and pays the price. Never mind is the call. Easier said than done if you're the bowler. Wickets. That's what you need, particularly the top 3. This one knocked away the leg side. Imad Khan, though, I'm going to say, nice to see him getting back to a bit more of what we know he can do. I'm not sure I'm saying Cividate will be disappointed to only have 88 on the board after a good start. Yeah, I think you're right there. Chops down on this, gets a bit of bat on it, and that's what saves him. I'll take on the 2. He gets home. Don't think they'll have a look at this one. They just got a bit of bat on that. Chops down, you see it there. Sneaks off the inside edge. I think he's home by a couple of steps here. He would have kind of ran around it a little bit. That just allowed him to get home. Quick work from the keeper. It's Isra Munshi keeping for Cividate. Cividate just seem a team that's too good to miss out of the semi-finals, but you're probably going to have a couple of teams that are too good to miss out in the semi-finals that will have to miss out because 11 doesn't go into 4. I'm really looking for the cream of the crop to have a chance at the trophy in this format. In the air, hanging in the air for a while. It finds a pocket of space. Imad gets a bit lucky there. Wasn't in control of that shot. Yes, Adulu certainly announced his arrival with a huge hit over mid-wicket. That's what good opening pairs do. If one isn't quite hitting them well, the other one can compensate. Imad certainly picked up the slack in that earlier game. Dulu back on strike. Sneaks across, but still wide. Arslan hoping Dulu might slash at that. If he did, it means every chance it might have run away for 4. Over third man if you've got a bit of bat on it. Haven't we been treated to lots of close finishes? Second leg side. Just don't think that straightens from Arslan. Does get a dot ball. Good comeback. Pretty interesting target, isn't it? 89, in the grady 80s, as we say sometimes. This is dabbed away. And we'll come back for two. Closer than you probably should have been. Dulu not known for his running, but does leg out a couple. And that's the end of the first over. And so it's 13 without loss after one. 16 matches without a golden ball. We've had 2 in this tournament so far. In Malta, we actually had 5. And, that was pretty crazy. Having said that, that was a 4-week tournament, not just a 2-week tournament. Even so, it's pretty remarkable. How often you get 3 in a 2-week? I think it has happened once before. Anyway, it's going to be Zain Ali who's going to bowl over number 2. What a tournament he's having. We think we could take a leading run scorer for Chivadate. Doesn't release the first one. First one angles in to Imad, works it away. Third ball he's faced, so still early days in his innings. Hit the ball very well before. Again, looking at this batting lineup, it is a powerful one, isn't it? You look at the top 6. You've got these 2. You've got Baba Hussain, likely to be 3, I imagine. Then you've got Ali Raza Islam, you've got Riaz Madassi, you've got Navi Chowdhury. So you've got 6 genuine hitters there. That's what makes Precious EC so dangerous. Hard to imagine a top 4 without them, but if they were to lose here and they would lose to Jandra Brescia later, then I don't think they would make it. Nope, missing the leg start. Confident appeal though. How often do LB appeals end up in mix-ups or run-outs? Dulu, let's get the message to get on his bike. The angle here, taking it past the leg stump. You can kind of see all 3 stumps there as well. In the air and dropped. Well, he's dropped an absolute sitter. Now we almost have a run out, we don't. And we almost have an overthrow, but we don't. And now we almost have another throw come in and going right, but we don't. What an opportunity this was, though. Get rid of Imad, who's batted well today. But, well, it's a fairly simple opportunity that gets grasped. Zain Ali should have had his man there. Just remember that. Long dot then. Imad dropped on 4. And goes upstairs. Again, Zain Ali just seems to be doing things that other players can't do on this surface. We haven't seen a lot of bounces. It's a genuine bouncer. Goes past the ear hole of Imad Khan. Again, just got to pick yourself up. Everyone makes errors. This level of the game. Or any level of the game, really. Light on the rate at the moment, Brescia CC. So it's a good comeback, mini comeback from Chivadate after that first ball got drilled for 6. Slower ball, picked and hit out of the ground. Maximo. Yeah, it was the variation from Zain this time. So already Imad makes him pay for that missed opportunity. Wasn't a bad idea, but he overpitched it. Chin high full toss, goes the journey. Brescia CC get ahead in the chase again. So you can kind of see what he was thinking. He's used the bouncer up and uses the slower ball, trying to mix it up. Now this one's outside his hip, and this is going to fly away a long way. Maximo! He's just getting it wrong there. That was asking for trouble. It was short, it was Gundy, it was down the leg side. And yeah, even though it's not off the middle, off the top edge. That's going to fly a long way, and it does. So things going wrong for Zion in the second half of that over. Goes for 13. They go against his analysis in the end. 14, including a leg bye. It is 27 without loss after 2. Yeah, look how congested it is. Could have a lot of teams finishing on 5 or 6 wins. Potentially there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams for the remaining 2 spots or 3 spots in the top 4. So you've got a lot of teams that could finish on 5 wins, 5 and 5, which you'd imagine in an even competition. And people would congregate around that 50% record if it is a truly even competition. In the air, this time it's caught. So Yasir doesn't get the same break that Emad does. He batted well for 9. Whacked a 6 out of the ground to start the innings. This one was going up, and it was still going up when it reached the field up. Arslan with the breakthrough. And a nice moment for Chivadate as they get the dangerous Yasir Dulu. The first wicket falls 27 for 1. We saw how much wickets can change the narrative in the first half of this game. So Chivadate cruising at 61. The wicket started to fall. They finished at 88 at the full-time whistle. Baba Hussain comes to the crease at number 3, but I got to say, it was a pretty good catch. It's Mohammad Muzaffar that takes the catch. It was still kind of on its way up, I think. Yeah, he puts hands there and grabs it. It's kind of Waleed, we can tell. He's pretty happy about it as well. Understandably so. Babar, though, hasn't quite shown us what he can do in this series. Just been showing bursts of it. Played for Cricket Stars last year, but formerly of Pressure CC. Now back in the green shirt. Arslan into him. Whipped away. He should be gone first ball. He will be. Well, it's a real break, isn't it? Because it bounced straight off the fielder and bounced up. And Baba Azan gets another opportunity. Can you believe this? I mean, Baba whips it away. This could have gone absolutely anywhere, to be honest. And if it was 2 metres either side of the fielder, it was going to be 4. But Baba Azan, he drops it, but it hangs in the air for what seems like an eternity. And he had a good idea of where it had gone. And you can see he's off to the races, runs it back for a touchdown. And Baba is going to go for a golden derrick. And this game changing quick. Arslan, 2 wickets in 2 balls. A golden for Baba Hussain. His disappointing run continues. And do not try and predict this format of the game. 27 for 2. Again, rare you see a ball hanging that much after being dropped. But if you're going to drop it upwards. So now, hat-trick opportunity for Mohammad Arslan. In his second over here, we already had one hat-trick. It was Rajmani in match 12, but only one so far. That was part of a 5-wicket haul. Started the year with Umar Tariq. 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. And we'll see him in Austria next week. Looking forward to that. Anyway, let's get back to the action here. New batter has come to the crease. Ali Raza Islam. Under pressure. Hat-trick ball for Mohammad Arslan. Oh, that's close. Oh, wow. Ali Raza Islam again. Very confident batter. Close to the edge. Inside edge, that is. Could have chopped on easily. Ali Raza Islam survives. But this is a good run on. Those back-to-back sixes just lost the handle, didn't they? Chivadate at the end of the second over of Sain Ali. But then you'd probably trade the 2 sixes for the 2 wickets they've got straight away. Slow ball. Almost a chance. Well, he doesn't really know what he's doing out here. He's going to go for 4. And originally, I thought that this might be whipped away for 6, but it wasn't hit that well. It's a slower ball. It's about knee-high. And he tried to turn it into a catch, didn't he? But he didn't really do either. Didn't get to the ball in the full. And then if you're not going to catch it, you want to back off and protect the boundary. And I wasn't able to. So I think that was Azad again out there, being pushed back. There was Islam off the mark. Tell you what, if nerves could power a city, they wouldn't be short of energy here in Milan. There's a lot of teams with their tournaments in the balance at the moment. This has worked away, leg side, I think it's gone off the bat. So for Ali Razi Islam, Arslan gets a bit too straight to him. And yeah, Brescia CC, they're pretty experienced in this format of the game. And they will know not to be rattled by the wicket. Still, they need to go out there, play their shots. They've got the players to do that. I mentioned their top six super strong. Maya saying, yeah, maybe put a bit of price on your wicket. I mean, that's true. But kind of instinctive shots. I don't mind the shot from Baba Hussain. I mean, he's hitting the ball correctly. He just didn't keep it on the ground. And before that, Dulu again took on the infield and lost. So let me criticise the shots of those two. Full toss, paddled back, end of the power play, 35 for 2. What a game this is. Contrast that with the power play, 32 for 1. Chivadate scored off their first 3 overs, so comparable in the 30s. They've lost one more wicket. Even the quote-unquote good teams struggling to get 100 consistently on this surface, the pitch surface and also the outfield surface. Pretty bright conditions though. I mean, ordinarily I'd say pretty good for batting. One of the drier days we've had here as well, so outfield about as quick as it's going to get. New bowler coming on. Adam Mohammed is going to be the next bowler for Chivadate. What entertainment we've had though. This is what you want. We've got 11 teams here. There's no Gumbies. They are all giving it a shake, aren't they? Even teams like Milan United, you know, had a bit of a shocking start to the tournament. Being very competitive, giving us a lot of close games. Kings 11 were down the bottom, now they're right up the top. And none. It's a wide, but if Munchie gloves this, might have had half a chance to stump Imad Khan. See how he overbalances there. He's just taken a bit too far away from the stumps. He hits this, so it won't be a wide. It would have been a wide. And Munchie again. Not really able to do too much about that. So, yeah, I like the addition of Under Mohammed. Seen him playing before for Milan Kingsgrove. And that's more where he wants to be. Otherwise, Islam pushes, just gets one. Hello to Wayne. Hello, Julian Dawson as well. Good to have you with us. And then Maya Patel. Takes it on, fielder back and caught again, a juggle catch. Well, he misjudges originally, Zain Ali. He crept in a little bit too far, but he does have height on his side, doesn't he? And he knocks it up. And I think this might have even been the third attempt that he pulls it in. Check it out in the replay. So Imad's luck runs out. Up it goes. And then another little fumble in the fingertips. He grabs it. Zain Ali, again, he knows that he made a little bit of a judgment error. He took 2 steps in that he didn't need to, and that's why he had to climb the ladder. But luck's a fortune for Chivadate, who've dropped a couple, but they've caught them on the rebound. And Imad has to go for 17. It's 38 for 3. Well, they should take this show on the road with the amount of jugglers they've got. Chivadate. And yeah, good composure. Here's Madassa, the new batter. This time, Zain should handle it on the ground. But this game has so many twists and turns. And Mohammed with a wicket, he'll be happy. Almost a chance for a run out, but see Scandal Lead pretty frustrated. He wasn't able to pick that up cleanly. Nice pulley over. Yeah, that's well bowled. The ultimate mixed bag from Adnan, but he only goes for 6, so that's a win. Again, spin changing the game into 4. 41 for 3. Yeah, Maya saying, maybe hit it on the ground. I suppose the issue here is you're not really getting value on the ground, are you? We talked a little bit about the fours rate, so the rate of 4s per 10 overs being really low here because of this slow outfield. So if I was to look at that, we're seeing 5.2 maximos per 10 overs, we're seeing 5.1 fours, so pretty much parity. Whereas in Portugal and Cyprus, we were kind of getting 2 4s for every 6 hit. So we're seeing closer to 10 4s per innings. Here we're getting 5 4s per innings. And so I can totally understand why batters are taking to the air. Kuljinder brings himself on. This ball that probably would have been a wide, but just be a single. Yeah, so that comes with extra risk, doesn't it? If you can't necessarily just take 6 singles and over because it's not quite what you need, and you'll just fall behind bit by bit. So it's hit pretty hard, and it's going to be knocked over for 6. Maximo. Well, to be honest, as Medasa had one of these in the first innings, this is hit real hard from Ali Raza Islam, and yeah, I mean, not an easy catch. Easy for it to burst through. That's exactly what it does. Now, having got the 6, wow, this is an opportunity, I think, to run out. Ali Raza Islam would have been a sensational piece of fielding. I suppose it was anyway. But yeah, I feel that as he goes and runs, I think this would have been out. Yeah, very tight at least. Over to Manassa. This only reaches forward, is called wide. Again, Ben's allowed to kind of move towards the ball once it's bowled to try and hit it without losing the right to that being a wide. Well, come back. And this is going to be 4. So things getting moving. Resha CC brought up the 50 with the previous ball. And Manassa gets 4. So they've gone for their twin spin options. But going with the spin, and Manassa handling it. Got to break this partnership, looking dangerous already. I mentioned they've got 6 genuine bats, and so we're kind of down to number 5. Well, that could be a no ball, you know. It's been called a wide. I think it does just bounce on the pitch, but only just. I think Kuljinder's head's in the way. Let's have a look. It is. But judging by the way that bounced, what is that? It might have been a case for a no ball. I don't mind it being called a wide, though. That does mean they don't get a free hit. That's the difference. But I'm not a huge fan of the no ball for off the pitch rule anyway. I think that it's a very harsh penalty for it to be a free hit as well. I'd say I wouldn't have a problem being called a no ball if, say, it jagged back and hit the batter on the stumps. But apart from that, should it be a wide anyway? This is a wide. It's definitely a wide. Comes back, but when it passes the crease, it's definitely cutting the line. There's no way this ball's completely inside the line at that point. It comes back a bit. But by the time it passes the stumps, but that's a wide. Every day of the week. It's well bowled though. But the over will cost 17. Not ideal for Chivadante. His tournament is hanging by a thread. 5 overs down in this chase. It's 58 for 3. Pretty much run a ball required from here on in. What's coming up tomorrow, and he's been doing a bit of chatting with Charlie Hunt. He'll be leading the commentary there in Gibraltar. 2 matches tomorrow, 2 on Friday, 3 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. All T20 international matches, official T20 internationals, covered right here on ECN. Portugal-Malta first up, then Gibraltar-Portugal. So Portugal with a doubleheader tomorrow. Join Charlie for that one. Ooh. Looks like a good shout to me, and he's gone. Yeah, haven't seen this from front on, but I will now. And really didn't see what this was missing. Checking out the replay. I suppose the only thing there is it hitting him outside the line or is it hitting him in line with off stump? So, yeah, probably umpire's call on impact. My suspicion is it might have just been outside the line, but I think maybe a bit of the ball's in line, in which case it'd be umpire's call on impact. And I don't think it's missing the off stump the way it's coming in. So I think that's a fair enough decision. It's a line ball decision. I think if you look at the result of the play, I mean, the batter shouldn't have missed it in the first place. He puts himself in that position. But yeah, I think if you were to do a kind of DRS on that, you're going to have some of the ball in line with the outside edge of the stump. So not an easy decision, but I think it's an excusable decision from the umpire. Ali Raza Islam gone for 18. Naveed Chowdhury comes out. That's the wicket that Chivadate needed anyway, isn't it? Wayne, nice comment from you as well. Wait for it. Just lost the other one down the leg side, hasn't he, Adnan? He said, nice patch job on the pitch. Yeah, got to say the ground stuff in Milan have been brilliant here. Led by Mickey. He also drives us to and from the hotel. Looking a bit sad yesterday, and they worked really hard to get this pitch in as good as condition as possible. Another one angled in. This could be close. Oh, he went for the keeper's end. Went for Madassa. It surprised me. He could have got Chowdhury by more. I suppose this was it was a shorter throw, but he had less stumps to aim at. Munshi jumps on it, and yeah, he would have been gone. I think he would have been gone. He spiked it into the ground, which didn't help. Oh, that's going to be high, I think. No ball called. It's too high. Yeah, plays that from above the belt buckle, Madassa. So, yeah, free hit. And just when you think they're getting some momentum back, they give a bit of a gift to Brescia's EC. This is not really cashed in. They get one. Yeah, I thought that was outside the line, but I mean, I suppose you can't see the off stump. So if a little bit of that ball is in front of the off stump, then that's good enough to give, really. It would go on to the umpire's call, so I don't think you could say it was a bad decision. The umpire's judgment seemed fair enough. This one's outside the wide line. It's going to be sliced away, and that will get to the boundary as well. So Chowdhury gets into his work. Brescia CC seem to have this in hand. That takes it under a runner ball required. And yeah, that's one of the shorter boundaries. So up to 66 now. 23 required. Off 26 balls. And he just hasn't quite had his control, has he? His left arm spin. He's had a few of these lost down the leg side like that. Not the worst figures ever. Having said that, he's got 2 for 15 off 1.4. Takes pace off this. So it's a long chase from the man out there. And they're happy with just one. Don't want to give away a run out at this stage. More collected and thrown back in. Ooh. He likes it. Maybe high. Into the over, 68 for 4. This is an interesting one. It did hit him very high in the pad, but not many balls are going over. Does he sneak outside the line again? It's in line, you know. It's a pretty good shout. Only the height. It's not the line. Climbing. Oh, I mean, it's probably just going over the top, but it may have clipped the top of the stumps. The height was the doubt from the umpire. So, yeah, that's fair enough, I think. 68 for 4. Off 6. Climbed a bit more than some other balls on that length. 18 for Ali Raza Islam, top scorer in the innings so far. 21 off 24 required. They need to have an amazing over here, really, wouldn't they? The thing is on the comparison. It's pretty close, I think. Oh, another ball which pitches just on the pitch, and I mean just. Jinder, like his spin bowling partner under Muhammad, just having a few problems getting it right. And we'll check this out. Yeah, I mean, it's on the pitch just. I mean, some people would say that's hit the edge of the pitch. I think if in doubt, it should just be a wide. Like I said, I think it's a big penalty for a ball that hasn't even hit the pitch. It's a bit better from Jinder. Push and run, pressure CC. You feel they're too experienced to let this go. Spears this in towards the stumps. Chivadate, not being too crazy to say that they're playing for their life here. They're on a wing and a prayer, trying to defend 18 in 22 balls. Chowdhury doesn't block many, that's why he got the big cheer, but he sends the next one out of the ground. It's high, it's long, it's strong, it's maximal. Jinder is having a bit of trouble finding his range. This wasn't the worst ball ever, but Chowdhury's he's a born hitter, isn't he? Precious EC, they're liking their day. Long day for them, of course. They'll play 3 times. Tough clash against Judge Brasher to come in the last game of the day. And now it looks like they'll do this with some time to spare. Wants to go again and does. Maximal! Chowdhury doubles down, goes back to the well, goes with the spin and sends this one into the woods. And now they can win this game with one swing of the bat. For 6 to win. Chivadate need to back up against Trentino Aquila in match 49. Trentino Aquila winning the toss, electing to bat. That's coming up in about half an hour. Let's go back to the action. This is called a wide. And Trentino Aquila have been master defenders, haven't they? So that's why it makes sense that they would bat first. This game may not even make it to the end of the over at this rate. Goes one more time. Maximal! Game, set, match. Chowdhury comes in and knocks up a quick 30 off just 8 balls, and this game is done. Put a fork in it. And Chivadate, again, shows you how much things can change. After 5 overs, they were in command, weren't they? They were 61 for 1. They kind of fell in a heap and a splutter to only make 88, and Brescia CC pull off the chase, and they do it with plenty of time to spare. Over 3 overs in hand in the end. So congratulations to Brescia CC. They get that precious 6th win. Once again, we've got this match coming up. Chivadate need to pick themselves up. Both teams with identical records. So I suppose they're playing for position there. And I don't think it's impossible to get through with 5 wins. It just seems really unlikely that you'd sneak into the finals. But still, just got to win every game possible. Game 49 starting in 30 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's go and have a look at the highlights. And it was an interesting one, wasn't it? Yasadulu came and he just smoked that first one out of the ground. Imad Khan contributed 17, but Dulu was fresh out of luck, wasn't he? As he was caught by Muzaffar. And then it was time for the juggling show. Step right up, step right up. Firstly, Baba Azad with that one. And then Zain Ali said, well, if you can do it, I can do it. He grabbed that, had a few metres to spare in the outfield. And so things potentially turning around, but then that was a bit of a buzzkill, wasn't it, for Chivadate? This one, line ball really. Umpire thought it hit him in line, and then said, yeah, I agree with you. No surprises there. Naveed, though, he looked like a man that had to go to the bathroom real quick because he went 3 Maximos and a 4 in only the 7 deliveries, and he finishes actually 24 off 7. And he finished things in a real hurry. 90 for 4. Win comes up for Brescia CC with 19 balls to spare. Again, extras hurt. Chivadate a little bit in there as well. 11 wides and no ball in that almost 7 overs. 24 for Chowdhury steals the show after it was set up by Imad Khan with 17. Ali Raza Islam with 18. Doolan also got them off to a rocketing start with a 6 off the first ball of the innings. Just the 4 bowlers used I know Mohammed, he was a bit all over the shop, but he still good figures for him too, for 16. 2 wickets for Arslan in 2 balls. But Zayn Ali went for 2 Maximos after a decent over to that point. Kuljinder just couldn't get his radar right, could he? He was very expensive in the end, going for 39 off his 11 deliveries bowled. We'll take a break. We'll be back in 20 minutes and take you into the next match. Chivinate have to pick themselves up. They have to dust themselves off, and they'll be hoping to finish with a good performance. It'll be the last game for them and the last game for Trentino Aquila as well. See you shortly then. When you sound here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Plenty more still to come. 2 matches on ECN today. See you after the break for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Milan. Time for the fourth match of the day. Two teams with identical records, so they're kind of fighting for position and I suppose an outside chance of qualification in the semi-final. It's going to be Cividate versus Trentino Aquila. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming had the two captains for the coin test. Let's see who won that coin toss.
Okay, your call. Heads is called. It is heads. We'll go to bat first.
Alex Kiboshard winning the toss, selecting to bat. No surprises there. They've been the master defenders, haven't they, so far? And this will be the last group match, and it does look like the last match for both these two teams. Cividate going down in a close one to Brescia CC. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this pans out. As we look at the two teams. Late wicket-keeping change due to an injury. Ziramunchi won't have the gloves. So we'll have the gloves, Ali Sada, for Cividate, who are now 4 and 5 after that loss. Identical record to Trentino Aquila. So it should be a really interesting match. Two fairly evenly matched teams. I suppose Cividate, a pretty batting-heavy team against Trentino Aquila, a very bowling-heavy team. So, yeah, I think that is the interesting matchup between these two teams. Alex Kiboshard was outstanding. Last time we saw Trentino Aquila, they pulled off a bit of a miracle defence, defending 67 against Fresh Tropical last night. So you can see Trentino Aquila struggling with about 81 per 10 overs, but still they've won 4 matches out of the 9. So potentially last time we'll see these two teams. I'm sure they're going to want to put their best foot forward. Mohamed Arslan to open the bowling for Cividate. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast, whether you're watching on Fan Code India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. 2 matches to come. This is whipped away, and this is going to be 4. So, Lovepreet Singh, he's been one shining light with the bat. For Trentino Aquila, gets something on his pads and dispatches it. And so, very, very good timing of the ball from Lovepreet. You want to say, let everyone in the chat as well, Motel. Some interesting comments about the spinners not really getting too much control in the last game. Cividate, let's see if they're a bit more on target this time. First, with the pace tack, imagine Arslan and probably Zain Ali. Down leg side, not handled. Maybe they can push for 2 here, although there's no real interest from Adil Ahmed. He's happy with the 1. And yeah, we've had a lot of close matches in this series so far. I'm sure we'll have a few more before the end of the week as well. As Arslan hit hard. There's Zain Ali doing the fielding. It's a bit of an interesting scenario here with these two teams. We'll see the table probably in a couple of minutes, but Cividate could go 5 and 5, as could Trentino Aquila. Don't see 5 and 5 getting you in, but mathematically it might be possible. It's a big hack from Adil Ahmed. Well, he's poked this one up and he gets away with it. So yeah, Mohamed Arslan. There's 2 Mohamed Arslans in this game. And so Chividate Mohamed Arslan almost had a wicket there first up. Alex Side has had his work cut out from so far. Now he's stood up with the gloves. Ezra Munshi sustained a minor injury, so he's out there, but he just doesn't have the wicket-keeping gloves on for Chividate in this one. Well, this is a powerful strike, and it's going to end up in the cube right here. Maximo time. And, well, been under attack today. This is a powerful flat bat smack, isn't it, from Adil, who's a 6-hitting machine. And so that's a good way to finish the first over. Certainly woke me up. And at the end of one, score 15 without loss. You look at the 2 teams, Chividate. A lot of Mohamed Arslan and Zain Ali as well, for that matter. I feel like Adil Ahmed's such an impact player, though. He saw his power there. Also took a really important catch under pressure last night. So it is Zain Ali to bowl over number 2. And it's going to start with a 6. Well, Maximo has Trentino Quilla move up into the 20s. And so, Zain is getting it slightly wrong. Well, his control's been a little bit off today. And it'll take some catching, that ball. Take some finding. But they have found it, and we're good to go. All right, Trentino Quilla. Yeah. Bowling hasn't really been a problem for them. Just like I think batting hasn't really been a problem for Chividate for the most part, although they kind of fell away in the second half of that last innings. And they were batting. This is trotted away. They're going to run in the end, looking for it, but Guljinder, the captain, makes the stop in the infield. Well, gets it wrong, and somehow he survives. Lovepreet, he was down and out. I was scared he injured himself there in the follow-through. Just losing his footing. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he tripped on an ant or something. Didn't really pick it up. No, was that cramp or what's going on there? But I think he survived physically and with his wicket. This is worked away, leg side, there's going to be 4. And Zain Ali once again just loses it down the leg side, it's Gundy, and it gets the treatment.
Oh, another one back to Zayn Ali. Fingertipper. Wow, talk about your teasers. Lovepreet may have got half a fingernail. Don't know how long his fingernails are. But yeah, that was really close to popping back to the bowler. Now it takes it on. Another one that'll find some grass. This time Arslan does the fielding. So, Antino Aquila riding the luck early. Lovepreet still there. So is Adil Ahmed. 26 without loss after 2. Looking forward to a big weekend of cricket. We mentioned Gibraltar starting tomorrow and for 4 days. Yeah, here we are. They've got company on 4 and 5, don't they? Bergamo CC, Trentino Aquila, and Chivadate. I'm starting to look for scenarios where some teams might all finish on 5 wins. Now, you see, there's 2 teams already with 6, so there's 1 spot left for grabs. And potentially more teams could catch Ginebrecha as well. But I'm trying to work out if there's a way you can sneak in with 5 wins. I think mathematically there probably would be. You'd need Kings 11 to lose both of their games to come. I'll have a little sneaky peek and see who Kings 11 are still to play. Kings 11 play Albano and Bergamo CC tomorrow morning up front in matches 51 and 52. Still don't think 5's going to be enough, but yeah, mathematically it might be a chance. Now we're going to get some left arm spin, and yeah, a bit of a risk here, I think. Adam Mohammed over number 3 because he didn't really have his control. Had decent figures though. Having said that, in the last game, 2 for 16 off 2. So yeah, we have seen playing for Kings Grove before. Well, that's pretty on target, isn't it? He tilts back the middle stump of Lovepreet, whose luck runs out on 17. And the first wicket of this contest, match 49. Where does he go wrong here, Lovepreet? Angles in. He's got a lot of turn normally. Just kind of slides on. Just plays down the wrong line, doesn't he? And disappointment. He's a character, Lovepreet, though. I love the way he plays his cricket. I wonder if that might be the last time we see him with the bat, though, in this series. As he departs, the score is 26 for 1. This will bring Mirzabag to the crease. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe he gets a bit front on, opens that front shoulder. It's not like he really hacked across it, though. And you can see, he set up behind the stumps. He's pretty happy with it. Said, yeah, easy as you like. Oh, yeah, this is going to hit middle stump as well. And then Mohammed, he's locked in. Maybe he's been reading the comments about the inconsistency of his last performance. This is a bit of a sticking throw that comes back to him. But he hasn't given up a run yet, so yeah. Gamble paying off to bowl and none here. This will rub off on Kuljinder. Goes after this. It's more high than it is long. Good luck. Well, you could kind of tell from the body language that he wasn't too confident under this. He came in, he went out, did the full hokey pokey, and the result's going to be 4 runs. So Mirzabag gets off the mark. Dropped on 0, so in he goes. Has to make the late adjustment. When you're moving that much under a high ball, it's a sign that you might have misjudged it, and that turned out to be the case. And now no one's catching this. He hits across and hits it a long way. So wound open, salt poured in. after he could have been gone for 0. Blink, and you finds himself on 10. And Mohammed. Quicker one. I don't think this is out. Almost does his knee in the appeal. This is flicked off the pad, so it won't be a wide. And it'll be 2-leg bias to finish the over. 38 for 1 at the end of the power play. Got to say, be careful when you're appealing. Turns around too quick for his own good. It's missing by a long way. And, well, ouchies. That's all I have to say about that. So, I like the passion. 38 for 1 off 3. It's not the worst over in the end. 10 plus the 2-leg bias off that one. Now they're going to the other spin twin, Kuljinder, coming on. And he was a bit off, wasn't he, that last game? Let's see if he's found his radar. Pretty good first up. Work out there, and well, it's a good misfield in the end. There's Bubba Azan out there. He took a great catch earlier, and he juggled it and then took it in the second attempt. This is he'll say this is a pass. Of course, you know, he dropped that catch in the last over that he won't want to think about too much. I think his heart was in his mouth there for a sec. And you can see what Kujunda's trying to do. He's trying to tempt the batter into going after balls that might be wides, actually, if they were to leave him alone. He goes with the spin, and he gets enough of it. Gone. Maximo! Bag is on borrowed time, really. Probably should have been taken on 0. He sends this one out of the ground, and just like that, he's on 17. New balls, please. Kuljinder saying, yeah, go fetch this, and Mirza says, yeah, well, he's got good reach. And just going with the movement, natural movement of Kuljinder, which is into the right-hander. Goes again. Oh, guess what? Here's another chance. He takes it. Oh, I'm liking that. And he even gets a soft landing thanks to Ramsanil next to him. So that's a great catch taken. If at first you don't succeed, try again. He takes it pretty much standing on Crocodile Rock. And there's no more nerve-wracking feeling, I think, than if you've dropped a catch and you get pretty much the same catch again. You're saying, surely I couldn't drop it again. Well done to Baba Azan. He's running at 50% on these catches today. And Sunil, first man on the scene to congratulate him and break his fall. So 45 for 2. What an interesting innings that was, Mirza. I suppose he'll take it. He could have been gone for 0. He does have 17. He's moved the game along. Wayne talking about the sniper on the grassy knoll. Might have been in response to that appeal from Adnan Mohammed. They loved Treat earlier after playing a shot. He kind of went down, didn't he? This is Ashika Ways coming out in the number 4 spot. Off the mark with 1. The next one is blocked into the leg side for no run. And it does take us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 46 for 2. Looking at the run rate graph, a little bit of a slide. Still probably more of a sign of how good the first over was. They're still going at 115 pace, which is pretty good. Interestingly, the discipline you're watching right now has been the weaker of the two for both these two teams. Chivdate have struggled with the ball, the hold teams, and Trentino Aquila have struggled with the bat to score. kind of runs that some other teams have. They both have found ways to win matches though along the way. It's a sign that they've been really good at what they've done well. Wow, well, how's this missed? Ali Sadat have to cop a bye there. It's a bit of a rookie keeping error. He expects this is going to hit the stump, so he's not in position to catch it. See? He just assumed that would hit the stumps, but just missed. I don't know how it missed, but you need to have his gloves behind that one. Now, it does make position down the leg side, makes a good stop. Tip to some keepers is, imagine the stumps aren't there, so if the ball is hitting the middle stumps, middle stump, then you should have your gloves behind it. Behind that spot. Anyway. All right, well, this is up in the air. Fielder, he assisted over the line this time. It's Ramsonil. He was in a tough spot because he couldn't really jump here because he was worried that if he jumped, he was going to end up over the line, and he probably would have. See, so he has to kind of go tiptoes. Doesn't really want to get that right foot off the ground. And in the end, that means he can't get that extra height to keep in the field of play and to take the catch. This one's called wide. Just drifts a bit too far outside the off stump. Should be a great day tomorrow. And we will finally reveal who the 4 semi-finalists will be. Well, this one is lifted up as well, and there's nobody catching this. Maximo! Adil Ahmed, he likes to deal in sixes. 18 of his 19 runs have been in Maximos, and you can see why. Can clear the boundaries. Gino Aquila up and away at the moment. Oh no, at least that's done it again. He assumed the batter was going to hit it. He didn't. It only cost him one bye. He can thank the slow outfield. The fact that doesn't go to the boundary. Yeah, just looking at the batting of Trentino Aquila during this tournament, they haven't hit a lot of high scores. They haven't actually hit 100 in this series at all so far. Top score of 93. Surely they're going to get above that this time, although I won't say surely because things can change pretty quickly, as we saw in the Shivadate innings last game. So it's the end of the 5th over. The score is 63 for 2. Coming this weekend, we have ECI T10 international action. Italy, France and Romania. Let's talk about the France squad. I haven't talked about them too much. You got Amjad, an all-rounder, who is captaining them. He was one of the better bowlers in the ECC last year. You got Lingiswaran Kanasane, who is a guy that packs a punch with the ball. I think he'll like these short square boundaries. Dawud Ahmedzai, very clever spin option. You got Action Jackson, the keeper. You got the Mungals, obviously, with the ball. And Usman Khan, who we saw playing for Dreux in the ECL. So, yeah, plenty of players to watch there from the French squad. They'll be really competitive. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. And Arslan will take the catch. So, Ashik Awais doesn't have the same kind of luck that some of his teammates have. He gets a fair piece of that, but he drills it down the throat of Mohamed Arslan. So, fairly easy catch taken. Goes to his knees, I like that. Brings his head down a bit more to the level of the ball rather than just lurching over. So Kuljinder does get a wicket, and Chivadate know this feeling. Wicket off the first ball of the 6th. This is where the innings kind of got derailed last time. The score is 63 for 3. Here comes Mohamed Arslan of Trentino Aquila. The catch was taken by Chivadate's Mohamed Arslan, of course. Yeah, I think you can see why these two teams are pretty much on a 50-50 record. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. Still very, very competitive. It's been a great competition, really, hasn't it? Throwing up a lot of close games. Well, tossed up, the challenge was set, and Mohamed Arslan is up to it. Adios, pelota, Maximo. That's a way to get off the mark. Kuljinder goes shopping for a wicket, tosses it up, and says, hey, you want to take this on first ball? Arslan says, yes, please. What a good bit of batting that is. Trentino Aquila still swinging. Supposed to be a no ball. He's completely off the pitch, and that's the one that Ali Sadat chooses to get behind. Almost knocks his head off. So free hit. Arslan's already established he needs a 6. I think you're just trying to spear in a Yorkie and hope for the best. It's kind of carom ball there, but only a single hit by Arslan. Yeah, who are you guys liking as well for the championship? I mean, Fresh Tropical, only team that have locked a place into the semi-finals as yet. Oh, and this one doesn't bounce at all. Yeah, look at that. It's going to be a bye again. At least of that, having a few issues. Yeah, this one almost bounces twice before the stumps. Almost. And he goes with the boot. He says, hey, how's that missed as well? What's going on here? Agenda. It's pushed away. Still above the 2 a ball. It's a very good rate at the moment. And a dot to finish. So, I mean, not the worst figures for Kuljinder. Bit of the good, the bad, the ugly in there. 6 overs in at 73 for 3. Kivadate with their batting. I mean, you can imagine they would be more comfortable than most, chasing around about 100. You can see Lovepreet and Mirza out for 17. Adil Ahmed now the top scorer in the innings, 19 for him. He's got 3 sixes and a single in his 10 balls. That means there's 6 dot balls out of those 10. Change bowling now. Has pulled out Adam Mohammed. So we're going to get new bowler, and it's going to be Hamid Afzal. 4 overs to go in this innings. Shake, rattle and roll. As we get ready for over number 7. Look at this, the time should be okay because the amount of spin they've bowled. Oh, that's well bowled. And sneaks in between bat and body. See the batter just motioning. Yeah, this came in a bit on him. It did come in a long way, and Sadat, he picks that one to catch, but there's no edge on that. Good take going to his left. This one comes in as well, but he's kind of expecting it. It's always a bit of a thing. Facing your first ball from a new bowler, maybe you haven't seen too much of. Don't really know what to expect. Second time around, you should have a bit more of an idea. Ahmad. And let me see what's going on here. The keeper's just saying, hey, the stumps have just come a bit loose. Yeah, you see it there. And the stumps is tilted back. It's been a constant challenge to try and keep these banged in. So they'll probably get a bit of a time allowance for this as well, because that's not really in the fielding team's control. See, the clock's been paused at the moment. They make the necessary adjustments. So Ahmad, now they've been set up, he'll be trying to knock him out. No doubt about that. Well, that is pretty hard. Pretty hard from Adil Ahmed. Maximal. And well, we know that the stumps have taken a bit of punishment. That ball's taken a bit of punishment. I don't think we'll see that one again today. That was absolutely launched by Adil Ahmed. Maximo time. Afzal wondering what he did to deserve that. They've run out of balls actually on the field, so they're going to have to go collect another batch. And Tino Aquila, hard to believe they're a team that haven't cracked the 100 in the series when you look at how this innings has gone. Yeah, if I look at their their performances with the bat. They scored 73. In their complete innings, they scored 73, 84, 93, 74, 65, 75, 87 and 67. It was a game where they chased a target of 72 in real quick time in only 6 overs. That's one game you imagine they would have made the 100 if they'd had all the 10 overs available to them. Yeah, right now it looks like they will hit the triple figures. I don't believe they can't. 3.5 overs to go. Now, full toss and he's gone. Yeah, they're going to check this for height, but I don't think it was waist high or above. They'll have a look. No doubt. Let's have a look. Yeah, we'll check it out again, but this to me is low enough to be fine. Yeah, so you can see that's not waist high or above, and he's going to get his marching orders. So, well, I suppose it's revenge, not quite where Ahmed Afzal wanted it, but it's going to be a 6 and out, and well, they get a break there, don't they? Chivadate, as Adil Ahmed goes before doing a bit of damage. 25, 24 of those in 6s for Adil Ahmed, but he goes with the score at 80 for 4. Let's see if they can pull something out here. Trentino Aquila have their inspirational captain coming out now, Ali Sakib Ashad. Now, we kept talking about his foot injury. Turns out it's actually a bit of a hip injury that he's been carrying. It affects his ability to walk properly and run properly. So, you can see why I didn't get my medical degree. But he has been finding a way to overcome that physical discomfort. Knocked away, gets off the mark straight away. They're going to make him run. That's smart. And well, 1 brings 2 actually. I think it's probably worth the throw just to make Sakib feel a bit uncomfortable. But yeah, the backup fielders weren't hustling in. They stayed on the boundary, so it allowed an overthrow. Don't think Afzal will be too impressed with that. Last ball of the over coming up. Ball back to the bowler, Ahmed Afzal. Ultimately a successful over, even though we lost a cricket ball. 7 overs in, it's 82 for 4. Surely they're making the 100. Suppose don't take anything for granted these days. Tomorrow's a big day because it's the first day of the ECN Gibraltar T20 International Series. Tri-series involving Gibraltar, the host, as well as Portugal and Malta. Portugal with a double-header tomorrow. We'll have ECI cricket here in Italy this weekend with Italy, France and Romania taking part in T10 Internationals, then 2 weeks in Austria, 2 weeks in Bulgaria. Yeah, the great thing about the T20 International schedule is pretty much, although there is an overlap, it's not too much of an overlap for the most part. So tomorrow, probably the last couple of hours here will overlap with the first couple of hours in Gibraltar, but then you'll get pretty much a full match if you want to stay with us. You flick over to Charlie Hunt. And Joey Marple's going to give him a bit of a hand as well with the commentary duties there in Gibraltar. It should be a really good series, pretty evenly matched teams. Player has a good look and says no. And my concern here was the angle maybe. Taking it down the leg side. Let's have a look at it from front on. Comes in, yeah, it's missing. Good umpiring. Like the way he had a good look, stayed still. I think that one was missing the leg stump. Very good decision. Credit to the umpires here. Hello to Nish as well. Nice to see you. I don't know, looking good in this inning so far. Probably brought a wicket. I think this might have been nicked, you know. Now they'll get at least 1. It's pretty well backed up by the bowler, Babar Azan. I think this is a tough chance going down. Checking out the replay. Yeah. He hasn't hit that into the ground, you know. It's bounced and then it's hit the edge on the way up. So that was a chance to get rid of Mohamed Arslan. So that was a last-minute replacement in the keeping role for Isra Munshi. Suffered a slight injury. It's good bat speed from Ali Sakib Ashad. So, yeah, Nish is in the chat. Nice to see you. And Nish, yeah, saying best batting performance so far today. Must be enormously encouraging for Ashad to see his entire order chip in, top order chip in. True, but still got some work to do, I think. Chivadate have been scoring runs for fun in this series. Missing leg stump. With a clean pickup, they might have had a go at the bowler's end, but it might have cost them another overthrow, so maybe it's a blessing in disguise. They don't pick it up. So, Yanish, nice to see you. How are things going in Wales? We'll talk about Wales a bit today. Potentially, maybe one day we'll see a Welsh team in the ECC, an exclusively Welsh team, even though they do come under the England and Wales Cricket Board. Maybe a Welsh club in the ECL, who knows? Maybe in the future. So, Baba Azan has done a very good job here of keeping it tight in this over. There's a lot of similarity between this innings and the Chivadate innings, actually, in the previous match. Next position, now we see a wild throw come in, so that'll be a bye. And this should finish the over. So there's a single, a leg bye, a bye in that over, and another single. So a bit of everything, but not too many boundaries of late. And after 8 overs, the score is 86 for 4. Taking a bit of a dive there, isn't it? Consistently taking wickets, moving the line. Again, I think that wicket of Adil Ahmed super important in getting the run rate back under control. And then Azan has been good in the second halves of innings, hasn't he? This is the man that got rid of Adil, Ahmed Afzal. Going to bowl the ninth. A bit lucky, I suppose, to get him with a full toss, but got him nonetheless. It all happens in the ninth, and it starts right now. Gets straight back. Pretty much past the stumps. Always knocks the stumps out. Al-Sakib Ashad was inspirational yesterday. Rescued his team from 20 for 7 to a defendable score of 67. And chipped in with some wickets as well. So you can see that he's giving everything for his side, even though it looks like it won't be enough to get them into the semi-finals. Oh, this is hanging in the air. Fielder goes back. Can't quite get there. It's good effort. Wasn't an easy one for Sikandar Waleed. Yeah, I like the effort. I mean, it would have been a difficult one to turn around and chase because you never quite know where the ball is. But he was the only man on the field that was going to reach it. You see in the end, he desperately dives and just happy his head doesn't hit the ground when he does hit the grass. Low full toss. Afzal's bowled pretty well here. Full and straight, nothing fancy, but effective. It's a wild throw in, well blocked by Ali Sadat. Nothing's a foregone conclusion, isn't it? Trentino Aquila surely had to bring up the 100 for the first time. And they still might, but hard work of it lately. This is driven pretty powerfully, and what a bit of fielding. He's actually whacked that so far. Allowed 2, but I think he'll take the trade-off. Mohamed Arslan to Mohamed Arslan action. Mohamed Arslan of Trentino Aquila hits it. Mohamed Arslan of Chivadate fields it. He sends it back with a bit of velocity as well. Have a look at this. Quite often you see these missed or kind of slew off the side of the hand. It's great fielding. Big inside edge onto the body. They don't get a run. The race to 100. Chivadate, obviously, last time we'll see their batting lineup. Unless there's a kind of miracle and there's some way that 5 and 5 and their net run rate is enough to get them into the into the semis. But still, you always want to finish with a win if you can. Low full toss, turned away. Arslan will retain the strike as we get to the end of 9. Great spell from Ahmad Afzal. 1 for 15, pardon me, for him. It is 92 for 4 after 9. Look at the bowling figures. You can see the top 3 going for a few. Kuljinder, 2 for 18. Was able to get a bit of control back. I think Mohammed started well, but kind of went off the rails for him a little bit as his spell went on. Ahmad Afzal, decent spell from him, 1 for 15. I think there's no doubt they go back to Azan now. Bowled a brilliant first over. None for 2. And he will bowl the 10th. Here we go, last overtime. Effort ball from Babar Azan. They hurl in the throw, but can't prevent the single. 93. Trentino Aquila. I mean, they might have put together the best series for any team that's never made 100. Considering this is their 10th match. Will they get there? Hit pretty well. I think they will with shots like that. Ali Saqib Arshad muscled this one over long off. Maximo! And now they'd have to fall over not to make the 100. This is what he did yesterday. Powerful, late striking. He was kind of left with the lower order, but he was brilliant for Trentino Aquila yesterday. Takes this off the stumps, and he does bring up the 100 now with 3 balls in hand. It's fielded around Crocodile Rock by Ram Sunil. Nish saying it'd be great to have a Welsh 11. England 11 had a couple of players. Yeah, more than a couple from Wales. Saying from Cardiff, MCCU last year. Sam Pearce and Rich Edwards, yeah, both really good bowlers. Pearce is a leg spinner. Rich Edwards is a faster bowler. There you go. It's pretty comprehensive. Arslan contributes 16. We won't be scoring any more in this innings. 100 comes up at the cost of a 5th wicket now. 100 for 5 with 2 balls remaining. Little inside edge there. Makes a mess of them. Yeah, the umpires had their work cut out fixing up stumps, and yeah, once again there's some work to do. But Arslan, a couple of nice shots in there. Yeah, see, originally didn't really consider a Welsh side in its own right because it is a cricket. Well, the Cricket Federation comes under the auspices of the ECB, the English Cricket Board, technically the England and Wales Cricket Board. But I think it'd be a great expansion move if we were to up the amount of teams next year, maybe include teams like Serbia, like Slovenia, and potentially Israel as well, who come under ICC Cricket Europe. But I was mentioning earlier, just been watching Welcome to Wrexham over the last few weeks. Finished season 1. Can't wait for season 2. The story of the purchase of the Wrexham Association Football Club by a couple of Hollywood names. And here's Gurpreet. He likes to come out and swing, and you can see how long it's taken him to set these stumps up. I mean, the batter's there and ready to go. Got to say, times like this, I think maybe the stumps on the base might be the way to go. And the problem for the umpire, there's every chance that might not be the last time in this innings he has to set them up. 100 for 5. Gurpreet in the hitting seat. And he does hits it well, but maybe too well. Mohammad Arslan of Chivadate drops the catch. So they get through for 1. Gives Ali Saqib Arshad one more opportunity. I suppose if you're going to drop a catch towards the end, probably is the time where that batter can't go on to hurt you too much, but it would have meant that the new batter would have had to have come and faced the last ball with a score on 100. Instead it's 101, and here's Saqib. He misses anyway. I don't think Saqib's that interested in running because he still has to bowl, so he'll be run out. As Azam put together a pretty good death couple of overs. And only 9 come off that. There was a 6 in there, but not too much damage apart from that. Trentino Aquila, though, they do reach the 100 for the first time in the series, but they do decelerate towards the end, don't they? 63 off the first half, 38 off the second half. And Chivadate, near enough if they're good enough, and they certainly have a powerful batting lineup, but we also know Trentino Aquila are the master defenders. Going back, and it's an interesting start, wasn't it, with Lovepreet. A couple of boundaries, 2 4s and a 6 for him in his innings of 17. And then I think the sniper got him, but he survived that. He wouldn't survive this. And then Mohammed got him playing down the wrong line and tilted back in the middle stump. Mirzabayek came out after that. He got dropped first ball. It was a tough one for Azan. He certainly repay his captain later in the innings for this. Drop catch that resulted in 4. And then Mirza went to town with a couple of big maximos. You say lightning can strike twice, and it did, didn't it? For Babar. He did take the catch on the second opportunity, so well done to him. But then Adil Ahmed muscled 4 out of the ground in his 25. And yeah, he was looking pretty dangerous. It was after Ashikaways went only 2, but yeah, Adil, geez, he hits the ball well. But then he just bunted a full toss back, and then he's saying, hey, any chance of a no ball? It wasn't, though. It was below the waist, and so, yeah, they had a look at it. Again, the technology, the right decision made. That was a brilliant pat back. One of the all-time great slaps. Will Smith would have been proud of that one from Muhammad Aslan. And yeah, this is just the period they struggled to get anything going, kind of over 8, over 9. Babar Azan coming on, only 4 off the 8th, only 9 off the 10th, and Muhammad Afzal, again, he was important as well, keeping things tight towards the end of the innings. Wickets continue to tumble towards the end as we saw a couple fall, but they were able to scramble past the 100. As we look at the scorecard, Adil Ahmed, 25 top scores, was kind of a community innings, wasn't it? We saw 5 players reach double figures, but nobody beat the 25 of Adil Ahmed. Lovepreet with 17 up front, Mirzabayek with 17. All 17 after he was dropped. Arslan with 16. Andy Skibashad, 1 big maximum on his 11. As far as the bowling went, 2 for 18. Kuljinder stole the figures, but I was really impressed with the death bowling of Hamad Afzal and Babar Azan, who kept it quiet and took a wicket apiece. The other wicket went to Adnan Mohammed. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes, probably about 10 minutes, with the chase. And when we do, we'll see whether Chivadate or Trentino Aquila will get back to a 50-50 record. 102 will be the target, but he's down to him, Mr. Maximo. Hopefully enjoying your day. We'll see you after this for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. Beautiful Wednesday afternoon at the moment. Still half a match plus a full match to come on the European Cricket Network. And our coverage of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Chivinate coming out to chase 102. After Trentino Aquila did hit the 100 for the first time in the series at the 10th attempt. So now we've got kind of strength against strength. We've got Trentino Aquila being one of the best bowling teams in this competition. They've defended some really low scores. But then you've also got Chivinate, who've been one of the premier batting teams. Getting a lot of boundaries. This is trump card versus trump card. Saqib to Zain Ali, who just works the first ball away for a single. And so it's going to be Kamaljeet Singh, Kuljinder Singh I should say. Kamaljeet Singh playing for Bergamo CC. That's Kuljinder Singh, captain of Chivinate. Well, goes after it straight away. High. Well, he can't find his feet, and then he can't find the ball. Ashika waste, and they'll get two. And so you see there, just struggle. In the air, into the gap. And this is going to run away, and it will get to the boundary. So that's the first boundary of the innings that comes off the bat of Kuljinder Singh. Just a bit of width offered from Aliskeer Bashad. Just keeps on trucking in this series, doesn't he? This one sneaks past the outside edge. So, yeah, Aliskeer Bashad, he's a real leader, isn't he, of this side. This one worked away. Short in the air. Lovepreet takes the catch. And so big wicket first up. Here's Kuljinder that doesn't survive the first over. The first wicket goes down 7 for 1 after 1. So yeah, nicely handled as he skated around to his right. As we have 17 matches since the Golden Ball. It's over 3 days in ECN land. And who knows, maybe we'll get a third before the end of this tournament. Trentino Aquila. According to Maya Patel, they should win this comfortably. But I mean, you are running into Hurricane Zain Ali, aren't you? And you've got Mohamed Arslan there, so two really good hitters of the ball. Kuljinder early casualty, and it's going to be Gurpreet. The mixed box coming in, and it's pretty much on target first up. Going to get some good out movement. Wow, this is going to go through everybody. They're going to get one overthrow. Could have been worse. Got to say, some pretty handy moves from umpire Silvio, who jumps as this goes under him. Gets some good hang time. I don't know if he's in the picture here. I hope he is, because it's brilliant umpiring. Look at this. Here comes the throw. Whoa. Well done, Silvio. You still have 100% good ankles. Takes this off the stumps. Push and run from Zainali. We'll see. Playing for Italy this weekend. Looking forward to that. So the chat seems pretty much evenly split about the prospects. What I like about this innings is it's strength versus strength, isn't it? Trivandate have actually hit more kind of boundary runs per innings than any other side in the competition. They've also conceded a fair few. This is an up and over job over the offside, running away, and does get to the fence. Sadiq Ali chases in vain. Muhammad Arslan off the mark. This, of course, is the Trivandate Muhammad Arslan. Lifted up and over. Got to be careful not to give Arslan too much width outside off. Now this is up, it's in the air as well. Good luck with this, it's the captain, and he almost pulls off a crazy catch, and then he tried to be careful to keep it in, and then he whacked it over anyway. And I think the bowlers say, look, yeah, I understand maybe you don't go over the catch because you don't want to knock it over on the full. But then he kind of grabbed at it when he didn't need to, Ali Saqib Ashad. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It bounces, and it's never going to go for 4 under its own steam. See here? He could have just left it at this stage, but then he went open palm and he fumbled it forwards. It's the old knock on in rugby, isn't it? Up in the air. Well, this is almost an instant replay. This time he's trying to find it, and he's going to have the same issues. I think I'm watching a live replay of what we just saw. I mean, can you believe it? He's on the long march to nowhere. Ali Saqib Ashad has had such a good series, but he's been tormented in that area of the ground, and now he's going to start back on the boundary saying, look, I'm just going to stay here. Have a look at this. Again, these are real difficult catches. Here he gets turned around. He's trying to find the ball. Straight through the hands that time. I think it does go for 400 its own steam. Gurpreet can't believe what's going on. Maya Patel is expecting wides from Gurpreet, but he's been pretty good so far. Wow, this does look like it's off the middle, and that is travelling. Maximal! 4-4-4-6 to finish the over. It goes magical, and it puts Trivandate in the box seat. 21 come off the second. And that was pretty as a picture from Muhammad Arslan of Trivandate. They are 28 for 1 after 2 overs. Looking at this, pretty congested in the middle, isn't it? I mean, teams that could finish on 5-5. I'm going to name them. Kings 11, Chandra Brescia, Bergamo CC, Trentino Aquila, Trivandate, Milan United, and even Albano. There's 7 teams, I think, if I did my counting right. 7 teams out of the 11 could finish on 5-5. So they won't all, you'd imagine, but shows you how even this series has been. Half an appeal. Send the non-striker scrambling back, Muhammad Arslan. That's the real bonus that Arslan's up and going so quickly. first 4 balls he faces go 4, 4, 4, 6. A little bit shorter. Zayn Ali goes after it. Fielder underneath it and gone. Adil Ahmed, he's looking straight into the sun. Well, he might have permanent retina damage, but he also has a catch to his name. And wasn't he great out there, Adil Ahmed, yesterday when the game was on the line? He pulled off an important catch. And this is probably just as important because Zayn Ali's a guy that can win the game off his own bat. But he holds out to Adil. And so there is some reward for Ali Sakib Ashad. It's not the man that he put down, if you want to call it that, in the last over, but it is Zayn Ali who goes for just 4 here in match 49. The score is 28 for 2. Up and in the air. This one is in the gap. There's only Sakib Ashad 2 for 7. Doesn't he just keep on keeping on? Well, this is up in the air as well, and surely he's not going to drop this. He doesn't. So now Arslan's going to have to go. He's there for a good time, but not a long time. And you can see that it was just a shot that's going nowhere. He tried to ride his luck. Yeah, so you can see that Giovanate hitting the skids, and this is kind of where it went wrong for them last time, wasn't it? It was a bit later in the innings, but losing wickets in quick succession. Giovanate was against Precious EC, of course. It was the start of the 6th over. There was 2 wickets there. Never really recovered, ended up making 88. That wasn't enough against Precious EC. Knocked back by Skander Waleed, who played one of the shots of the tournament earlier. And then he got run out, looking over his shoulder. Less said about that, the better. End of the power play. 29 for 3 after 3, so they're more or less on the run rate. But who can take them the next step? Now, Isra Munshi's out there. Now, he's a born 6-hitter, isn't he? Can whack it. And he is coming off a failure last game as well. And Chivadate. Isra Munshi was caught in the deep off the spin of Kalab Sajjad for just 1. Into the power play. Up to 5 outfitters can be used here. Sadika Ali's been very reliable bowler for Trentino Aquila as well. Not quite sure what the hold-up is here. I saw the end of the power play signal, so I think we should be good to go pretty shortly. Now we are. Let's go to the middle overs. Close-ish. Again, they're not going to take the run. Munchie wrapped on the pad. Seemed to be tailing in towards him. I think let's go down the leg side. All right, fair distance, maybe a stump or so. Sadakat. The big inducker coming up, I think. Doesn't really go as much. Big swing, well handled behind the stumps as well. Cameron Hussain of Trentino Aquila. I think for the teams that don't make the semis, this has been a really good experience, of course, heading into a big domestic season in Italy as well. And this year, the ECS doesn't really have a bearing on ECL qualification, so it's kind of wide open based on the T20, I imagine. Maybe the Super Cup in Italy, who would qualify. That's really good fielding, actually. Adil's been brilliant out there. He goes hunting for a catch, and when he realises he can't get there, he kind of just protects himself, but just tries to block the line of the ball using any means necessary. Good fielding. May wear a bit of a bruise, but it's worth it, as he does save the boundary. Now for the block hole. Lead. Let's get off the mark this time with a single. Great throw from Lovepreet, setting the standard out there. Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled when she swings all across it. And this is bowling in T10 101, really. Full, straight, middle stump is uprooted. Munchie, where does he go wrong here? He's on the charge. Kind of Yorks himself to an extent, doesn't he? But it's a low percentage shot, trying to whack it over the fence into the potato field. And watch this, middle stump. Now you see it. Now you don't. That is out of the ground, and the rot continues. They've lost 3 for 3 now in the space of the last 10 balls. And so, Chivadate find themselves in a bit of trouble, 31 for 4. Liking a little bit of back and forth. Roshan Jaiswal and Maya Patel, differing points of view in the chat, but keeping it respectful. I like that. Roshan thought the run rate was looking good. Don't stress too much. I wonder if perhaps there's a bead or two of sweat on Roshan's brow after they have lost 3 for 3 very quickly. They were kind of, I won't say cruising, but they were certainly in the hunt a moment ago. And they were 28 for 1 off 2.1. Looks very different right now. And then Muhammad, the new batter, left-hander. Powerful strike down the ground, but it's along the ground for just a single. End of the over. Sadakat Ali does it again. He's been brilliant during this series for Trentino. And it's going to be 31 for 4. 32 for 4 make that at the end of the 4th over. You see they were ahead, but the 3rd over is where the wickets have fallen in this game. 3 wickets in the 3rd over. Statistically, you get more wickets in the 3rd over than any other over, except for the 1st and the 10th, I think, from memory. And I think that's all to do with the fact that the batters know the power play's coming to an end, so they're probably going to take a few more risks. And that probably results in more runs, but also results in more wickets. Chaudhry Adil to bowl over number 5. Hard to see. Trentino Aquila letting Chivadate off the hook now. 2 new batters at the crease. 4 big fish already removed. Exactly, Sadat is one player that can still come and whack a few boundaries that we're yet to see. Pretty good shot inside out from the lefty. And Muhammad. But a good bit of fielding from Lovepreet makes sure they only get the single. Chowdhury a deal. Likes to go around the wicket pretty much no matter what. Knocks this to the deep mid-wicket, just a single. Doesn't get too close to the line of this one. And then Mohammed. Still waiting to get set there. A bit of movement in the field. Chowdhury does sneak from behind the umpire, doesn't he? And it just appears. Adnan says about enough of this. I'm going to take on one of the longest boundaries. And well, we'll have to see exactly where this bounces. So it does go either 4 or 6. We'll check it out. I think 6 is signalled from Ali Saqib Ashad. So Maximo. 6 of the best. There's Adnan. Tries to move things along. Tries again. And this time it's just a single. This is going to go and eat up the fielder, leg side. So another boundary. And that's Waleed who gets going. Let's check out this one. Again, maybe you got the sudden factor there. The fielder doesn't really see it's passing before he knows too much about it. End of the 5th over, 45 for 4. Excited for the Gibraltar T20 Internationals coming up tomorrow, and there'll be 2 matches for the next 4 days, except for Saturday where you get 3 matches. That'll start pretty early in the morning. T20 Internationals, I think they allow, well, there's 4.5 hours between the first balls of the matches, which gives you enough time to kind of complete a match. Should take about 3.5, you'd imagine. And give you a little bit of a break because Portugal will be back-to-back tomorrow. Again, who's your favourite in that? I mean, Gibraltar at home, they're very familiar with the conditions. Oh, lifted up and out of here. Adnan's on a rampage now, brings up the 50, and it's game on here at the Milan Cricket Ground. And so that's a powerful strike from Adnan. Now we get a single. Dayan Mohammed changing the narrative here pretty quickly. Maya saying we can't see it happening. 100's hard to score to start with. Then on top of that, you have to score it against a very good lineup. Team who defended that score in the 60s against Fresh Tropical. But having said that, I mean, Chivadate bat better than most, but they have lost their big hitters. Well, maybe not all of them though, because Waleed launches this one out of the ground. Maximo! You can see why they're so dangerous. And well, Shub does take the catch, and he'll be so disappointed because I don't think this is on camera. Yeah, there it goes. And oh, Shub, he will be heartbroken. And now it's going to be more party time. Another 6 out of the ground for Waleed. Maximo! And so, wow, dealing in 6s, and that's one way you can chase this 100 down. And again, another twist, another turn in this game. Now you've got the run rate down to below 9 and over in the blink of an eye. So just a single now. Next ball. Yeah, so I mean, Shu pretty excited about his catch. Maybe after this ball, we're going to look at what we did capture. And that was just hit too fast to track. This one's okay. It's not wide. Stays inside the tram line. At the end of the over, 65 for 4. I think Adam wants a wide here, but have a look at his feet. His feet go away a little bit. See? So it feels it's a wide, but it isn't. Good umpiring. The score is 65 for 4 after 6. Yeah, what a partnership. Look at these two. 35 or 15 combined. Could have another really close game on our hands. Tell you what, if they sell stress balls in the Milan area, I'd be buying up because there's been a lot of really, really close games. He was a neutral. Really enjoyed that. Loved the entertainment. Here's Gurpreet. Here's it's worked away. Two fielders converge. They make the stop. Gurpreet though. Been pretty good. And Nunn faces up. Pretty straight and hit straight. Oasis has got this covered. What do you think here? 35 or 22, who's ahead? Feel like the runs on the board still hold up. Because you can get a wicket, you can derail things. Yeah, two in control after that. Hello to Tim, hello to James as well. A few people kind of piling into the chat, maybe as the workday is winding down around Central Europe. Well, it feels like a wicket or two could result in the run rate tailing off. True. Having said that, a couple of big sixes might swing things even further towards the batting team. 34 of 20 now. Both these teams with identical records at the moment, 4 and 5. And I tell you what, 5 and 5 feels a lot better than 4 and 6 at the end of the 10 matches, whether you make the semi-finals or not. 5 and 5 probably doesn't get you there, but yeah, just to have that 50% record, I'd rather have that than a losing record. One's in the air. One hand, one bounce for a deal. He's got the ball on a string out there, doesn't he? Gurpreet. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, although he did get a bit of tap earlier in the game, but he has not bowled a wide. I'm going to say it, he's not bowled a wide in 11 balls. Could he bowl a clean 2 overs here? Oh, right on cue. There's the wide. Gurpreet is, to be honest, the batter creates that by getting across. But I knew it was too good to be true that Gurpreet could bowl 2 overs without bowling a wide. And that's a proper curse. All you guys thinking you can curse in the chat. That is a proper job I've done on Gurpreet there. Sorry, Gurpreet. 32 off 19 last ball. Short, hit in the air. And this is gone. Maximo. Well, lead stands up and he flat bats this out of the ground. What a shot under pressure. Gurpreet had avoided too much trouble in that over, but he finished it with a wide and then hit for 6. So it goes for 11 in the end. They pulled it out of the fire. They get what they need. Jivanate off the 7th. 76 for 4 after 7. 26 required off the last 3 overs. Coming up, this will be an absolute humdinger. Time to raise the bat. Match 50 on the way. Another Brescia derby. We started the day with one. We'll finish the day with one. Brescia CC versus Jandrua Brescia. Brescia CC can cement a place in the semi-finals with a win. They'd go 7-3. Jandra Brescia, they need to win to stay alive in the tournament. Didn't have a good day yesterday. Used from the toss. Brescia won the toss. Brescia CC, that is, electing to bowl. So Jandra will be facing up. Well, he throws the hands at this, and this is an extraordinary shot from Adnan Mohammed Maximo. Oh, it's a slow ball. And just looking at Waleed, he's saying, how did you do that, Adnan? Because it was a slower ball, and he timed that perfectly. He had to do it. 20 off 17. Like I said, you can swing the game with a couple of big Maximos, but not home yet at all. Still 20 to get. 17 balls remain. And he's bowled. Well, you almost could predict it, couldn't you? One swing and then the other. Chaudhry Adil gets right on target, knocks leg stump out of the ground, and this game takes another twist. Again, look at that, you say it's not a great shot, but I mean, that's the way he lived his innings, didn't he? Essentially Yorks himself, bat under the arm, and off he goes. Yep, well bowled from Chaudhry Adil. So, Ali Sadat, pretty good guy to come out in this situation though. It's a genuine bat at the keeping duties. I'm sure his legs are feeling it. I hate to say it, I've just got a bit of a pre-tingle at the moment. Could this be the third golden ball? Trentino Quilla, they were involved in the first one. He stops his shot here, Sadat. This is the measure. No, at the moment, I think that Sadat, even though he's a hitter, doesn't want to swing and miss and put more pressure on his partner, or himself for that matter. If you score off every ball in the next 15, it's very hard to lose. You got the field spread. You'll probably get a Gundy ball along the way. You can probably put away without looking for it. Instead, he charges and he tries to smack it down to the ground, and Chaudhry Adil cleans up. Good comeback this from Chaudhry Adil on 6 wicket 1 dot. Does move across a bit, but when does he move across? Is it after the ball's bowled? Oh, yeah. I think that's a bit of a harsh call on the bowler. I mean, it's really tough for the umpire, though, because he's looking at the bowler's foot, and he has to establish whether the batter's gone early or not. The doubt goes to the batter. Now this will be a wide as well. No real complaints this time. That's why I don't really like that rule. Because I would just say, line's the line. Take the pressure off the umpire. Force the bowler to bowl straighter. What are you scared of? Probably getting smashed. But we love to watch it. Again, it's a wide. There's a little step, but is it after the ball's bowled, or is it before? He probably goes stump outside. Again, that might be a harsh call again. But again, the onus is on the bowler to bowl straighter. This is hit pretty much straight towards the fielder. This wide's helping. This is what I meant. If you score off every single ball, it's very hard to lose from here. Get the odd wide. Wow. Wow. You can see Sadat's approach. He's saying, well, it was the last ball of the over. I'm going to have a go at it. My lead's got the strike anyway. 87 for 5 off 8. 15 required off the last 12. Looking at the two worms, they're pretty much on top of each other, aren't they? But probably more importantly, Chivinate ahead of the rate they need to be. But these ones aren't going to make themselves. All right, here we go. Most important over of the game coming up. And always Askar keen to get going, but wasn't quite ready. I'm saying it's not the way to tap it around. There's nothing tappy about this either, Waleed. Just take the one here. Yeah, so it's really a lot of dot balls get you in trouble. I'm not saying you don't try and look for boundaries, but maybe you're a bit more selective. Next one sneaks through. Yeah. Suppose they deserved one to go their way, didn't they? Trentino Aquila. Now big swing and a miss. 14 off 9. Oh, what a game. Full toss, hit, and Lovepreet can't hold on. It's going to be 6. And so that's a real game breaker, isn't it, from Sadat? And Lovepreet, he was on the move, but he just couldn't make the position. And disappears out of the ground. And yeah, whacked away for 6. I mean, yeah, some thoughts about height here, but I think he's on the chart. I think you can see it's coming down, even though he hits that at the waist. I think that the angle it's coming, it will be comfortably under the waist. Now it's inside out, and look who it is. It's Saqib Rashad does the fielding. They get back for 2, so 6 off 7 now. Oh, Lovepreet, it's a real stinger. And long on through the hands for 6. Always got that look of resignation at the moment. Up in the air and travelling. In fact, it's game, set, match. And Shoop does get one on camera. Well, I was going to have a go at Shoop for walking behind the bowler's arm, but he obviously knew what he was doing. So this game is over. And Trentino Aquila might have been the master defenders, but that was so yesterday. Chivadate get home with an over to spare. It's a bit of an overus horribilis for Always Askar. Goes for a couple of maximos in the last 3 balls of the game. Shoop takes the catch. This time it's on camera. So yeah, well done to Chivadate. They do finish with a 5-5 record. And I suppose, look, of the 2 teams, there wasn't too much between them. Their record was 4-5 before that, both with very similar net run rates. But yeah, Chivadate get home in the end. The boundary hitting coming to the fore. This is what's coming up in match 50. Jandrel Brescia, they'll be batting first after being sent in by Brescia CC. Another derby coming up. And if Jandrel Brescia win, then they will join Brescia CC with a 6-4 record. And really, it's anybody's guess. Jandrel Brescia will be batting first, like I said. And no love lost between those 2 teams at the end of the day. Join us in 20 minutes for the start of that one, the last game of day number 10. Let's go back to this chase, and yeah, like I said, had a few twists and turns, turning themselves inside out. You thought with Zain Ali not going for too many, and it could have been tough for Chivadate. It probably was. I mean, Arslan had Ali Saqib Rashad running in circles early, didn't he? As he started his innings 4, 4, 4, and 6. And he got them off to a great start. I mean, I suppose, yeah, just the strike rates of some of these batters that did stick around is the reason that Chivadate get home in the end. And Muhammad Arslan 18 off 6. He would ultimately perish, caught by Ashika Ways. Some good moments in here, though, for Trentino Aquila, who can be really proud of their series as well, even though they'll finish with a 4-6 record. But you know, to have that golden ball win, they showed a lot of fight. I think they probably needed a few more runs. Ironically, when they did get the 100, eventually they weren't able to defend that. I think that Adnan Mohammed's innings was pretty important. 24 off 12 for him, including 3 maximos. Kind of yorked himself in the end. Bat went under the arm. He was gone.
Ali Sadat, 15 off 7, along with Sikander Walid, got him home in the end. So Sikander Walid, 29 off 14. And Shu finishes with a bag. Not for the first time. He takes 2 catches in an afternoon. He was wildly out of position. I don't even know what he was doing there, but he did take the catch in the end. That was the last ball of the game. 102 for 5 off 9 overs. You can see the engine room there. Walid, Adam Mohammed and Ali Sadat getting the job done after they lost 3 of their top 4 for single figures. So more games than not, if they lose 3 of their top 4 for 6 or less, Giovinazzi aren't chasing anything down, but it was a good performance from those middle order batters that you saw. 3 for 8, Ali Bashard again. Can't criticise his performance. He's been a bit of a lion heart for Trentino Aquila in this series. Sadiq Ali 1 for 3. Chadri Deal did pick up a wicket, but a bit expensive as well in this one. Always Askar, yeah, he's rolling the eyes because he didn't have too much go his way. It's a few moments that changed that game. Giovinazzi, if they had lost the wicket instead of that ball sneaking past the fielder for 6, in the last moments, maybe it could have been a lot closer. Maybe could have even had a golden ball or a different result. We will take a break now. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes, take you into the last game that starts in 20. Brescia CC versus Chandra Brescia. Don't go anywhere. This should be a doozy. Both teams playing their last matches as well in the group stage. And we'll see who returns on Friday as part of the top 4. They'll earn their place in the semi-final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. Back for the final match after this. You're watching ECN. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Milan for the final time today. Time for the fifth match, and it's match number 50. Time to raise the bat, and this is a really good one as well. We've got Brescia CC taking on Chandra Brescia. Both teams kind of 1 foot in the semi-finals, but 1 foot out, and so this is going to be a big game. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, he had the two captains. Let's see what transpired at the coin toss.
Your call. 10. Tails is called. It is hits. You ball first.
So news from the toss is that Brescia CC won the toss and elected to bowl. And so let's look at these two teams. A couple of notable omissions for me because due to availability, I noticed that we don't have Kuldeep Lal in there for Chandra Brescia today. We don't have Ibo Yadav there either. So that makes the task even harder for Chandra Brescia. Yeah, Brescia CC winning the toss, electing to bowl. So Chandra Brescia kind of papering over the cracks, I suppose. You've got Nasir Mahmood listed at the top with the refrigerator for Yaz Ahmed. And yeah, you've got Gulzar coming in for them. And a few players we haven't seen as much during this tournament. Brescia CC, though, I mean, they've swept their early games. They've been doing some good things, haven't they? We saw them beating Chandra Brescia first up, holding them to 65, and then they were able to chase down the Chibadate target of 89 in the third match of the day. So Brescia CC, they're 19-run favourites, and potentially these two could finish on the same record, 6-4. But Brescia CC will be hoping that with a win, they could actually go to the top of the table, potentially over Fresh Tropical. So yeah, the magical 7 is where you need to kind of guarantee yourself a spot in the top 3. I do feel like we'll end up with a team with 6 wins in there as well. But yeah, a lot of teams with a similar winning and losing record of around the 5-5 or potentially a 5-5 record. I think before the last game, we thought that 7 of the 11 teams could finish on a 5-5 record. And so we're almost ready to go. Javed Mohammed will be bending them right to left on your screen. Mohammed opening up for Chandra Brescia. Shake, rattle, and let's roll. And predictably an outswinger. Knocked out. They take a one. They steal the one, really. So this is Fahad Ali who gets an opportunity. So yeah, no Yadav, no Kuldeep Lal in the lineup. And so a couple of bats not at the disposal of Chandra Brescia. Fahad though, inside edges one away. So if Chandra Brescia were to lose this, they'd be 5-5. And like I said, I find it unlikely that a team will qualify with a 5-5 record. Just looking at what we've got at the moment, we'll see it probably in a few minutes' time. But Fresh Tropical with 7 wins, Brescia CC with 6. If Brescia CC were to win this, they'd go to 7. This one drilled at the fielder, but no run. Then you've got Chandra Brescia, who also have 6. And then Kings 11, they have 5 wins out of 8, but they have 2 matches to play tomorrow. And we'll see the tomorrow fixtures as well during this innings. So Kings 11. We're on a bit of a winning streak at the moment. Kings 11 will take on Albano, then Bergamo CC tomorrow morning. First 2 matches. Another off spinner, outswinger, I should say, which is hit pretty well. Naeem, but just gets a single. And so it's hard to see 5 wins cutting it. A bit like I predicted earlier. A 6 and a good net run rate, I thought, is where you need to be. Maybe even just a 6, considering how many teams are 5-5. Hit pretty hard by Farhan, but again, good shot for 1. Javed Mohammed. He's had a pretty good series, hasn't he? You can always rely on him to bowl a pretty tight first over. And he's moving the ball around. That's the thing which has caused problems. Even though he kind of swings it from the hand, he still swings it. Very good example of it there. So another tight over from Jarvid first up. Jandra are 4 without loss. Musharraf just saying after that last game, well played Chivadate. I think they've been an entertaining team. 5 wins, not bad. End result at all for them. Let's have a look at some of the top performers in these two teams. You see Dulu being the one scoring out of the players on the park there. Bubba Hussain's well 142, but he's coming off a golden duck earlier on in the day. Caleb Sajjad, 15 wickets, hasn't he? Been impressive. He's got 4 of them today. Jandra Besha, though, mentioned that they're missing a couple of players that we've seen representing them throughout this tournament. And it does feel like a must-win for Jandra if they are to survive in this competition. Zahid Ali, top wicket taker for them. Danny's off, of course, today. Any sound of him, Mr. Maximo, the European Cricket Network. Sticking with Ali Raza Islam. He's going a mile down the leg side. Scramble through for a leg by. Roshan Jaiswal, he's pretty smug at the moment after predicting the successful chase in the last game. And he's going to give a prediction, I think. So I guess everyone's listening. Roshan, there's a lot of pressure on you now. Getting 1 in a row right. Ali Raza Islam. Really good ECL he had started last year. Precious EC were ranked 3rd in the whole of Europe last year after that performance, that run into Championship Week. This one caressed over cover. This will pull up though. Should get 2. That wasn't the quickest 2 I've ever seen. Imad bowls it in from the deep cover boundary as he likes to do sometimes. And they'll get back for a couple. Yeah, Precious EC, for following them last year, they qualified for the 2022 Champions League of Cricket, ECL, by beating Ginebra in the Super Cup final in 2021 in a T20 match which we showed here on ECN. And then they won Group C in a bit of a boil over, beating the Scottish club Carlton in the final. And it was Dulu that takes this ball. It was a big reason. In fact, Ali Raza Islam pretty key as well. Opening partnership of 49 in that Group C final back in ECL 22. That's well bowled by Ali Raza Islam, just sneaking inside the tram line. Yeah, so we said well done to Chivadate. Well done also to Trentino Aquila. 4 wins out of 6, but they certainly have been an exciting team to watch. Just probably lacked a few runs on occasion. Up and over cover. Another ball that'll plug, I think. And there's Sajjad. Makes his way to it eventually. Was able to pull it back, but not before another 2 is scored. Jandra Besha. Only match for the day. It's their last match of the group stage. Edged and gone. So the opening partners from ECL 22 combine in a different way. It's Dulu that takes the catch off Ali Raza Islam. Naeem Ahmed has to go for just 6. And we have the first wicket of match number 50. No boundaries to come by so far. So Naeem trying to force the issue a little bit. Pretty well located delivery from Ali Raza Islam. And Naeem knew he got a fair piece of that. So the first wicket goes down and the score is 9 for 1. Here comes Hamza Saad, who's made the number 3 position his own in this series. Yeah, Jandra Besha had high hopes heading into this series, but they've just had a few things go against them on occasion. Didn't have a good day yesterday. Has made this a must win. And look, even if they do win, they don't necessarily guarantee themselves a spot, because then it could come down to net run rate as well, depending on what happens tomorrow with Kings 11. Looked away from Hamza Saad first up. Trying to get a single this time into the second over. Good one from Ali Raza Islam. And Brescia CC on the offensive. 2 overs down. The score is 10 for 1. All right, let me get out my paper and pen and try and work out the scenarios here. Fresh Tropical there in. Pressure CC, I mean, they look in. Can't see how you can miss out with 6 wins at the moment, considering what's happening underneath. You've got Gina Brescia there, 6 wins. Kings 11, 5 wins, but 2 games in hand, so they're a better chance than most. Chandra Brescia need to win this, and I think hope results go their way. I hope the Kings 11 don't win a game tomorrow. But really competitive series. You have to work so hard to get in the semi-finals, with only 4 of the 11 teams making it that far. Wide first up from Javed Mohammed. So they are bringing him back. I think off the back of a really good first over, he did move the ball around. They won't always do that. They've got a lot of bowling options. Pressure CC. Nice duck from Javed Mohammed on the way back as well. And they've got Caleb Sajjad, of course, with spin, but I like the bowling of Imran Naveed, Hassan Naveed as well, Riaz Madassa. They've all bowled well, haven't they? So it's a good problem to have for the captain, Caleb. Doesn't want off at this one. Hamza Saad. Again, just indicating a bit of outswing. Javed Mohammed. A bit like a metronome, you can set your watch to his bowling. Pretty consistent. Another outswinger, and even though it's full toss, does the batter for sideways movement. Hamza Saad. Hey, it is last match of the day. So, taking a go, I'll put in the chat. Any random questions for the last game of the day? Throw them at me. Doesn't even have to be cricket related. Throw them at me. Another outswinger. This time he gets a bit more of it. This will probably run away for 4 with the pace of the bowler, and it does. So finally we have a boundary for Chandra Brescia. It wasn't very convincing from Hamza. Again, with that movement, takes it to the outside half of the bat. His head turned around pretty quickly, but he gets the result. Chandra Brescia move up to 15. Let's see. We can just bring back slightly here, Javed. Doesn't swing too much, it'll be a quarter wide. He's one bowler, probably doesn't mind if he goes for a wide because he gets one back. Then he can bowl again, and he's a genuine wicket-taking threat, isn't he? So yeah, food chat, if you want me to do a bit of food chat. Did get a genuine Italian pizza last night. They had the Nduja. It's quite a spicy pizza. Also had a fair few appetizers. Filled me up for the day. In the air, another ball off the outside half of the bat. This one might pull up. Ahmed Ranja has fielded well today. We'll concede the 2. I'm planning to go to a place tonight as well. And I'll tell you what it's called. I want to get this right. It's called Mastro Tortello. Apparently, everything is tortellini, and they just change the fillings. I cannot wait, and I don't think I'll stop at one dish. I'm here in Italy. This is a bit straighter in the air. Imad doesn't drop too many, and he catches this. So Saad goes, and Javed Mohammed gets the breakthrough. I mentioned he's a genuine wicket-taking threat. He was constantly challenging the outside half of the bat, wasn't he? And that's kind of what happens here as well. It's down towards the toe as well. Imad, really good fielder. He's having a good day with the bat and with the mitts. And so the score is 18 for 2. Harm's a disappointment for him, as he's only able to contribute 7 to the total, including that one edged boundary. Tim's piped in. And Tim Reedman in the chat. Random question number 1. What's the best thing that I ate this week up to now? Great question. Really good question. It's not going to be easy. I will say I had a really good carbonara on Monday night. I had to get back to Milan around about mid-morning to lunchtime on Monday. I had the day off. Headed into Milan, and it was a particular type of pasta I think it was Strozzapreti Carbonara. I had Strozzapreti, which is, you can look it up if you like. It's kind of a hand-rolled pasta at a fairly genuine place. Kind of like macaroni, but longer, without the hole in the middle. That's helpful. Fiaz Ahmed comes out at 4. That's probably there so far. Also, I mean, the wine's very good. I'm trying to lay off it during the week a little bit, but it's not particularly easy when there's a lot of options around. 18 for 2 at the end of the power play. A pretty good result for Brescia CC. Andrew Brescia trying to get something going. Maybe Fiaz can be the catalyst for things to move along. There's still Amadou Safi as well to bat. He's been a bit of a hit and miss proposition, but when he hits more than he misses, he can certainly clear the boundaries. Question from Kroom, random question. If I were a superhero, what power would I want to have? I actually love the idea of invisibility. I think that'd be pretty handy. You can really mess with people that way. Wow, wild swing. Pretty well blocked by Dulu. I don't know what he blocks it with. Perhaps his face. It's good keeping. Keeping instincts take over there. Hopefully this is all right. I think this might have clocked him on the second bounce. Let's have a look. Yeah, we couldn't really see there because the batter was in the way, but definitely kicks up and you can see these, it's kind of touching the side of his head. Yeah, so invisibility, maybe time travel. Is that a superhero quality you can have? Time travel's always interested me. I do also say that doing so much cricket commentary, I don't really experience time the way that other people do, because I'm living in this artificial universe. I think some of our viewers might know how that feels. Well, Dulu is good, but he's not that good. It's going to be 5 wides. Ali Raza Islam completely loses it. And considering the keeper just took a knock upstairs, this is probably the last thing he needed. Good effort from Yasir, good footwork, full dive. And the result's 5 runs though. Jandra Bresh should get a gift. Yeah, so let us know. Any more random questions? Hey, you've just got me alone today, so you can ask me anything. Straight over the stubs. Effort ball from Ali Raz Islam. That's a lot straighter. This is our chance to try and get to know each other a little bit as well. I mean, Danny's off today. I hear he's been having a great day, though. I've been having a few photos. He's more of a beer person than a wine person, Danny. I'll be the first person to admit that. Coming from the Czech Republic, where there's a huge beer culture there. It's very traditional. Oh, more trouble for Yasir. I think it's more luck than design that hits the gloves. It's a really tough take on the second bounce. Yasir probably needs a stern conversation with Ali Raza Islam. I mean, what are you doing to me here? But you're just struggling for consistency, Ali Raza Islam, but the good balls are pretty good. Feel free to answer these random questions yourself in the chat as well. This one is an in-swinger, and I love this effort from Ali Raza Islam. Dug out, takes it clean in his follow-through. Uses the pitch as a landing mat. 169 pace at the moment, Jandra Brescia. All right, Ali bogged down. Fake footwork, doesn't get it off the pitch. He pretty much gives it up here, and I think this is to do with the fact that if he's run out, he's saying that there might just be fate because he's not scoring very quickly at all. So he says, all right, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Try and knock him out. It's the next best thing to retiring out is giving the bowler opportunity to run you out. And Fiaz, I wonder what he's saying at the moment. There's no lack of aggression from Farhad, so it's not that. He's just not really getting too many out of the middle. Now, knocks away a single. Another question from Tim. This is a really good one. If I got offered $1 million or €1 million or £1 million, so if I became an instant millionaire, What would I do if it was a one-time only ever thing? It's so interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm not... It sounds strange, but I'm not that materialistic. So that would probably need a bit more thought. There's another wide, dual loop, getting worked over. A little shake of the head. I know there's a fair bit of research that says you're better off buying experiences than things. So knowing that, I'd probably think of an experience I'd really want. Most people would say travel once you talk about experience, but I travel so much. So I kind of get that without needing to spend $1 million on it. Hit pretty hard from the fridge. He keeps cool. He doesn't get off the mark yet. 26 for 2 after 4. So it's a good question. What I might do, I might find 100 people I could give 10,000 to. And maybe, you know how the world works, maybe it'll come back to you. Get the good vibes. There's probably a bit of science behind karma. If you're good to other people, I think when you need something there, oftentimes you can rely on those same people to look after you. So yeah, I think maybe I would try and spread the wealth a little bit. Good question though, Tim. Keep them coming. Always love getting random questions that I haven't had before. So that there's a couple there that are pretty good. Yeah, I think 10,000 is significant money for a lot of people. So you could find 100 people you give 10,000 to each, changing a lot of lives. In the air, hanging. Emad's a good fielder, has to run in a long way, and he catches it. It's another juggle catch, and so it's going to be Farhad Ali that has to go. Had a bit of a miserable time there, didn't he? That's a great catch from Emad, because he's just pretty much running like a Japanese game show at the brick wall. But he has to get the hands up and take it with his head moving, the eyes moving. Not an easy catch, hitting the ball at pace. And Farhad's vigil comes to an end, 3 off 9 for him. Score is 26 for 3. And so here's Amadullah Safi, left-hander. He's hit or miss. Will it be more hit or more miss? Let's see. Yeah, pretty circumspect stuff from Amadullah Safi first up. Missed 100%. Well, there goes the bat, there goes the ball. What goes further? I think I might need a measure. And this is where I'm happy that there's no short leg fielder in this form of the game, because Fiaz, I'm talking about throwing the bat, he's taking it quite literally. It's a pretty good bat throw distance-wise. Does get a run. And now he's trying to say it's broken. Well, how does he know? He didn't hold on to it long enough. Was he trying to say that maybe the grip's gone? No. This is curious. It just seemed like it slipped out of his hands. Maybe the handle went. I mean, that's possible as well. But yeah, didn't hold it long enough to know if it was broken or not, I think, Fiaz. Oh, no. Well, that could have gotten really ugly. I think it ends up going for no ball plus 4 buys, but this was almost lights out for Amadullah Safi. That's scary. I wish he was wearing the helmet. He's such a good-looking rooster as well, Amadullah Safi. But this is ugly. Accidental, I'm sure, from the bowler. Where's Madassa? Free hit coming up. He got it. Be thinking twice about that. Also be a warning for a full high delivery, but that could have been real bad. Now free hit being signaled, so just going through the procedures, but
If that had followed him and maybe swung a bit towards their head, that's a serious injury waiting to happen. Free hit though. Another full toss. Hits it about as high as you can hit it. Probably get 2 here if you run hard. They should have got 2. Whether they would have made it or not, I don't know, but I think it's Fiaz not confident he was going to get back for a second. So it's caught because the free hit's not out. Riaz Manassa, pretty good in the series. Lost the handle there a couple of times. Fiaz gets rock and rolled. That's a little cutter, I think. Just rolls the fingers on the right-hand side. And Fiaz goes for just 1. So you're having a bit of a rough time of it so far. Chandra Brescia. And so Fiaz. It's nice to see him back on ECN though. He held a record for the most days in between appearances on ECN because we saw him in the ECL in 2019 and then didn't see him for like 3 years and I suppose 10 months or so, or 3 years and 9 months. Fiaz Ahmed, but he can't do too much with this. I think I worked out the exact amount of days it was as well. It was 1,366 days, 3 years and 9 months between appearances. It'll take some beating, you know. Tim's hoping they can get to 80 plus, maybe make a game of this. There's Madassa. He scares and then he strikes. He's got 2 for 4. Last ball, the over coming up. Again, hits the tram line. Check out the batter's feet here. Remember, the umpires look at the bowler's foot while this is going on. Maybe goes a stump outside, but then it gets a fair bit of the tram line, doesn't it? So even if you move the tram line over 1 stump, may have hit the line, the imaginary line. This is Nasib Abdul, captain, coming out at 6. He pushes and gets a run, and it's the end of the 5th, end of the first half of this innings. And the score, I think I make that 36 for 4. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Of course, tomorrow it's going to be a big day. We've got the ECN Gibraltar T20 Internationals getting underway. This weekend we'll have double international action, T20 format and T10 format. There's a lot of cricket happening across Europe. And then the Blue Crew will continue their journey. It's kind of a bit of a migration north at this time of the year. Although we do jump around a bit. Austria, but then Bulgaria. So shooting off to the east a little bit. But then we'll go up to Sweden. Great time to go up there in June. And then Romania. So all over the continent this year. Kalab Sajjad hasn't bowled yet. He's getting over number 6. Nasib pushes, runs. Oh, they go for Safi. There's no one backing up. This could go all the way, you know. Keep running. There's 2. There's 3. And because of the long grass, it won't quite go. They'll get 3 runs. I don't know why they went for the keeper's end, though. Because I think that Safi got a running start towards that end. They've been better off going for the bowler. But the throw missed the keeper with no fine leg. There's no one backing up. So we'll check it out here. Safi was motoring. It was a slightly longer throw. Don't think that Safi was in any immediate danger. And then he sees that and he knows he's got some more running to do. So he got a good view of that, Amadullah. They get back for a rare 3. It's going to be tired after that, no doubt. Running the 66 yards. Safi drags this one to the leg side. I suppose the left-hander does kind of throw Sajjad's plans a little bit. I think he bowls well to either. Got to be careful for Sajjad. He'll slide onto your front pad if you're not careful. This one's outside off, and that's Abdul. Up to 5. Just got to say, I'm really impressed with Sajjad. I've said it a few times, but I think he provides such tremendous variety for Brescia CC's bowling attack. Had a bit of an off over, first over last time. But, you know, came back well against Chivinate in match number 48.
Gets his right up in the block hole. And he's been climbing up the standings as far as wickets go, and I think now he's the equal highest wicket taker, Sajjad, 15. He's got some company up there, I think, with Yadav as well as Jagmeet Singh of Kings 11, Chandra Deal of Trentino Aquila finishing on 15 as well. Good effort from him. Down the leg side. He's hit a pad. I don't know whose pad it was. Batters, I think. No, it's called wide, so it must have been the keeper's pad. And that'll be re-bowled up to 46 with the ball remaining. There's a Mali right up there as well for Fresh Tropical. 14 wickets in 9 matches, and Bill Al-Hamid of Fresh Tropical. That was Dipender Shekhwat and Zahid Cheem on 13. Kuljinder on 13 as well. All right, high, really high, and far enough. Maximo! Effectively, they get 8 off the last ball, and the 50 comes up off the last ball of the 6th. So just having a bit of trouble closing that out, and that's the power of the left-hander. Changes the angles, right back to the wall, but couldn't do anything about it. Babar Hussain, 50 for 4 after 6 overs. And Safi, the first Jadra Besha batter to reach 10. And they put something together here in the last 4 overs. Siddharth wants to know the oldest and youngest player in ECN. And as usual, I've got you covered. I'll let you know very shortly. And one of the records I don't think will be broken for a long, long time or ever. I'll tell you why in a second. Worked away to the offside. Get one. So yeah, the oldest player is actually a very famous player. It's Alfonso Jayaraja from Roma Capinelli in the ECS last year in Rome. So he's a former Italian captain, and he was 75 years and 30 days when he played for Roma Capinelli on the 18th of July last year in the Rome leg of the ECS. This is going to be gone. It's a big nick from Safi, who tries to launch leg side again. And Safi gets to 10, but it'll go no further. Where's Madassa? Gets an outside off stump. See Safi looking for the leg side again. Worked once, but once bitten, twice shy. As he nicks through to Dulu. And so the 5th wicket falls. It's 51 for 5. So missed 100%. That's the end of his contribution with the bat. We're hoping that he can do something with the ball. So, listen to this. So, Alfonso Jayaraja, super interesting guy as well. Leandro, his son, was captaining Roma Capinelli last year. But he was the first player, well, first non-white player essentially. He's from Sri Lankan descent originally. He was the first non-white player to captain Italy in any sport, I believe. So yeah, Alfonso Jayaraja, certainly a guy I really enjoyed meeting and having that experience. See Mahmood comes in. Think of it. A leg by, they'll get it. Dula has to chase it. I think he was home here. So yeah, so Alfonso played for Roma Capinelli at 75 years and 30 days of age. Born in 1947. But youngest, this is the one I think won't be broken. And that is Kavan Shankar Meenakshi Sundaram of Gothenburg CC in the ECS in Sweden in 2020. That leg side, wide +1, so 2 more to the total. And he played, wait for it, at 13 years and 52 days of age. So Gothenburg CC played a really young team. In fact, it was too young, to be honest. I understand they were trying to provide some development opportunities for younger players, but it was a little bit dangerous, actually. I think they weren't quite ready, the kids, for that level of cricket. Another wide from Madassa. And so that's why we now have regulations where you do need to be 16 years of age to play. Good call. Straight on the line. You do have to be 16 years of age. Typically you need to be 18 to play, but we make some exceptions. You can have up to 2 16-year-olds, players between 16 and 18. All right, well, there's a high ball, and it's an opportunity, and it's taken. So that's going to be a duck from Mahmood. Derek's been a bit quiet today, actually. He's going to have some work here. You're not really sure where he's trying to hit this. Maybe like a flat bat shot. Not really trying to pull it. Might have been an easier ball to cut, actually. But Mahmood's going to go without scoring. Second baller for him. And so Jandra Brescia lose a 6th wicket. The score is 55 for 6. Yeah, so I'll put that in the chat as well. The oldest and youngest players. Yeah, so you're allowed 2 16 or 17-year-olds in a squad. The other thing is there are some exceptions. For example, if players have played T20 international cricket, and that's why you see players like Marian Gerasim of Romania, for example. He's played younger than 16 years of age in modern times. So back in 2020, it was kind of the Wild West. And so just think from a safety point of view, you need to make sure, look, if kids are younger than 16 that are playing, they need to be equipped. And you don't want a situation where you've got grown men running in and bowling at kids that aren't quite able to handle themselves at that level of cricket. Yeah, put that in the chat as well. Yeah, interesting stuff. Now, Dooley's had a real rough time of it in this innings. That's going to be 4 byes. It goes between the batter and the stumps, and he normally moves pretty well sideways. It just seems to get a lot of balls that are shooting through, and he's getting on the second bounce. I think maybe he needs to take a step forward, but then I suppose if he's forward, it's harder to move sideways as far. End of the over, it's 59 for 6. This is what's coming up. It's the last day of group matches tomorrow, round robin matches tomorrow, matches 51 through 55. Kings 11 can play their way into the finals with some good performances. Albano, it's a little bit out of reach for them, but still they'll play 3 times. Cricket Stars have had a disappointing time as well. Only 2 wins in 8 games. They'll play back-to-back against Albano and Milan United. And Bergamo CC, they can play their last game as well. So join us 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Day 11 of 12. Of course, that just leaves us with finals day on Friday. Danny Hudacek, after his day off, he'll be back with me tomorrow. Here's Kalab Sajjad. Oh, pretty close. And gone. Yeah, seems fair enough to me. It was kind of drifting in, but I didn't see it going past the leg stump. And Hasim Abdul is going to go. You see, it doesn't really spin, but he's a long way back. I think that's a fair enough decision. It's not going to hit middle stump, obviously, but the question is that sliding past leg stump or is it hitting? For me, it's more likely to hit than not. Maybe kind of half the ball hitting leg stump, but that's still hitting the stumps, isn't it? So Kalab Sajjad does his regular thing, and now becomes the outright leading wicket taker. I actually said to him, I think it might have been this morning first thing. Noticed he was 4 wickets behind the leaders. And now he is the leading wicket taker in the competition. Now we're going to have a battle of 2 veterans as Zahid Ali comes out. He's taken a few wickets himself, Zahid, in this series. Sajjad. We're hoping he can add Zahid Ali to his kit bag. Yeah, fair enough decision. I think it's a ball that was likely to hit the stumps. So he goes back and chops. I'm looking to run here. Now, Zahid's had about enough of this. He hoiks this one away, but finds the fielder. Nabi Chowdhury down there. Zahid's off the mark. Oh, another one. Put it with the rest. Gulzar's going to go for a duck as well. Sajjad has 2, and he just keeps on keeping on for Brescia CC in this series. And yeah, well, just going away. Wasn't going to be LBW because he backs away, but then crashes into the stumps. And so, well, there's Derek making another appearance. Been a bit quiet today, Derek, hasn't he? He's very active yesterday. It's Jandra Brescia. Had a few problems getting runs on the board. Munir, you better watches a wide. Zahid Ali, he'll be a stabilising influence while he's out there. But yeah, running out of wicket, 61 for 8 now. Oh, you know what? I bet this is out. It's down the leg side, it's a wide, and it's bounced off Dulu back onto the stumps. And Dulu's had a rough time here, but I got a feeling Munir's probably got 2 feet out and his bat's in the air here. Let's check it out in the replay. Comes down leg side, he overbounces, out he goes, bounces off Dulu. Where's that foot? It's out, and he is... Oh, he might have got back. Has he? He probably has. Oh, it's super close. When's the bail off? I reckon that's the shot where the bail's off. I reckon there just might be too much doubt here. I've got my suspicions, but I think there's not enough. There's not enough evidence to overturn the decision one way or the next. Because, yeah, the bail takes a long time to come off because it bounces into the bottom of the stumps. And it just kind of lifts, doesn't it? Oh. This could go either way, you know. I think they'll stick with the umpire's call. It's a really tough one. Dooley probably feels like he needs a bit of luck. You see there, then he's out. But I think by then, the instant of the bail coming off is over. I wouldn't give this, I think, based on that evidence. But I don't know what the umpire's call was on the field. So if he gave it out, it'll stay out. It's a really tough one, you know. I'm saying not out, but I feel like I might be wrong. But and the result is he's out. Got to say, I don't necessarily agree with that. But what I will say is maybe the umpire in the field gives it out, in which case it stays out, based on what you've seen there. But if the umpire says not out on the field, it stays not out. Because the tough thing there was, when was the bail removed? And you got to kind of snapshot that moment. You got to say it. Feel a little bit for Osama Munir. Tell you what, every cloud has a silver lining though, and we'll get a chance to see a diamond Derek because he stumped off a wide first ball. And so there we go. That's a real bad luck dismissal for Osama Munir. How did you guys see that one at home? I think our process is in place, so my guess is the umpire gives that out in the field. And so when they go to the third umpire, there's nothing conclusive to actually change that decision. There's a lot going on. The main thing there was when were the stumps actually broken? So Jad's loving it though. He goes further ahead in the total wickets. That doesn't even cost a ball. And so with 9 out, Shazad Ahmed says, I'll let this one go. Over to you, Zahid. End of the 8th. It's 61 for 9. Wickets. That's been the problem. 5 wickets in the last 2 overs. They had the respite of the 4 byes, but there's not a lot happening on the scoreboard. Just had the 1-4 and 1-6 in this innings. And look, sure, there was a 4 byes in there. From memory, there was another 4 byes that was off a beamer. As far as off the bat, just the 1-4, the 1-6. And give us your thoughts. I'm curious what the crowd thinks about that. Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi, nice to see you in the chat. Now Imran Naveed trying to finish things off. Again, 1 wicket, they can finish it right here. Zahid, nice shot. Get off the mark. And oh look, can they creep up to 70 and put on a a bit of a show with the ball. We saw 67 defended last night. We didn't really give Trentino Aquila too much hope of doing that against Fresh Tropical, the top of the table side. This one sneaks in. Naveed. He might be going straight at the bottom of middle stump and trying to end this. Brescia CC with the win here. Certainly will feature on Friday. He does go at the stumps, but well done to Shiraz, who gets one. That's all he'll get. They're just creeping at the moment. Change of Brescia. Zahid Ali, player we first saw in the ECL in 2019, captaining Jandra Brescia back then. I think it's nice ECL light blue helmet as well. Front on, there's the uppercut, misses out. Even if you take a run of ball from here, wouldn't you? Like 72, and hope you can bowl and field out of your skin. And you're going to have to neutralise threats in that Brescia CC lineup. You've got Dulu up there. You've got Ali Raza Islam. Just assuming they go the same order. Imad Khan is open and done really well. That's a really good shot. He almost finds the fielder and it goes straight through his hands. Great effort. This would have ended the innings. But it's not taken. It's a proper carve out. In fact, Zahid hits it too well. Does have fast hands, Zahid Ali. But, yeah, good effort, but that one goes down. Just remember that, because they could have ended the innings on 63, but they didn't. Tries just trying to block this one out, I think. Oh no, maybe not. Tries to get funky. That probably wasn't the smart decision. And actually they might have avoided a penalty with that as well. As time's up in more ways than one. Shiraz tries to go the full Dilshan. Instead, he gets cartwheeled. Imran does hit the target in the end, and Jandra Brescia all out in 9 overs for 64. And what a good effort that is from Brescia CC, and exactly what you want when you elect to field in a match that will guarantee you semi-final qualification. Jandra Brescia just don't seem at the races at the moment. Haven't had a good couple of days, have they? But we'll be hoping to one-up Trentino Aquila and defend 64. If they can do that, it will be the best defence on Italian soil, beating that 67 we saw last night. Let's rock and roll the highlights. Pretty quiet early, as Javed Mohammed rolled a quiet first over, just 4 of it. Then Ali Raza Islam cashes in with the wicket. No, Mohammed couldn't get too much going, and you still, just remember, we only saw the 1-4, the 1-6 in the innings from Jandra Brescia. Having said that, I wouldn't say it was a perfect performance from Brescia CC either in the Brescia derby, but some good catches taken. That was well done by Imad, who's having a good day. A few self-inflicted blows, that was the issue. 27 runs in extras, and when you consider that they only scored 64, that's crazy. That's only 37 off the bat. We literally saw the Fridge throwing the bat at the ball. We saw Amadullah Safi almost knocked out into the next life. And Fiaz went hitting all across that one. These stumps have had an absolute pounding today. Safi did get that one over the fence, and it gave him a false sense of security, I think, because he went soon after. Big nick on that one through to Yasser Dulu. He certainly had his work cut out for him in this innings. Yeah, but just the extras is the tail of the tape. 8 byes, 16 wides. But there were a fair few on target as well. And Kalab Sajjad, it's the gift that just keeps on giving, isn't he? As he takes 3, takes him up to 18 in the series. This one was maybe a bit fortunate, maybe more than a bit fortunate. But yeah, Sajjad 3 for 16. There's Madassa as well with 4 wickets. He just continues to impress. Shazad had some delusions of grandeur, I think, with that last shot. So he became the 10th wicket to fall. They don't even take it to the 10th over in the end. All out for 64. Amadullah Safi top score with 10, but that's as far as batters go. Distance to extras, which scored 27, and almost a time penalty would have made it 32, but be thankful for small mercy. 64 off 10 overs. Well, 64 off 9 overs, but effectively it's registered as 64 off 10. All 10 wickets lost. The target will be 65 for Brescia CC when we return. All the bowlers did a great job, didn't they? 4 for 10. Whereas Manassa cleaned up. Gallows Sajjad with 3 for 16. Continued his good day. He's taken 8 wickets today. Not bad work. Also, all the other bowlers did well as well, didn't they? No one really going the journey. Wickets for Javed Muhammad as well as Ali Raza Islam and Naveed finished things off with the last ball of the 9th over. Quick turnaround, we'll be back in a few minutes. Brescia CC chasing 65, and they might get the perverse pleasure of knocking Jandra Brescia out of the competition. There's still plenty to play. Still a lot can happen. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, back with the last innings of day 10 just after the break. You're watching ECN. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Milan for the last time today. Time for the last innings of day 10. And hardly a perfect 10 for Jandra Brescia in the first half of this game. They were inserted by Brescia CC in more ways than one. They were rolled for 64 in 9 overs. And it's going to be Brescia CC chasing the 55 for victory. I'll say a quick hello to Chris Smith, and yeah, I'm loving the fact that he's getting right to the food chat, saying afternoon all. He has to get his food out of the cooker. He's got chicken drumsticks, chicken pieces, chicken thighs, all marinated for the last 12 hours in Cajun Chinese 5-spice, southern fried peri-peri, mild sweet chili with some plain done in batter and some plain in breadcrumbs. That sounds amazing, Chris. I'm at a pretty authentic Italian restaurant tonight in Milano. I'm looking forward to that. Hello to Keith as well. He's watching from Chicago. How are you, Keith? Yeah, enjoying the game and commentary as always. Well, I'm going solo today because Danny has had the day off to explore the city. Opening with spin, that's interesting. Nasir Mahmood gets muscled away for 4 first ball. So, no quarter asked, no given as Yasadulu smacks his first one into the gap. Statement of intent from the Burley opener. He's probably wanting to have a few more highlights, Dulu, who had his hands full with some wayward bowling, but he did his best. I don't mind the idea to go to spin first. Dulu eats up the pace normally. Imad Khan's out there as well, non strikers, then he's had a very good series. Very good day in particular. So, 1 all in this battle. Good running from Dulu. He's not really known for his quick singles, but he gets off strike well there. Yeah, Keith, how's the weather in Chicago right now? Suppose, I've had to guess the time there. I'm often wrong. I'd say, is it about 12:30 in the middle of the day? Let's see if I'm right. This one's hit straight to Zahid Ali. He's one of the most impressive fluorescent hats I've ever seen. I think I was off by an hour. Looks like it's 11:30 a.m. in Chicago Central Time. Close. Wow, that's absolutely pounded from Emad, who gets off the mark with a thump. Maximo! Again, don't mind the theory. Well, there's Simon. He's joined the Blue Crew with this series. Emad goes large. And he's certainly made a very big statement since he's been put back to the top of the order. That's Paulie over. This one was wide-ish, but he goes with it anyway. And that runs away for 4 as well. So very good first over for Brescia CC. I don't mind the theory of going for spin. It doesn't really work out. 15 without loss after the first over. "18 matches since the golden ball." Will we get another golden ball before the end of the week? Of course, you've got the final day of group matches tomorrow, round robin matches. We've got finals day for this ECS on Friday, but then we've got ECI cricket on Saturday and Sunday. So a really big few days coming up as we settle the top 4, give away the trophy on Friday night, and then roll into the tri-series of International T10 on Saturday and Sunday. Hasabi Abdul comes in. He's worked away for a single first up. And, I think a bit of a trend here. Fresh Tropical were a bit off in their only appearance yesterday when they only played the 5th match of the day. Having said that, they didn't seem off when they had their opposition 20 for 7, did they? And Jandra Brescia, similarly, just 1 match today, the last match, and a rough time of it so far. Emad sent back by Tulu. Wasn't confident this time of getting through for the single. Hello to Anthony Rose. You're watching from Anthony. Nice to have you with us. to Joe Foster as well. Imad looks like a man on a mission. A man that might want an early dinner. So yeah, expect some food chat update from me tomorrow. Go to a place that only serves tortellini and just changes the fillings. And I think I might have to sample a few of them. It's a wild swing from Imad. That's very non-Imad. I mean, normally he's aggressive, but he's a bit more technical than that. He's starting to believe his own hype. Change of angle now for Hasib Abdul. Around the wicket. And tucked away neatly. And that'll be 4 as well. So kind of everything rolling towards Precious EC. Again, wasn't really a pretty shot from Imad, but it was effective. Takes him up to 20. And he's knocked him over. It was a funny innings. I mean, Imad did look like someone that was in a bit of a hurry. Maybe too much so. As he swings all the way around that. Clips the outside of the off stump. And the first wicket falls at 20 for 1. And change of angle does the trick. The first ball, don't think he got it where he wanted it. And so Chandra get together. I mean, will we see something dramatic like we saw last night? Hard to believe it. And Imad, I think all things considered, will be satisfied that he does get them off to a good start. And that's a couple out of the middle, 2 4s and a 6 in his innings. In fact, he hits more boundaries than Chandra Brescia hit in their entire 10 overs. And that says a lot, considering we're only in the second over at the moment. New batter Baba Hussain really use it. An innings here just to get some confidence back. Me first game of the day from memory. I think he made 3 off 3 not out. Let me check that for you. He made 3 off 3 not out and then got a golden duck in the second game that they played today. It's the end of the over. It's 21 for 1 after 2. Here's the table as teams have started to complete their matches, and these two are playing their 10th match right now. With Chandra Brescia, if they lose, they'll be 5 and 5. They'll have some company there with Chivadante finishing on that record. Bergamo CC could potentially finish on that record. So could Kings 11. So a lot of teams could finish 5 and 5. Just feel like that 6th win puts you in the frame of the semi-finals. Safi getting a ball, missed 100%. He'll keep trying, we know that. Here we go with over number 3. That's the power play. Up and over. This will probably run away, gets a friendly bounce, and it will be 4 runs. Just seemed to take a good bounce, so Baba probably feels like he's owed a bit of luck. And so he runs away for 4. Tuffy. Not a bad ball first up. Bustling in. No ball called. That's annoying, isn't it? Tuffy. Let's have a look at the front foot here. It's a tight one. The umpire's in the best position to call it, and he doesn't feel the ball that landed with anything behind that front line. So Tuffy's going to have to deliver a free hit now. There's the free hit, there's a free miss, so he gets away with it. Oh no. Did go for a boundary first up. Yeah, Tuffy played for Precious EC in the ECL last year. So, does have a bit of a history. Played with Bubba Hussain during that ECL. He's bowling to right now. Bubba Hussain played last year in the ECS for Cricket Stars, so bit of a dance. Players do move around from time to time for various reasons. But, yeah, the scene in Brescia, pretty competitive. You've got the three, I suppose, big clubs. Precious EC, as well as Gina Brescia and Jandra Brescia, and then a lot of emerging clubs as well. That region like Chivadate finished 5-5 in this series. Some good young players. Pitched up and driven. I'm just saying, we should get 2 here if they run. Tulu does not run, and he will set up camp now at the striker's end. Couple to come in the power play. Pressure. The halfway point of this chase already runs-wise. Big swing and a miss. A few agricultural shots out there at the moment from Brescia, CC. I expect that these ones are going to score themselves. A very strong top 6. It's pretty obvious. Tuffy fighting back well to go for a boundary. First ball, then bowling a no ball for overstepping. A little bit straighter, turned away by Dulu. He'll only get 1, and he can count because he'll be on strike as we get to the end of the 3rd over. The score is 28 for 1. I want to say a quick hello once again to everyone who has joined us. And I know that Corey's been busy covering a 50 over match in the Netherlands today. I wonder if that's still going on. If so, probably would be losing his mind at this stage. Okay, that match is over, but maybe a bit of crossover there. A few people multi-screening. Hasib comes on for a second over straight away. 28 for 1 off 3. Decent power play considering the size of the target. Hasib runs straight across in front of the umpire, which I'm not a huge fan of, but the ball also goes across the batter and misses out. Dulu. He hasn't really been on today. He's hit the occasional one in the middle. Not sure he's necessarily thrilled about the dual roles of keeping and batting. He's a very good keeper, but I think when they've had his name in the side, hands the gloves to him. They can just concentrate on his batting. And that's a very Dulu shot. Tries to smack it away. Square of the wicket. Then practices a perfect elevated straight drive. He talked about Dulu and his contribution in the Group C ECL final early in 2022, where Brescia CC, the Italian qualifiers, upset Carlton CC of Scotland, who were previously undefeated in that entire group. Had won 9 in a row. But then the 10th time was the one that mattered, and Brescia CC got up and ultimately make a run to 3rd in Europe, 3rd in Championship Week in ECL 22. So what a great moment for them. But they were unable to qualify last year as he didn't actually make it out of their region. Gina Brescia qualified from Brescia. Gina Brescia finished up second in the Super Series. It was Roma CC. That would make it to the ECL. All right, this one's hit a bit better. That'll test the fielder. I think this has gone for 4. I'll have a look at it. Great effort out there. But the ball was always winning this race. Lifted up and away, and how far has this travel? Oh, that's 6, I think. Unless my eyes are deceiving me. Yeah, I think that's a Maximo. Yep, there's the call. Maximo time, 6 runs. Great work as well from Spring Productions, tracking that ball all the way. And Dulu smacks that one flat, hard and away from the fielder. Now goes in a similar direction. But this one doesn't really get off the ground. It bounces over William the Concreter. It used to be just concrete there, but now they put AstroTurf over it, which is probably a good result. Chris saying he was doing the marinating of his chicken spices at 4 a.m. this morning before he went to work. Well, Chris, you are committed. Nasib, last ball of his spell coming up. Now they hit and run. If this hits, it's going to be gone. Zahid Ali does well to back it up. Hussain will keep the strike, but he's living dangerously. Abdul, not the worst effort from him. He finishes 1 for 14. And after 4 overs, the score is 36 for 1. They've got it well below that run a ball required, don't they? So it's going to be a slow roll to the finish. Gina Brescia, again, they played themselves out of finals contention over the last couple of days. Seems that way, doesn't it? You see, kind of just cruising above that line. Bob Hussain, again, just need some time at the crease. Brescia CC, obviously have tomorrow off, and I imagine we'll see them on Friday, the way things are looking. But yeah, I'd like a bit more out of Bubba. No doubt about it. Gandra trying to get a little bit of chat going. Not easy, given the game situation they're faced with. New bowler coming in is Fahad Ali. The opening responsibilities with the bat. Chopped away. First ball by Bubba Hussain. Bubba in that ECL was the only century maker. And from memory, I don't think we got a century in the ECL 22, did we? ECL 23, I should say, that we just had. Unless I'm missing something. We got close. That's right out of the screws. Anios Pelota. That's a Dulu special. Maximo takes him up into the 40s. What a shot. Up and away. Dulu. Looks like he wants an early dinner. Yeah, top score in the EC. Of course, we had the 100. We had Hamza Niaz, of course, in Championship Week, who scored 115 off 35 against Hornchurch. You can't forget that innings. That was a brilliant knock. Apart from that, we had a couple of 90s. Dulu on a rampage now. Still test the fielder. Does well out there. Susama Mania does the fielding. Apart from that, we had 95 not out from Jason Van der Merwe. We had 93 from Ahmed Nabi. What a time he had. And you had 89 not out from Jason Van der Merwe as well. Oh yeah, Niaz, that 100 was such a great knock. That was the night before finals night, or finals day. And he was a bit of a force de majeure that night. As the French club racked up 189. We thought, okay, It's not really the one that counts. Will they be able to do it again? Oh, they sure were. Next ball. There's cramping Dulu for room. Yeah, but what a great tournament it is. And what a great thing to aspire to as well. You've got club cricketers all around Europe aspiring to win their domestic championship and make it through to the Champions League of European cricket. And then who knows how far you can go. I mean, Paco won the whole thing last year. Jarrell winning this year. 2 years in a row we've had winners on the continent. So getting there. It's a bit of a snail's pace at the moment. But getting there nonetheless. End of the over. It's 5 overs down, the score 45 for 1. So it looks like he's going to come on. Coming up tomorrow, we've got 2 sets of cricket for you. Of course, we've got the ECS here first. It's the last day of round robin matches. Then a little bit later in the day, we've got the first T20 International from Gibraltar as part of that tri-series. Portugal, Malta, and then Portugal back up against Gibraltar. The first game, 2:45 Central European time, which is 6:15 in India. And the second game is going to be going into the night, a bit of a day-night match. 7:15 Central European time, which is 10:45 p.m. start in India. So stay up late and watch even more cricket. That means that tomorrow, if you want to talk about beginning to end, oh, be gone, you know. I'd give that. Yeah. You can't leave that and get away with it. Bubba Hussain, I don't know why he's left this. It's definitely okay for line. Is it going over the top or not? I mean, it can even hit him outside the line if he wants, because he hasn't played a shot. You can't leave that. I know you might think, is it sneaking over? But this is one instance I think you've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the bowler. That's out. That's not going over the top, and it's not missing. It's not missing legs, it's not missing off. Baba had the bat in his hand, but just forgot what he was doing with it. That was a bizarre dismissal, and Zahid Ali comes on. I think sometimes you can have so many shots in your head, you're not really sure which one to play. That was strange, but I think it's a good decision. Look at it again. Yeah. You can't leave that and expect to get away with it. Bubba will know. There's a bit of a meltdown upstairs. And then he looks super surprised. What do you mean it's out? I said, you watching the same ball I was watching? Oh, it was really strange. Oh well, anyone that can explain that to me, please do. Anthony asking, what's the story behind the grass? Why did it take 10 days to cut? Well, number one, it's part of a bigger complex. You've got to realise that. I don't even know if it has been cut. I think it's just a bit drier today. And the mower they use is about 1 metre wide, so there's a few issues with that. This one will be called wide, rightly so. Still trying to get to the bottom of the Bubba Hussain dismissal. If anyone's got any theories, let me know. It's sort of slow bowlers too. Sometimes they give you too much time, don't they? Zahid, wily veteran that he is. He's hit hard. This will be a one hopper to Safi. He'll horn it back in, make him work for it. And Zahid gives him the thumbs up, saying, "Yeah, I like your effort." That's what we expect from Abdullah Safi, don't we? He's giving his all. Creeping up on this target. Well, there's the reverse. Drills it straight to the field. That's annoying. Adulu, I think it's hit with a throw on the way back in. He has a pretty good shot here. And then Dulu, been in the walls a bit. It's a keeper. That copped it. Yeah, Dulu. I think it's a good time to bring it out. I suppose so. Now this is in the air. It always takes out the umpire, and it will be 4. So the runs keep on coming at the moment. Goes back and punches that, finds a gap. Umpire had to create a gap, didn't he? Had to get out of the way pretty quickly. Zahid has some success up front. Again, he's very much a leader and a trailblazer in the Brescia region. That's a bit closer to Dulu. Works the way to the leg side. 50's come up. And you just feel that you're on borrowed time now. Chandra Brescia. Really tosses this up, makes the batsman make all the pace. Chowdhury, that's one. I think he's home here. But again, I like the hustle from Janjua to at least make him run it out. Let's see if he makes home. If he doesn't, he'll be kicking himself because he almost pulls up. Here comes the ball. He is in. See it there. So it will take us to the end of the over. And just a reminder what's coming up tomorrow, in case you missed it. We talked about the Gibraltar games. They'll start a little bit later in the day. But first up, it'll be Albano versus Kings 11. The 7:30 a.m. GMT game, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. 5 more matches. It's the 5 final matches. Last chance to see teams like Albano, like Cricket Stars, even CC, I'm pretty sure. And Milan United. But Kings 11, really, it'll be on them to try and push their way into the 4. A lot to play for tomorrow. Join us for day 11, before finals day, day 12. Here comes over number 7, and it's going to start with a boundary. Nasir Mahmood comes out and gets smashed away through the leg side. So it really is a matter of time now until we see Brescia CC bring up the victory. Just 8 required. Credit to Brescia CC, haven't had it all go their way, but they've been persistent, haven't they? Showing that experience. Quick one from Nasir Mahmood. Knocked away for 1, makes it 7 to win. Well, goes after this, and it's going to be 6. Maximal! That kind of sums it up, doesn't it, for Chandra Brescia? There's a good effort from Hamza Saad. He took off from inside the boundary and launched himself, tried to make something out of nothing. And he can't complete the catch. An appeal here, they'll go upstairs as Naeem whips off the bails pretty quickly. I'm a bit worried he reaches here. Let's have a look. No, he's okay. I think the bat gets down and it stays down. You got to be careful there because if your bat bounces up, then you'll be out. But he does get it down just in time. So Chandra will survive. 2 to win. Send us home. Any boundary here, and a single will tie the game. Goes for it, and it's game, set, match. Maximal for Chowdhury. Survives the tight stumping call, then hits Mahmood straight out of the park, and it's game over. And a comprehensive win for Brescia CC, and barring something extraordinary, that's 6 the semi-final hopes of Chandra Brescia. So disappointing finish to their tournament, no doubt. And Brescia CC, they'll be really happy with what they're able to put together in the end. They finished with a 7-3 record. In fact, that will take them to the top of the table. And so it's an old rivalry. Brescia CC just too good here in match 50. Let's roll through the highlights. If you are leaving us, I'll say a big thank you to everyone that joined us today as well on Fancode in the Indian subcontinent, and of course on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and everyone that joined us in the chat as well. Stay tuned till some highlights of the day to come, and including the highlights of this innings. I mean, Emad, he seemed in a hurry. He wasn't the only one. Again, hard to get something going on this this ground, you can end up trying too hard. That's kind of what happened. Hasib Abdul just clipped the outside of Emad's off stump. Not the best shot I've ever seen Emad play, but he did have a good day, all things considered. Dulu, well, he drilled a couple leg side, didn't he? Fahad Ali had a bit more of a leading role in this game. He disappeared on winning the score as 10. So he came on and he just kind of made Bubba forget where he was for a second, didn't he? He pats up to a ball that he shouldn't have. And, well, that was a bit of a bizarre dismissal, but it was an academic result in the end. Navid Chowdhury sent this up and out of the ground. That was all she wrote. And just like that, the stumps disappear, the players disappear, and Jandra Brescia's hopes, I think, disappear along with them too. Looking at the scorecard, and again, not too much to write home about. It was a pretty rough one for Brescia CC. They do get there pretty comfortably in the end. Chowdhury finishing off with the bang, but Dulu stuck around for a little bit. I think also Emad, like the day that he had. As far as the bowling went, well, it was always going to be tough. So he did get the big wicket of Bubba Hussain, but it was a consolation wicket for sure. Nothing more than that. And Jandra, yeah, they'll finish with a 5-5 record. Promised so much, I think, at the beginning, but the proof is in the pudding, and they just couldn't get those crucial wins they needed to get them into the semi-finals. So that's 50 matches into 55. And Brescia CC 7-3. Want to say a big thank you to all of you guys out there. Thanks so much for your company today. It's been great. And Danny Hudacek had the day off, but I hope that he enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed being here. I think we'll have a little bit of a crew dinner tonight. Looking forward to that. And on behalf of ECN, I want to thank all of our crew here, all the Blue crew, all the Spring Productions crew as well, players, officials, especially all the players and the teams that we might not see again during this series, because yeah, it's always sad at this stage. We do have to say goodbye to 7 teams. The chop will officially be made tomorrow night. Just a reminder before we go that you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the fixtures, the stats, and a bit of what's going on, including all the information about the Gibraltar T20 Internationals, which start tomorrow and run for 4 days. You can also look up all the stats and the kind of previous fixtures as well for places like Austria, which is coming up next week. Finally, I want to say big thank you to all of you watching our YouTube channel. Make sure you like the video, make sure you subscribe as well. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. And our social media at European Cricket, don't forget about that. Big thank you to Arturs as well as Maria and Kirill's, who put together some of the best highlights of Day 10. I'll see you tomorrow. Danny Hudacek will be back, and it'll be the last day of round-robin action before we get into finals day on Friday, and then, of course, internationals on Saturday and Sunday. So it's going to be a big finish to the week in Milan. Please join us then. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. I'll see you tomorrow right here. Enjoy these bits of the day, though. Mr. Maximo for ECN signing off. We'll see you tomorrow for more Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana. Arrivederci.